Chapter 976 found it. What does this mean? Kotaro Matsumoto frowned, not quite understanding what Yi Tiance meant. If you say that the blame is put on Yi Tiance, that makes sense. But to say that he was the reason that would make the other party agree to exchange weapons was unreasonable and illogical. Do not forget. The reason why Yi Tiance has become a terrorist now is entirely due to the other party. The other party can't label him a terrorist and then give him this face, right? But he did not offend Yi Tiance. After all, this plan was proposed by Yi Tiance. He naturally has his reasons for saying this now. Mr. Yi, what do you mean? Since we have decided to cooperate, please be honest with each other. Only when you have enough information can you help me to the greatest extent. After all, you know that the charge of being a terrorist is not so easy to erase. He said these words with a smile on his face and a calm expression. It seems like he is thinking about Yi Tiance, but only he knows that Matsumoto is threatening him. But he didn't care, and even wanted to laugh. Because Matsumoto's trust in him is gradually increasing. Otherwise, I won't keep asking him for clarification again and again. This is also one step closer to clearing his name as a terrorist. It's very simple, you just need to tell them the truth about what is happening now, and also tell them that you want to hand me over in exchange for peace and common development. That group of people in the capital have wanted me dead for a long time, so they will definitely agree to your request because it doesn't mean they will lose anything. If they can capture me and bring me back, they will have fulfilled their great wish, and they can also obtain weapons from your Sakura country for research, killing two birds with one stone, so why not do it? But hear the words. Matsumoto was shocked. Mr. Yi, what you mean is to use you as bait to lure them? Aren't you afraid that you will be trapped and unable to escape? Madman. This Yi Tiance is definitely a lunatic. Actually playing this game. But what he said makes a lot of sense. This matter is not only good for China, but also good for their country of Sakura. Without offending China, we can also obtain Chinese weapons for research. And you can also get crazy talents like Yi Tiance. Kill two birds with one stone, no, kill three birds with one stone. At the same time, Yi Tiance's voice sounded again. I will do something and have someone pretend to be me and lock you up. I will also lock you up with the highest standards. Only in this way can it be realistic. Then I will hand over my fake body in exchange for their trust and make a deal with you. I will not take any action until the deal is completed. As long as the deal is done, I will kill the other party's big shots, use weapons to wipe out the other party, and help you take away all the weapons. Matsumoto's eyes lit up when he heard this, and his mind began to imagine the scene. I even saw his triumphant look when he seized all the weapons. Time. So happy. I can't even suppress the curvature of the corners of my mouth. Yoshi. As expected of Mr. Yi, this plan is perfect. Don't worry, after this matter is over, I will definitely promote you and make you my right-hand man. The Chinese people don't value you, but I do. From now on, you will be the national teacher of my great Sakura Empire. Therefore, I hope Mr. Yi will do what you said. Otherwise, we will all be doomed and become sinners. He immediately stretched out his hand, wanting to shake hands with Yi Tiance. The greed and ambition in his eyes were also revealed at this moment. In this regard, Yi Tiance did not refuse either. It's just that Matsumoto was immersed in his own fantasy and didn't notice that the corner of his mouth had already curled up. As for Miyamoto Musashi on the wall, Matsumoto didn't want to care about him at all. A general who was killed instantly is no longer worthy of his attention. Mr. Yi, I will arrange accommodation for you right away. Don't worry, your appearance is like a ray of light in my life. I, Matsumoto Kotaro, will never treat you unfairly. In addition, I will contact the Chinese diplomatic history and try to make a deal within 3 days to implement our plan. Now, Matsumoto was a little impatient. I even want to go to Huaxia to make the final decision on this matter, and then complete the plan immediately, so as to move to the next level. What he didn't know was that he had completely fallen into Yi Tiance's trap without even realizing it.
Then I'll have to trouble you, Master Matsumoto.
4. Planning. Yi Tiance also gave Matsumoto a respectful title against his conscience. Yoshi. Tiance Jun is so great. Seeing that Yi Tiance's attitude had softened, Matsumoto was even happier. He immediately stepped forward, put his arm around Yi Tiance's shoulders, and smiled toward the door. Come here. Arrange a place for Tiance Jun to stay immediately and treat him with the highest treatment also. Prepare some good food. I want to have a few drinks with Tiance Jun. Talking. He quickly made a gesture of invitation, talked and laughed with Yi Tiance, and left the cabinet. The people who came in were also shocked when they saw the situation in the cabinet. Especially when he saw Miyamoto Musashi embedded in the wall, his eyes almost popped out. But I dare not say anything. I quickly did what Matsumoto asked. China, Beijing. Mr. Zhong sat in the main seat in the conference room with a gloomy face, tapping the table lightly with his fingers, as if he was about to get angry in the next second. The dozens of people sitting around the conference table all lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. The atmosphere in the entire conference room was extremely depressing. Elder Zhong was the first to break the silence and said coldly. It has been 3 days since Yi Tiance rescued Zhang Yaolong. During these 3 days, we have conducted a carpet search, but have not found any clues. Is this the dragnet you boasted to me about at the beginning? I really overestimated you. Every day you all brag about how powerful you are. How come you all become useless now at the critical moment? If you feel that your current life is too stable and your position is too comfortable, you can tell me and I can replace you at any time. 3 days, do you know how much can be accomplished in 3 days? Speaker. Mr. Zhong slowly closed his eyes, but the gloom on his face did not fade away, but instead deepened. He is very clear. With Yi Tiance's ability, he can accomplish a lot in 3 days, and even turn the tide. Although Yi Tiance has not appeared since being identified as a terrorist, his intuition tells him that this matter is far from over. Only by capturing Yi Tiance and executing him personally could his worries be completely resolved. Otherwise, he can never feel at ease. Seeing that Mr. Zhong got angry again, everyone lowered their heads and didn't dare to respond. Whoever takes over at this time will be the one who gets caught in the act. But the fact that he didn't say anything made Mr. Zhong equally angry. He slowly opened his eyes and was about to hold them accountable one by one. Sudden. Secretary Gao Wenjing walked in wearing high heels, walked quickly to Mr. Zhong's side, bent down and whispered a few words in his ear. After listening with his eyes narrowed, Mr. Zhong's eyes suddenly lit up and the corners of his mouth curled up. Get ready, we found him. Chapter 977, Start Trading. After 1 day. China's 5 aircraft carriers stayed on the high seas, facing the 2 aircraft carriers of the Sakura country. No matter which side it was, they were all filled with armed men. Everyone was armed and on high alert. Followed by many important figures came out from the aircraft carriers of both sides. On the Sakura countryside, it is Kotaro Matsumoto who is the leader. On the Chinese side, it is led by Mr. Zhong. The 2 sides met on a public ship to ensure fairness. Mr. Zhong took the lead in extending his hand to shake hands and said with a smile. I have long heard of the reputation of Lord Matsuji, the head of the Sakura cabinet. Seeing him today, I can see that he is truly majestic and extraordinary. Matsumoto was also very considerate, bowed slightly, nodded, and shook hands with him with a smile on his face. Mr. Zhong, you are too kind. I am just lucky I have solved a lot of my worries recently. In addition, I am able to make friends with you again, so I am in a good mood. Don't you Chinese people emphasize that being in a good mood is the real good mood? I am in this state now, and I think Mr. Zhong should be in the same mood as me. That being said. But Matsumoto was very disdainful in his heart. He was in a good mood, not because he was on good terms with them, but because he wanted to give them a good rip. The reason why I am being polite is that we cannot fall out with each other now. And don't hit someone who smiles at you. He has a good and enthusiastic attitude now, so if anything happens later, the other party will not be able to suspect him. Plus, with Yi Tiance taking the blame,
it would be even more impossible to cause trouble for him. In addition, he did not expect that the other party would respond to him so quickly.
When he was entertaining Yi Tiance yesterday, he asked his secretary to contact China
and communicate with the other party according to the plan given by Yi Tiance. The other party was also very excited when he learned the news about Yi Tiance. They immediately arranged a meeting for today, and agreed to his request to exchange weapons for weapons.
This shows that Yi Tiance was right and is a trustworthy partner. Moreover, their plan is one step closer to success. Think of this. He smiled more.
Seeing him laughing so happily, Mr. Zhong also smiled.
Mr. Matsumoto is so happy, it seems that something good must have happened to him.
In this case, today's meeting will surely go smoothly, and it will be a double happiness. Both sides looked at each other and laughed. Although we all know that the other party is just being polite, we have to do everything right in this situation.
At the same time, Mr. Zhong also got to the point.
Mr. Matsumoto, I will get straight to the point. The main reason I am going there today is to bring back the terrorist Yi Tiance from China.
During the communication, you said you had caught him and wondered if you could bring him out so I could confirm if it was him?
After all, he is not an ordinary terrorist. He is insidious, cunning, and scheming. I am also afraid that Mr. Matsumoto has recognized the wrong person.
Matsumoto nodded and smiled. Sure. Then he turned and looked at his secretary Miyata Inoka.
Go, have them bring the person out. Don't get close to that terrorist. He is too dangerous. Don't give him a chance to escape.
Hi. Miyata Inoka bowed and nodded, then turned and walked into the cabin of the aircraft carrier.
Soon, the sound of iron chains was heard, which immediately attracted the attention of Mr. Zhong.
Everyone looked towards the hatch, followed by
dozens of martial arts masters from the Sakura country came out, each pulling an iron chain and pulling a prison van.
There was an iron cage on the prison van. In the iron cage, it was Yi Tiance.
And these chains were tied to his limbs. As long as he showed any sign of escaping, these martial arts masters would tighten the chains, preventing him from gathering his strength to break the cage.
Also, the moment the car appeared, all the armed personnel on the aircraft carriers of both sides aimed at Yi Tiance in the iron cage.
There were many snipers among them, and the infrared aiming points of their sniper rifles were all focused on Yi Tiance's forehead.
If Yi Tiance makes any movement, they will shoot him immediately and strangle him to death in the iron cage. At the same time,
Old Zhong had a gloomy face and stared at Yi Tiance in the iron cage. Then he nodded to Gao Wenjing, the secretary beside him.
Gao Wenjing waved immediately. Boom!
A gunshot was heard, scaring Matsumoto and others so much that they looked around and immediately wanted to shoot themselves in the head to avoid it. Fortunately, Mr. Zhong quickly explained. Don't be nervous, Mr. Matsumoto. The target is not you, but the terrorists in the iron cage. And what was fired was not a bullet, but a tranquilizer, which was mixed with sleeping pills and could make people lose consciousness and fall asleep quickly. After all, he is still a terrorist. We have to be cautious in everything we do and cannot make any mistakes. If you don't do this and approach rashly, with his ability, he will definitely be able to escape and kill people. Please forgive me, Master Matsumoto.
Hear the words. Matsumoto finally breathed a sigh of relief, but still couldn't help but look at Yi Tiance. Really? There was a needle stuck in Yi Tiance's neck.
It seems that the other party did not lie. However, opening fire without any warning really made them lose face.
Matsumoto said coldly.
Mr. Zhong, I came here with full sincerity, and I ask you to be more sincere as well. If you shoot rashly and what comes out is not a syringe but a bullet, then it won't be that simple. He was really scared and almost lay down and hid. After making him so embarrassed, he naturally has to save some face.
Mr. Zhong nodded and said.
Yes, I was a little rash in this action. I hope Master Matsumoto will not mind.
Compared to the accusation, I think the terms of the deal between us are more important.
He has already met Yi Tiance and done what he wanted to do, so naturally he won't waste any more words on Yi Tiance's affairs.
Now what is more important is how to complete this transaction.
Matsumoto was no fool, so he knew that he was trying to change the subject. But now is not the time to pursue responsibility, but to quickly complete the transaction, and then proceed according to the plan to grab all the weapons. Mr. Zhong, this time we brought more than 300 new shells, all of which are new products of our great Sakura Empire and are extremely powerful. I wonder how many weapons Mr. Zhong has brought to complete the exchange with us.
More than 300 pieces. It is enough to see his sincerity.
Of course. In his opinion, these more than 300 coins were just a formality, to save face and make the other party trust him more. By the end of the plan, these more than 300 shells will still be theirs.
At the same time,
Mr. Zhong nodded with satisfaction.
Mr. Matsumoto is really sincere, but we are not bad either.
This time, I brought 10 express boxes, each of which contained a new type of express bullet. Compared to your stuff, its power has only increased, not decreased, and it has a cruise system that allows it to track and strike. Note that every single one of them can do that. Hear the words. Matsumoto's eyes lit up, he was overjoyed but he still suppressed his excitement, nodded and smiled.
In that case, let's start the transaction. Chapter 978, Enemies. He couldn't wait for this scene. After all, isn't all this done just to complete the deal with China and get their weapons data? Now that success is imminent, how can we not be excited? This also made Matsumoto couldn't help but look at the Chinese aircraft carrier behind Mr. Zhong, his heart full of sighs. In the past, China lagged far behind them in development in all aspects. But now China has become an existence that they cannot reach. Not only have we caught up with them in all aspects of development, but we have even surpassed them in some areas. This also gave them a strong sense of crisis. So over the years, they have always found ways to target China and make trouble in secret. Pity. These small actions did not bring any shocking impact to China. Now,
the opportunity was right in front of him.
As long as we get China's weapons and study their weapons data, we will be able to infer their current development status.
At the same time, they can also use these data to improve their weapons development and make up for their shortcomings.
Seeing Matsumoto so excited, Mr. Zhong couldn't help but laugh.
Mr. Matsumoto seems to be very fond of our weapons, which also makes me feel a strong sense of national pride. But I have to say something ugly first. Judging from the current level of weapons, you, the Sakura country, cannot compare with us. Therefore, when conducting a replacement transaction, it is impossible to achieve a 1-to-1 exchange ratio. But I think Mr. Matsumoto was very sincere, so I won't make things difficult for you. This is also the result of our discussion before I came here. We will exchange them at a ratio of 1-to-2, that is, your 300 shells can only be exchanged for our 150. Of course, Mr. Matsumoto can freely choose the style, model, etc., but it is not known whether you choose a new product or an old product. It all depends on your luck.
I wonder what Mr. Matsumoto thinks.
Hear the words. Matsumoto Kotaro's face immediately turned ugly, and he fell into silence and contemplation. The ratio is 2-to-1, and they are not sure whether the other party's product is a new product, which is a huge loss for them. Because according to the plan Yi Tiance mentioned, all he brought were new products.
In the end, it all belongs to them anyway.
But now that the other party said this, he was really a little hesitant. But he soon made a decision.
Okay. 2-to-1 is 2-to-1.
Mr. Zhong, on behalf of the great Sakura Empire, I thank you and hope that our transaction can be completed smoothly and promote the development of friendship. Matsumoto smiled widely and quickly extended his hand to shake hands. In fact, he looked down on Mr. Zhong very much. This stupid old man, when we grab all the things, we have to kill him. We must let him know that no one can gain any benefit from the great Sakura Empire.
At the same time,
Mr. Zhong also extended his hand to shake hands and said with a smile, "Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Matsumoto. I agree with you and hope that this transaction can be completed smoothly and promote our friendship."
After the pleasantries, Mr. Zhong also asked Matsumoto to choose a weapon, which made Matsumoto very happy. Without even thinking about it, he quickly boarded the aircraft carrier and began to check the weapons brought by Mr. Zhong.
When he saw the bullets being delivered one after another, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. China today is really amazing. This artillery technology is even better than theirs. If we can take these shells back for research, then this 2-to-1 replacement ratio wouldn't be too bad.
Soon. Under the guidance of Mr. Zhong, Matsumoto visited all the express weapons brought by Mr. Zhong.
At the same time, 151 of the 10 were also selected. Under the arrangement of both parties, people were arranged to start moving the things. Seeing that these weapons were about to enter their aircraft carrier, Matsumoto was also very excited.
Soon.
As long as these weapons fall into their aircraft carriers, Yi-Tiance will take action to complete this plan.
Then, we can grab all the other weapons. It will be perfect. At this time, Zhong Lao's voice sounded again. Mr. Matsumoto, your 300 shells are indeed too many. Can you let us move them first?
Don't worry, this transaction is a perfect way to promote our friendship as a visitor. I have also prepared a big gift for you. After we complete the exchange, I will present it to you with both hands as a token of respect, and I also wish our friendship will last forever. As he spoke, Mr. Zhong bowed to Matsumoto.
This also greatly satisfied Matsumoto's self-esteem and sense of superiority, and he didn't think much about it.
With the presence of Yi-Tiance, his confidence was doubled, and he also developed a sense of superiority.
Okay, since Mr. Zhong has said so, I can't refute it anymore. I'm just curious, what gift did Mr. Zhong prepare for me? Is there any gift that can surpass these things? Matsumoto's curiosity was aroused again, and his eyes were full of anticipation. Don't worry, Lord Matsumoto will see it later. That's it for now. Matsumoto did not ask any further questions.
The two men were guarding their own people who were carrying weapons.
Soon,
the people brought by Mr. Zhong moved the 150 pieces back to the cabin of the aircraft carrier.
This made Matsumoto very excited. Mr. Zhong, it's our turn to move now. Aren't you Chinese people the most particular about courtesy and reciprocity? In this case, please forgive me, Mr. Zhong. It seemed that Matsumoto was about to ask people to move the weapons.
Sudden.
Mr. Zhong laughed out loud and said, Mr. Matsumoto, why are you in such a hurry? We have plenty of time anyway. Why don't you take a look at the surprise I prepared for you? After all, it's the most appropriate time to see it now. Hear the words. Matsumoto frowned. He didn't know what Mr. Zhong was up to.
Compared to this great gift, he would rather transport the shells back to their aircraft carrier.
Only after this matter is implemented can he feel at ease. Mr. Zhong, I think. Matsumoto hadn't finished speaking yet.
Suddenly, a big hand appeared at his collar and grabbed his collar fiercely.
Mr. Zhong, what do you mean?
The voice just fell. Mr. Zhong's disdainful laughter reached his ears. Of course, I want to show you the gift I prepared for you.
Thump! He didn't give Matsumoto time to react and threw it into the sea. Ah, help, help me. After a scream, Matsumoto called for help. Now.
He was choking and struggling under the beating of the waves.
Saw this scene. The armed personnel on the Sakura Airlines ship all aimed at Mr. Zhong. Bagayalu. Shoot. Shoot now. At the same time,
there was also one more person behind Mr. Zhong. His eyes sparkled, the corners of his mouth curved up, and he shouted.
Shoot. Kill them.
Both sides gave orders at the same time.
For a while,
bullets were flying. Those people at the front were unable to dodge and were all shot and fell.
Next second, a figure flashed by and suddenly jumped onto the Sakura Airlines ship.
And the guns of the Sakura country were naturally aimed at him. But there was no panic on his face, instead he looked disdainful.
Finally, it's my turn to perform. Chapter 979 I and hashtag 039, LL give you a hit. Bagayalu. Shoot now. Don't leave anyone alive. Kill. Die. For a while,
The armed men from the Sakura country aimed at the intruders and shot wildly. But the person who came seemed to be cheating. He was extremely fast and kept dodging bullets.
Boom!
In just 3 or 2 steps, he successfully knocked down several armed men.
Baga! This bastard actually used our people as a shield. We can't let him survive.
Everyone aimed at the newcomer again and continued shooting wildly.
But their bullets just couldn't hit him.
This also made the armed personnel start to panic. Because they have never encountered such a situation before.
How can there be someone who is not afraid of bullets and even fights them head-on? Isn't this a plot that only TV dramas dare to perform? At this time,
among the important people brought by Matsumoto, someone recognized the newcomer and said in shock,
"It's him. He's the son of the mayor of Huaxia capital." This one sentence shocked everyone in Sakura country. What? The son of the mayor of Beijing is here too? Damn it! I knew China had bad intentions. How could they agree to our request?
It turns out they had already set an ambush for us.
Where is Matsumoto-kun? Didn't he say he had a backup plan? Will the Chinese terrorist help us? Where is he? Matsumoto-kun fell into the water. Hurry up and save him. Save him first. At this time, only then did everyone react. Matsumoto Kotaro was still floundering in the sea, and I don't know how much saliva he choked on.
If I don't save him, I'll probably die soon.
This also made them panic, and they quickly arranged for people to rescue Matsumoto Kotaro. But this action forced the people of Sakura country to be distracted. Some armed personnel who were originally responsible for sniper shooting are now responsible for the rescue. The weakening of firepower gave Su Wenyan a chance to break through.
When he encountered bullets that he could not avoid, he used the corpses as shields and rushed forward. Even the armed men standing in the front were knocked to the ground and died before they could even fire a shot.
His speed is faster than before.
Wherever they passed, the armed men were killed in one blow. It can be said that he left no trace and killed one person every 10 steps.
Breaking through while using corpses as shields, this rogue style of play made everyone in the Sakura country very angry. Then,
the generals of Sakura country began to give orders.
Prepare to fire. By now,
they don't need to worry about their face anymore. After all, it was the other party who turned against them first. They were just acting in self-defense. What was wrong with that?
For a while,
the soldiers of Sakura country began to prepare. Under the cover of gunfire and hail of bullets, they immediately began to prepare mortars and other hot weapons.
At the same time,
Mr. Zhong also saw this scene and a smile appeared on his face. Behind him, a person no one expected appeared. Mr. Zhong smiled and said,
"Now, it's your turn to perform. Don't let me down." Zhang Aolong looked up to the sky and laughed. "Since God has allowed me to revive, I must not waste this opportunity. Don't worry, I promise to do this beautifully, even beyond our expectations." While talking, he had already taken out a small remote control from his bag. At this time, the Sakura country is still moving weapons from missile-equipped aircraft carriers, preparing to use them to inflict a devastating blow to them. After all, no one is a fool and it is impossible to place shells on the aircraft carrier they are on. Because once an explosion occurs, it can be said that there is no way out and there is no possibility of survival. Although the chance of an accidental discharge of a gun is very small, we must be on guard. The Chinese also did the same thing, loading all the shells and other equipment on another aircraft carrier. And the Sakura country didn't expect it either. This move actually gave Master Zhong a great opportunity. This time difference cannot be made up in a few steps. And they don't need this time difference either. Zhang Aolong's hand was already on the buttons of the remote control. The corners of his mouth curved up, and he said proudly, "The fireworks show is about to begin. Take off." He suddenly pressed the button on the remote control. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly sounded.
The mushroom cloud shot straight into the sky, very spectacular. And this huge explosion also affected the sea surface. Huge waves 2 meters high suddenly came crashing down and hit the aircraft carrier hard. At this time, a powerful aura burst out from Mr. Zhong, which forced the waves back and prevented them from hitting everyone. On the other hand, let's look at the Sakura country. They had just rescued Kotaro Matsumoto to the deck when the explosion knocked them down to the deck again. The armed personnel who did not have time to defend themselves or board the ship were swallowed up by the waves and disappeared.
What the hell is going on?
Matsumoto was the first to come to his senses. He roared and quickly looked towards the aircraft carrier equipped with weapons. At this time, the aircraft carrier had already been ignited by the fire and was burning on the sea. But before he could be shocked again, the earth-shaking explosion sounded again.
Boom!
Mushroom clouds rose into the sky.
The aircraft carrier was also blown to pieces, with countless steel fragments flying in all directions.
Many armed personnel standing on the deck were hit by the flying debris and died on the spot. Some were even chopped in half by the debris, with blood splattering on the spot.
This is not over yet. The successive explosions once again had a huge impact on the ocean, causing tides.
Countless waves hit the aircraft carrier of the Sakura country one after another. Many people had no time to dodge and were swept to the bottom of the sea by the waves. This also made the people of the Sakura country lose interest in fighting and they tried their best to dodge.
Hide! Hide!
Hurry and hide in the cabin, don't stay on the deck. Ugh. The soldiers of the Sakura country were swept away by the waves before they could finish giving their orders. The people of Sakura country were in panic and began to flee frantically, scrambling to escape to the cabin.
Matsumoto and others were escorted back to the cabin as soon as possible. The waves had not yet subsided and the aircraft carrier was still shaking.
This sudden tide lasted for more than 10 minutes before it stopped. After the shaking of the aircraft carrier decreased, Matsumoto hurriedly led his men out of the cabin, wanting to find Mr. Zhong and others. But when they got to the deck, apart from a few dead bodies, there was no sign of a ghost. Not to mention that the 5 Chinese aircraft carriers had already disappeared without a trace.
See this. Matsumoto quickly covered his chest. Puff! He was so angry that he vomited blood.
He stared at the sea level which had just returned to calm.
Gnashing his teeth. Great! Great Chinese! How dare you set up an ambush on us?
I must report this to His Majesty the Emperor and make these Chinese pay the price.
Ye Tians, yes, ye Tians. Find this terrorist for me. No matter what means, you must find him. Chapter 980. We must open fire. Right. Everything in this plan was designed by Yi Tians.
Now that such a big change has happened, he didn't show up until the end. It's hard not to suspect that he did it on purpose. And this final variable must be related to him. It can be said that from beginning to end, it was all a plot by Yi Tians. Those nice words and benefits were all meant to lure him into making a mistake and make him trust this terrorist.
Think of this. Matsumoto was so angry that he spat out blood again.
He clenched his fists and swore in his heart that he must find Yi Tians and ask him clearly.
Do not.
Instead, cut him into pieces. He had already suffered a loss at the hands of this terrorist once, so there was no way he would fall in the same place again.
And the consequences of this incident were too serious.
Not only did they lose 300 missiles in vain, but they also had an aircraft carrier destroyed. If this gets out, it will be a disgrace to the family.
Looking back now, the plan proposed by Yi Tians was full of loopholes.
However, because of the attraction of power and interests, he lost his reason and was led by Yi Tians. In this situation now, it's too late to regret. The only way is to recover the lost shells. But the other party had already run away, and the plan was so good, how could they catch up so easily?
This loss is certain to happen.
The most important thing to do now is to think about how to resolve the situation. Although he is the head of the cabinet, he is not the emperor after all. This time, so many artillery shells were mobilized, but they were all looted. If His Majesty the Emperor knew about this, he would definitely be dead. And so, he had to think about how to conceal this matter or minimize the losses. He couldn't let anything go wrong. The cabinet ministers behind him were also silent.
They were able to come with Matsumoto, which meant they were in the same boat with Matsumoto. Now that something has happened, they can't run away either. But it also made them feel resentful. I don't understand how Matsumoto, the head of the cabinet, could trust a Chinese so much. If it weren't for him, how could we be in this situation now? Now we ask them to find that terrorist. What's the point? The other party hasn't appeared yet. Is it possible that he will appear again? Think of this. The anger in their hearts grew even stronger. Matsumoto-kun, do you think you can still stand before the emperor after what happened?
That's right, Mr. Matsumoto. I have advised you long ago that although Yi Tiance is a terrorist, he is also a Chinese, and Chinese people cannot be trusted.
What's the point of saying all this nonsense now?
Mr. Matsumoto, this matter is all your own decision. It has nothing to do with us. Now that something has happened, you have to bear the consequences yourself.
Everyone quickly distanced themselves from the matter and no longer wanted to have anything to do with Matsumoto Kotaro. This made Matsumoto very angry. He glared at them and said coldly, "Baga. Do you think you can distance yourself from the matter? It was a good decision that I made, but it was something that we all did together. Without you, could I have made so many missiles by myself? You all participated in this matter. Now that something has happened, no one can get away with it. These bastards."
After learning about his plan, everyone praised him highly and wanted to share some of the credit.
But now, I just want to run away.
If this matter wasn't like a knife on his neck, he would definitely clear out these people one by one.
Mr. Songmu, you are such a jerk. Stop arguing. Look, what is that?
A dispute was about to break out.
Cabinet Minister Noriyuki Tanaka suddenly noticed something was wrong. Everyone looked around quickly.
They saw 3 dark shadows on the sea level in the distance, approaching them quickly.
Level 1 alert. Matsumoto felt something was wrong and immediately ordered everyone to be on alert. But the tide caused by the explosion just now has taken away many people. Now, there are less than 20 armed personnel left. And
the experience just now made them have no mood or energy to be on guard against anything. Matsumoto went to the control room in person and stared intently at the aircraft carrier's artillery control panel.
Other cabinet ministers thought he was making a mountain out of a molehill. But in Matsumoto's opinion, their current situation is very dangerous. Because they are still on the high seas, which is often a high-risk area for accidents. Many criminal groups like to trade on the high seas. For example, Jinshanjiao, Lamian and so on. If they were to encounter these beings, their current combat power would not be enough. Only by preparing in advance can we prevent disasters before they happen. As the shadows got closer, they could see clearly what they were. There are actually 3 aircraft carriers. Aircraft carrier? It's actually an aircraft carrier? Damn it! They are definitely looking for trouble. Hurry back to the cabin and put on level 1 alert.
Wait, look, that seems to be a Chinese aircraft carrier, with the Chinese flag on the bow.
In a word, pulled back everyone who was about to hide in the cabin. Take a closer look.
It really is China's aircraft carrier.
For a while,
everyone looked at each other, not knowing why.
Didn't the Chinese aircraft carrier just leave? Why are you back now? Could it be that the explosion of their aircraft carrier just now was not a trick played by the other side?
Matsumoto frowned and quickly used a telescope to investigate the situation. It would be fine if you didn't look at it, but once you do, you'll be even more confused.
The person standing in the lead on the aircraft carrier deck was actually the old man Zhong whom I had just met? What is happening? He just stole the missiles from him, and now he's coming back? Humiliation. This is naked humiliation. Doing this is showing disrespect to their great Sakura Empire. Think of this. Matsumoto was furious. Listen to my orders, be on high alert. If they dare to get close, open fire. Kill them all and take back their weapons. I want them to know that if they dare to defy our great Sakura Empire, they will die. Hear the words. Everyone also vented the anger that was pent up in their hearts. That's right. If they can't regain this face, can they still be called the most loyal soldiers of the great Sakura Empire? Ready to fire. Wow. The remaining 20 or so armed men immediately loaded their weapons and aimed at the approaching aircraft carrier. Soon, the 3 aircraft carriers of Mr. Zhong came in front of the Sakura aircraft carrier. Seeing that the Sakura country was on high alert, Elder Zhong stepped forward and said with a smile, I'm Zhong Yuan Zhong, and I'm here to trade with you at the invitation of Mr. Matsumoto Kotaro. I wonder where Mr. Matsumoto is. Please let him know that I have arrived and ask him to come out and talk in person. As soon as the words fell, the armed personnel from Sakura country looked at each other in bewilderment. To trade? Didn't the transaction just take place? How? Are you trying to erase everything that just happened by pretending to be stupid? This makes them even more annoyed. At the same time, Matsumoto's voice rang out over the speaker. Fire. Chapter 981, Beat Me Hard. Give an order. Bang bang bang. The sound of gunfire followed closely, deafening. Whoosh whoosh. Countless bullets streaked through the sky and attacked Zhong Lao and others. See this. Boss Zhong was horrified. He never expected that Matsumoto would suddenly have someone attack them. His first reaction was to run. But as people get older, even if their awareness has caught up, their operations cannot. By the time he was about to react, the bullet was already in front of him. This moment. He was unwilling. I can't believe that he was such a great hero who planned so many things behind the scenes, but he ended up dying like this. Mr. Zhong. The bigwigs and armed men behind him were also horrified and roared anxiously. At this time, a figure suddenly rushed over and knocked Mr. Zhong to the ground. Therefore, Mr. Zhong finally escaped the disaster. He lay on the deck, gasping for breath, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Suddenly, he came back to his senses when he felt a warm current flowing out from the armed men on his body and infecting his chest. He quickly reached out and touched it. He knew what it was instantly by the pungent fishy smell and the sticky feeling. It's blood. He looked suddenly at the armed man who had knocked him down and was stunned. There was still blood at the corner of his mouth, but he was already dead. He was deeply moved by the look of death with eyes open. It turns out that he was not lucky, but someone died for him. Think of this. He couldn't help but get furious. Damn Sakura, who invited them to negotiate a deal and secretly set up an ambush. He must settle this account with them. At the same time, many armed men also ran forward under the cover of gunfire and bullets, grabbed Mr. Zhong's feet and pulled him back violently. And there was a dead body on Mr. Zhong's body that blocked the bullets, so he was successfully pulled back to a safe area. See this. The big shots came forward to help Mr. Zhong up, their worries growing. Mr. Zhong, how are you? Are you injured? These little devils are so damned. They actually took advantage of Elder Zhong's advance to launch a sneak attack, damn it. Don't worry, Mr. Zhong, if the Japanese dare to attack, I will make sure they never come back. Everyone was talking at once, making the already angry Mr. Zhong even more annoyed. Shut up, everyone. If you have the time, you might as well get down to business. If the Japanese block you and beat you, will you still be a human being if this gets out? Beat them. Beat them hard. If anything goes wrong, I will take responsibility. They must pay the price today. What the hell? When he was called to come for negotiations, he thought he had really captured Yitians and was extremely excited. Did not expect. It turned out to be a Hongmen banquet. He said, how could the devils be so kind?
While helping them capture Yi-Tians, he was also willing to reveal their missile data.
Waiting for him here. But that's right. This is the high seas. Once they come here, they will no longer have the protection of China. The other side seized the initiative and was able to wipe them out by surprise. If they hadn't reacted quickly and provided timely fire support, I'm afraid those devils would have succeeded. For a while, Mr. Jones' face was extremely gloomy. The bigwigs around him also quickly helped him back to the cabin and began to formulate a counterattack plan in an orderly manner. In fact, there is no need to formulate one, because the firepower they bring is much better than the current configuration of Songmu and others. Soon, their firepower suppressed the enemy. After a series of counterattacks, Matsumoto was defeated step by step. But after all, it was the other side that seized the initiative, and they also sacrificed a lot of people. As for Matsumoto, he was not angry because of being suppressed, and even felt relieved, because his goal of making Zhong Lao and the others lose face has been achieved. He himself knew that judging from the current hard power, their firepower was obviously insufficient and could not match the people brought by Mr. Zhong. So, now is the time to evacuate. Retreat. Evacuate immediately. He immediately ordered an evacuation. For a while, the aircraft carrier's machine guns were also firing crazily, and using firepower to cover, they quickly evacuated the high seas. In order to evacuate safely, the aircraft carrier was even driven at the highest speed. See this. Mr. Zhong had a gloomy face. Damn it! These damned little Japanese devils, they just want to run away when they can't win, they really deserve to be damned. At the same time, the general in charge of leading the armed personnel also came behind him and said anxiously, Mr. Zhong, these little devils are too cunning. They want to run away when they can't defeat them. Do you want to chase them now before they escape to the high seas? Today's matter. It brought them great humiliation and shame. They never dreamed that they would be tricked like this by the Sakura country. Not only did they not gain any benefits, but they also sacrificed a lot of soldiers. If this gets out, how will they save their face? He really hoped that Mr. Zhong would order a pursuit. Facing his expectant eyes, Mr. Zhong said coldly, although we can suppress the enemy with firepower, we cannot wipe out the enemy immediately, so it is useless to chase them. Another gunfight will only increase casualties. The most urgent task is to check the casualties first and issue death pensions to the relatives of all the soldiers who died. You write the report and I will approve the note. In addition, we must completely block today's events and not leak any information at the same time. We must make a good record of today's ammunition consumption and not let anything slip. Hear the words. The general immediately nodded in agreement, then turned around and went to do his work. At the same time, the bigwigs in the industry also came forward to comfort Mr. Zhong. But Mr. Zhong selectively blocked them and didn't want to listen to their nonsense at all. Instead, he fell into his own deep thought. What Sakura country is doing today is somewhat unreasonable. Although the Sakura country has been restless in recent years, it has been doing some small things to harass them from time to time. But they don't have the courage to confront them directly, even on the high seas. Moreover, as soon as they approached, the other side ordered to open fire, which was obviously a preparation. Why prepare? There are only two possibilities. First, there was no thought of peaceful negotiations from the beginning. This was a trap. Second, it is about what kind of threat they encountered that caused them to have a stress response. He prefers the second point, because he found something wrong when he came here. He knew that the high seas were full of dangers and that criminal groups often operated there. But these people come out to make money and will not act rashly. But now there are countless pieces of aircraft carrier debris on the sea surface. And judging from the traces of these fragments, they are very new, obviously just started not long ago. If he remembered correctly, the color of these fragments was the same as that of the aircraft carrier from Sakura country. In other words, there might have been a gunfight here just now. And the Sakura country lost the fight. Think of this. Mr. Zhong frowned even more tightly. If that's true, who will be fighting with then? Who has the guts to not only engage in a head-on firefight with the Sakura country but also blow up an aircraft carrier? And also, why would the Sakura country vent its anger on them? What happened during this period? Chapter 982 People and Hashtag 039, S. Will. On the sea. Of the original 5 aircraft carriers, only 2 are left. On the deck. Full of laughter. Drink! Zhang Aolong stood up first, holding the wine glass with both hands, bowed slightly to Mr. Zhong who was sitting next to him, and said with a smile. I, Zhang Aolong, have been a soldier all my life, but I have never been completely submissive to anyone. But you, young city lord, are different. Your appearance has made me realize that there are always people better than you. What happened today made me admire you even more. I never thought that there was such a way of playing. It really opened my eyes. Moreover, I, Zhang Aolong, was framed by a villain, and the only reason I am still alive today is because of the young city lord's rescue. This cup of wine is for the young city lord. From now on, I, Zhang Aolong, will follow your lead. I don't care about Goba Longshan, whoever wants to be one can be one. Done. He raised his head and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, very bold and unrestrained. When he was framed by Mr. Zhong and arrested, he knew that the capital city was no longer worth his life. He no longer needs to defend the false title of the so-called leader of the 4 dragon gods of China. Of course. He had thought about abandoning them before, but he had already seen the people below him who he wanted to promote. To be frank, no one can take this position. He was unwilling to sit in this position, but he was also unwilling to let someone with ulterior motives sit in it. Just like Gao Zhanlong. At the same time, Mr. Zhong held the wine glass and slowly stood up. A hand reached for the neck and tore off the human skin mask, revealing the true face. It turned out to be Yi Tiance, who had never appeared from the beginning to the end. He looked at Zhang Aolong and smiled. I said before that among the 4 of you, only you are capable of great use. You didn't make me regret my choice. I accept this glass of wine. From the beginning to the end, he felt that Zhang Aolong was a good seedling worth cultivating. It's not because of cultivation talent. But it is Zhang Aolong's character that is worth cultivating. Now that so many things have happened, Zhang Aolong has seen a lot of things clearly. He believed. Zhang Aolong is now very clear about what he should do, and what he can do in the future. And Zhang Aolong was very happy at this moment. He didn't expect that he would be praised by Yi Tiance, and he didn't expect that Yi Tiance would stand up and accept his glass of wine. Because this means that Yi Tiance does not regard him as a servant, but a brother. At the same time, Zhang Aolong's adjutant Xue Xiong came up behind him and laughed. Brother Zhang, I just confirmed that all the missiles looted from that Japanese devil Matsumoto are in good condition. And now people are researching and cracking missile data. As long as there is enough time, it is only a matter of time before we master this data. Yesterday, Xue Xiong is still running around for Zhang Aolong's affairs. But he didn't expect that he would suddenly receive a call from Zhang Zuolong, asking him to take his men out of the camp to carry out the mission. This made him overjoyed, thinking that Zhang Zuolong's suspicion had been cleared. But after coming here, I realized that not only did the problem not get cleared up, but it became even more serious. However, he still chose to carry out the mission. Regardless of whether Zhang Aolong has been reinstated or not, he still considers him his superior and will still execute his orders. Seeing that Xue Xiong was also very happy, Zhang Zuolong couldn't help but patted him on the shoulder and laughed softly. Xue Xiong, you have been my adjutant for many years, and I have never given you anything all these years. All the credit has been attributed to me, while the hard work has been attributed to you and your brothers. I, Zhang Aolong, know that I have let you down now. I have even brought you out of the camp with guns and cannons to join the young city lord. You will definitely be charged with the same crime as me. But I want to say that the young city lord is not a terrorist. What he has done makes me, Zhang Aolong, admire him very much. But I cannot represent you if there are those who are afraid of me, don't trust us, and regret it now. You can leave. I, Zhang Aolong, understand and will not bear a grudge. When I stand up again tomorrow, I will repay you all for your kindness today. While talking, Zhang Aolong has stood up. He bowed deeply to all the armed men, raised the glass in his hand and drank it all. Facing these brothers who had been through life and death with him many times, he felt very guilty. And so, he only said this now to let everyone make their choice, and he respects their choice. Seeing Zhang Aolong like this, all the armed brothers also stood up. They saw the determination and sadness in Zhang Aolong's eyes, and also saw the right and wrong behind Zhang Aolong's choice. In this regard, they did not mean to blame him, but instead expressed admiration. I'm a rough guy who can't say much, but I don't regret following you, Brother Zhang. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today. That's right, without Brother Zhang, how could we have achieved any military merit? Since Brother Zhang has chosen to quit, then we will quit too. What's the point of being afraid of nothing? We've long been fed up with the bunch of bastards in the capital. It's a good opportunity for us to completely draw a line between ourselves and them. This time we'll kill them when we meet again. I believe that Brother Zhang will not cheat us, and neither will the young city lord. We have seen what the young city lord has done during this period. If you ask me, those guys in the capital are the real terrorists. Yes. Kill those bastards. Kill the real terrorists. For a while, everyone was full of fighting spirit and enthusiasm. The atmosphere was therefore very good. This scene, Yi Tiance was also very pleased. He didn't expect that the people led by Zhang Aolong would be so sensible. This is also the reason why he admires Zhang Aolong. At this time, Su Wenyan on the side stood up and complained. Fuck. How come it seems like all the credit has become yours? I also made contributions, okay? If I hadn't rushed to the front to take care of those little devils, would your firepower have been able to suppress them so quickly? Hey, Lao Zhang, do you know that if I tear off the mask, I won't have to do anything to them? They will be scared to death, so you won't have any business. Done. He also tore off the human skin mask, revealing his true face. It was Pajun who was ordered by Yi Tiance to disguise himself as Su Wenyan. Now, he looked unhappy. He was clearly on the front line, so why did he act as if it had nothing to do with him? And he wasn't lying. The shadows he left on the Sakura country are countless. If he really reveals his true face, he would probably be able to scare Matsumoto and others away just by standing there. See this. Zhang Aolong laughed loudly towards the sky, then immediately raised his wineglass and bowed to Pujun. Thank you, General. Without you, I really wouldn't have been able to suppress the Japanese's firepower so quickly. Without further ado, it's all in the wine. Zhang Aolong drank it all again. This generous attitude made Pujun feel a little embarrassed, and more afraid. After all, this is the person Yi Tiance calls his brother. He quickly glanced at Yi Tiance, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that this living devil did not have any abnormal reaction. Soon, everyone was getting along well with each other, talking to each other and laughing all the time. Everyone was happy about the success of today's plan. Yi Tiance also came to the stern and slowly sat down. Shaking the wineglass in my hand, feeling sad alone. Chapter 983, Dog Eats Dog. Yi Tiance looked towards the west. That was clearly the direction of Tiannan province. And his thoughts had already drifted to Villa number 1 of Zijin Palace. He has been out for some time. Since arriving in the capital, I have been in constant trouble. He never contacted Han Ruoyun and others again. If I say I don't want to, that would be a lie. But he couldn't contact them. Once they make contact, the Beijing side will definitely find evidence to attack Han Ruoyun and others. He has the ability to protect himself, but Han Ruoyun and the others don't. Therefore, before the dust settled, he could only force himself to hold back his longing for them, and only go back to find them after everything was over. Of course he won't let this moment come too late. After taking a gulp of the wine, he felt a lot more relaxed. At the same time,
Tan Lang came to him, sat on the fence, and said with a smile. Young city lord, I used to think you were a heartless, ruthless, and iron-blooded killer. I never thought that you would feel sad and drink alone one day if you really miss your sisters-in-law. Why not just give them a phone call? Anyway, everything is under our control now. Even if those idiots still have some tricks up their sleeves, they won't be able to stir up any big waves. After returning from the high seas, he has been keeping an eye on Yi Tiance.
Although Yi Tiance was very polite and drank with everyone just now,
but he caught a glimpse of loneliness in the corner of Yi Tiance's eyes.
Perhaps all geniuses are lonely. But Yi Tiance is different. He already has concerns now.
And these concerns have quietly changed him, turning him from the ruthless man he used to be into what he is now. As for why he came to chat with Yi Tiance, it wasn't because he wanted to please him, but because he also had a hint of longing in his heart.
Yi Tiance shook his head and said, some things are not as simple as you think. I can't drag them into this, not even a little bit. Although everything is going according to our plan now, the group in Beijing must have a backup plan. This time is different from the past. No one can predict the outcome until the last moment, so it is best not to open the champagne in advance. These words made a lot of sense, and Tan Lang fell into silence. Now, his opinion of Yi Tiance changed again. Although this living devil appears to be violent and brutal on weekdays, he is actually an extremely delicate person in his heart. When you encounter really big things, don't be arrogant or impatient, and be extremely clear-headed. This was the first time he had met such a person in all these years. Sometimes he wanted to open Yi Tiance's brain to see what he was thinking. But he knew that he didn't have the ability. Young city lord, now that the plan has been completed, what should we do next? Are we going to return to China so blatantly?
Tan Lang hid his thoughts deep in his heart again and asked his doubts.
Their plan is actually very simple. That's dog bite dog. The reason why Yi Tiance asked him to contact the Sakura country was to encourage the Sakura country to agree to Yi Tiance's conditions and go to negotiate with China. Unexpectedly, Matsumoto Kotaro was blinded by profit and actually agreed to Yi Tiance's request.
This went so smoothly that it seemed a little unreal to them.
Then they proceeded according to the plan that Yi Tiance provided to Matsumoto Kotaro.
The person trapped in the iron cage was him, not Yi Tiance. Under the pretext of hiding and making a final move, Yi Tiance had secretly arrived at the aircraft carrier that Zhang Aolong had prepared in advance. He also put on Mr. Zhong's human skin mask and pretended to be Mr. Zhong.
Do not forget, he's a top hacker.
So he used hacking techniques to successfully insert himself into the phone call between Sakura Country and Mr. Zhong and monitored it, and found out the time of their transaction.
Yi Tiance created a time difference and went to trade with Matsumoto before Mr. Zhong.
Then they disrupted the transaction, deliberately snatched away the missiles from the Sakura Country, and turned their backs on their friends.
In this case, the Sakura Country will then transfer the conflict to Mr. Zhong.
In addition, the arrival of Mr. Zhong and others later will arouse the anger of the Sakura Country to the greatest extent, making the Sakura Country feel that their national dignity has been trampled upon, and thus they will take action against Mr. Zhong and others. In this way, the relationship between them was successfully sown, causing them to fight each other. At the same time, we can also take the opportunity to weaken Mr. Zhong's strength. As for those aircraft carriers, only 2 were built with the help of Zhang Aolong's connections. After all, he is the head of the Dragon God. But with the help of this false reputation, only 2 ships were built. The other 3 ships were borrowed from Northern Europe, and they happened to be carrying out missions here these 2 days. However, he didn't know what kind of agreement was reached between them, as Yi Tiance was the one who went to negotiate it. Including now. They didn't know the second half of the plan, and had no idea what to do since Yi Tiance returned with weapons so blatantly. You can't just raise the entire capital to the ground, right? Then it is estimated that all terrorists will regard Yi Tiance as the mama-san among terrorists. To be frank, he hoped that Yi Tiance would do that, because that would solve all the problems and get rid of a lot of troubles. But he knew that Yi Tiance would never do that. So, he was very curious, what was the next plan? At the same time,
Yi Tians drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. The sea breeze followed closely behind, blowing across their faces. Since the wind has started, it will naturally rain. Let's give them some timely rain and some thunder to add a little fun to them. While talking, Yi Tians threw the wineglass in his hand into the sea, and it disappeared with the waves. Tan Lang, who was standing by, was confused and didn't understand what Yi Tians meant at all. Depend on. When did this living devil become so cultured? On the aircraft carrier. Mr. Zhong called a meeting, but they misunderstood his intentions and thought he wanted to escalate the matter into an international incident. Mr. Zhong, this must be elevated to an international incident. We must make those devils pay the price. I think so too, otherwise those soldiers who died would have sacrificed themselves. Damn the Japs. We didn't have the ability to wipe them out in the beginning, but now we have the ability, and we must wipe them out in the end. Everyone's attitude was very determined, and they all expressed their intention to cause trouble for the Sakura country. This also made Mr. Zhong very unhappy, and he said coldly, "A bunch of idiots. You are still complaining even now. Why don't you think about the reason why the attitude of Sakura country is so different now? The fact that there are so many aircraft carrier debris floating on the sea surface today means that the people of Sakura country have been attacked. And the huge change in their attitude towards us shows that the people who attack them have a great relationship with us. In that case, why don't you check the ship's driving record today? The only thing that can destroy an aircraft carrier is an aircraft carrier." Now, he regretted it deeply. I don't know why he chose such a group of idiots as his teammates. Now it is useless except for being a decoration. For a while, everyone lowered their heads and didn't dare to respond. Sudden, the sound of high heels rang out again. Gao Wenjing quickly came to Mr. Zhong and leaned over and said, "Master Zhong, there's news from the capital that Yi Tians has gone back." Chapter 984, Everyone sweeps the snow in front of the hall. Back? Everyone looked at each other, unable to believe their ears. Even Mr. Zhong felt a little surprised. But he quickly came to his senses, lowered his eyes, and said coldly, "I didn't expect he would have the guts to come back. He's really courting death. Let's go back to the capital. I want to see what new tricks he can come up with after returning in such a high-profile manner." Give an order. The armed men immediately perked up and returned to the deck one after another to continue their guard. The aircraft carrier also quickly turned around and headed towards the capital. Beijing. Great Hall. It was full of people and noisy. And on the stage sat 4 representatives from Beijing. Now, they all looked very ugly. Because the person sitting opposite them was Yi Tians, who had just been labeled a terrorist. It stands to reason. Yi Tians is not qualified to sit on this stage with them at all. Not to mention sitting on the opposite side of them like now. This makes them feel despised and provoked. But they didn't dare to refute. This is a terrorist. The last time Yi Tians killed 36 dignitaries in the name of terrorists, the bloody scene is still vivid in people's minds. Although they are big shots, they are also ordinary people and are afraid of death. They don't want to lose their lives in vain because of such a small thing. And Yi Tians also brought helpers this time. What's worse is that these 2 helpers are also criminals and are even on the global wanted list. The people in the audience weren't much better. Although they kept talking in low voices, no one dared to say bad things about Yi Tians, let alone look down on Yi Tians. Now that he can return to the capital with great fanfare and sit in the Great Hall, it means that he must have a backup plan. I don't know what this backhand is. Time passed by minute. This made everyone in the capital increasingly nervous. They had been waiting for 2 hours, but Yi Tians hadn't made any move. They couldn't help but start to wonder if Yi Tians wanted to gather them together and kill them to silence them. In this regard, the representative of Beijing, Tian Zhongyun, said calmly, "Yi Tians, why do you want to leave so many of us here? If you want to kill us, just do it. Why torture us like this?"
But don't forget, if you kill us, your crime as a terrorist will become more serious, and may even rise to the level of an international terrorist.
I advise you to quit while you are ahead.
If you are willing to bow to Mr. Zhong, he will definitely not make things difficult for you anymore, and he will even find a way to help you clear the charge of being a terrorist.
A man who knows the current situation is a hero. Don't you even understand such a simple truth?
In fact, we also know that you are a real talent, so we hope you can stop and turn back. Hear the words. Yi Tian slowly raised his head and looked at him, jokingly saying,
Old man, what qualifications do you have to persuade me to turn back? How can Zhong Yuanzhong get the qualifications to make me bow down to him?
I really admire you. You are the only one who can describe the fear of death in such a refreshing and refined way. Another thing is, I'm not a terrorist after all. Compared to you, I'm not that scary. Besides, the real terrorist is someone else. Since you have already waited for so long, you might as well wait a little longer.
Don't worry, he will be here soon after all. He wants me dead so badly, why would he let me wait any longer?
While talking, he played with the golden dagger in his hand, his face full of mockery.
Sudden creak.
The door of the great hall was pushed open. A beam of bright light shone in,
immediately attracting everyone's attention. Followed by
the cold voice of Mr. Zhong came.
Of course I won't let you wait any longer, because killing a terrorist like you is to rid the people of harm. You are someone that everyone has the right to kill.
Yi Tian, I really underestimated your courage. You have already escaped, but you dare to come back and threaten to kidnap so many people here.
What? Do you think you are not dying fast enough and want to die on your own initiative? Or did your brain get pinched when you went out today and there is a short circuit?
While talking, he was walking quickly towards the stage with a number of armed men. The armed men who appeared one after another immediately dispersed to every corner of the great hall, forming a circle that surrounded everyone.
Followed by
Old Zhong came up to Yi Tian and looked down at him, trying to overwhelm him with his momentum. But in Yi Tian's view, this was just a child's trick.
Is this old Biden even worthy enough to compete with him in momentum? Yi Tian sneered. Boom! A powerful aura burst out instantly.
He slowly raised his head and looked towards Mr. Zhong. The sharpness in his eyes made Mr. Zhong take 2 steps back.
This glance,
it made Zhong Lao feel as if he had fallen into an endless abyss, and Yi Tian was the killing god that dominated this abyss.
And Yi Tian's entire aura has changed greatly.
Sitting there, he was like a piece of Taishan stone, calm and yet full of great majesty.
Damn it! What kind of freak is this kid? It's okay that he's strong, but his aura is so strong too.
In all these years, he has never met such a person. But he is not a pushover and will not look up to Yi Tian just because of this. Humph, kid, cherish your time now before you are executed. You can still have such a highlight moment to show off. It can be considered that your life is not in vain.
Hear the words. Yi Tian joked. Oh? You mean, you can definitely catch me today?
Old Zhong bent down and looked at him, trying to regain his momentum, and said coldly.
What do you think?
He has been waiting for this day for a long time.
The reason why he was defeated on the high seas was because he wanted to catch Yi Tian.
But he didn't expect that all his preparations for the negotiations with the Sakura country in order to capture Yi Tian would become a joke.
However, Yi Tian appeared in front of him effortlessly. Since you are so sure, then let me see how you are going to capture me. Is it because of your shameless face or your self-righteous cleverness? This scene. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. They really couldn't understand.
It can be said that it was Mr. Zhong who caused Yi Tian to become a terrorist. If that's the case, then why did Yi Tian dare to go against Elder Zhong and even speak so rudely?
This also aroused Mr. Zhong's curiosity.
He also wanted to know where Yi Tian got his confidence and self-confidence from.
He can't rely on the 2 international wanted criminals behind him, right? Think of this.
He snorted coldly.
Someone. Capture this terrorist. For a while. Countless armed men immediately took action, forming an encirclement and intending to capture Yi Tiance alive. But Yi Tiance still sat there motionless as a mountain, with a smile on his lips. Sudden. A deep voice sounded, "Let's see who dares." Chapter 985, Game Within a Game. A scolding. It attracted everyone's attention and they were all surprised. Everyone wanted to see who would come forward to help Yi Tiance at this time. On the other hand, Mr. Zhong's expression was extremely ugly. There was a mixture of shock and panic in his eyes, and he felt very uneasy. Because he had already heard who the voice belonged to. The owner of this voice is none other than the current head of state, Long Bei. This is impossible. The head of state has been ill for a while and has been recuperating, not caring about worldly affairs and handing over power to them. How could he appear at this moment? And judging from the anger mixed in with his voice, it was clear that he wasn't seriously ill. Wrong. Mr. Zhong quickly turned around and looked, wanting to confirm his guess. But when he turned around and saw Long Bei, his whole body felt like it was struck by lightning. He became stiff and twitched continuously. The shock in his eyes quickly turned into panic and worry. It was completely different from the confident look just now. At the same time, this is definitely not the head of state. Think of this. Accompanied by Zhang Aolong, Long Bei slowly walked down and headed towards the stage. Although he is over 60 years old and his hair is white, he still looks old and majestic, and he looks majestic without even getting angry. Wherever he passed, there was complete silence. Everyone hurriedly bowed their heads and bent over to show their respect. They were also very shocked by Long Bei's arrival, but they didn't dare to show it on their faces, let alone ask more questions. Only after Long Bei walked onto the stage did everyone breathe a sigh of relief and begin to discuss in low voices. What's going on? Why is the capital here? Yeah, something seems to be wrong. Can you guys use some brains? The head of state must be here to judge Yi Tiance. That makes sense. It's impossible for that country bumpkin to know the head of state, let alone help him. I think so too. The head of state must not want Mr. Zhong to take action in the Great Hall, so he stopped it. For a while, they regained their confidence and looked towards the stage. Long Bei came in front of Elder Zhong. The strong sense of oppression forced Elder Zhong to bend down and bow, smiling apologetically. Captain Long, why are you here? Just let me handle this small matter. You should take good care of yourself. Under your leadership, China has become a strong and revived country, and the people live and work in peace and contentment. If you have any health problems again, it will be a big trouble. Apart from you, who else can take charge of the overall situation for China? Mr. Zhong was very smart. Before he figured out Long Bei's intention, he tried to test him first. Seeing that Long Bei didn't show any strange expression, he was relieved. The reason why he was nervous and worried just now was because Long Bei asked him to stop before he even appeared on the stage, and he looked so aggressive that he mistakenly thought that he was here to help Yi Tiance. Now it seems that he was worrying too much. But it's true, how could this country bumpkin ask the head of state to help him? At this time, Mr. Zhong had the same idea as everyone else. At this time, Long Bei turned his head and looked at Yi Tiance, who was sitting beside him. Seeing that he did not stand up, he could not help but frown, lowered his eyes, and said coldly, "Are you the terrorist Yi Tiance?" As soon as these words came out, this once again made Mr. Zhong and others feel relieved. Confirmed. The head of state is not here to help Yi Tiance. That being the case, there's not much to say. While the head of state is here, we must beat that bastard Yi Tiance to death. Elder Zhong quickly came to Long Bei and said respectfully, "Your Excellency, that's right, he is the terrorist Yi Tiance. This guy is extremely arrogant and has murdered dozens of people, big and small, including Tang Jinmin and Kong Lao. His rebellious intentions were evident in his words, and he even threatened everyone present to stay in the hall, openly disrupting public order and hindering work. In addition, he was with an international wanted criminal. If he didn't want to rebel, then what was this? Why did he disrupt the order of the upper class and set off such a bloody storm?
I was thinking that you, the head of the state, were ill and in the period of recuperation, so I didn't report to you just now. Now that you have returned from recuperation, I would like you to take charge of the overall situation.
While talking,
there was more confidence on Mr. Zhong's face, and he became more and more confident as he spoke.
And the people in the audience also followed suit.
Yes, Yi Tiance is a terrorist and deserves death. Please, Your Excellency, take a closer look. Mr. Tang and Mr. Kong died tragically. Your Excellency, the head of state, please seek justice for them. We can testify that everything Mr. Zhong said is true.
Everyone was very excited and spoke passionately.
Long Bei glanced around, then looked at Yi Tiance with a fierce look in his eyes.
This reaction also made everyone secretly happy. Damn Yi Tiance.
This time, the head of state is personally taking action. See how you can escape. Everyone felt that they had secured victory, and there was a hint of complacency and disdain in their eyes when they looked at Yi Tiance.
At the same time,
Long Bei said coldly,
Yi Tiance, are what they said true? Do you admit that you did these things? Yi Tiance laughed disdainfully. Admit it, I killed them all, then what? Old Biden, what are you going to do to me? Damn it! Is this kid serious? How dare you call Long Bei Lao Biden in public?
After everyone was shocked, there was a hint of ferocity in their eyes. This kid must die. They all looked at Long Bei, expecting their leader to get angry. But the facts did not develop in the direction they expected.
Long Bei snorted coldly.
You are still the same as before. You don't know how to respect the old and love the young.
You have done so many things, why didn't you report it in advance? Do you know that you can't bear the charge of killing so many people? Hiss. What's going on? Listen to this. Did Yi Tiance and the state chief know each other before? This is impossible. This is their head of state, who is Yi Tiance.
He is just a grassroots who came out from nowhere.
How could these two things that have nothing to do with each other be connected? And the head of state does not seem to intend to pursue responsibility, but instead intends to help Yi Tiance? Before they could react, Yi Tiance's disdainful laughter was heard again. For you, there is no need to respect the old and love the young. As for the notification, if I had told you earlier, do you think things would have turned out like this? Also, old man, I am helping you clean up the internal situation. If you accuse me of some crime, it means that you are just as stupid as them. Oh, no, you are different. You are higher level than them. You are a fighter among the idiots. This scene. Once again, everyone was shocked.
No one expected that Yi Tiance would not give the head of state any face at all and even scolded him again.
And this has been confirmed.
Yi Tiance really knows the head of state. What's even more fatal is that the head of state doesn't seem to care about what Yi Tiance has done. All of this was a plan by Yi Tiance to help the head of state clean up the internal situation.
Chapter 986. I know, but I don't admit it. Chevron_left. Previous. Next. Chevron_right. Knights_stay. Gulong. Everyone's heart was in their throat and they were extremely nervous.
The most nervous person was Mr. Zhong.
Now,
he lowered his head, his legs trembling constantly, and he didn't dare to look at Long Bei at all.
He's not stupid. The conversation between Long Bei and Yi Tiance has explained everything. This chief minister is here to help Yi Tiance.
Those words that accused Yi Tiance just now were just a show to lure these greedy snakes out.
Damn it! How so? How could a loser like Yi Tiance possibly know the head of state? And why would the chief minister be so nice to him? Could it be that Yi Tiance is so arrogant because he relies on the head of state? Think of this.
He regretted it but was also unwilling to accept it. He had planned everything well and was about to achieve victory and success, but in the end he failed at the last minute and he became the sinner.
Why? Why did Long Bei appear at this critical moment? And many more. Could it be that Long Bei's illness was also an act? It was a trap from the beginning?
He looked at Long Bei in shock and confusion, unable to imagine that the other party had started setting up the trap so early.
See this? Zhang Aolong taunted. Mr. Zhong, weren't you just complaining, thinking you had a sure win? How about it, do you feel good about being slapped in the face by yourself now? If you ask me, you are a fool. Any normal person knows that if Yi Tiance didn't have some background, how could he be so confident? Just because you can't find out doesn't mean he doesn't have a background. Also, geniuses are often admired, not hunted down. Don't you understand this?
Moreover, with his ability, let alone you hiding in the capital, even if you hide in the United States and have a regiment of people to protect you, he can still take your head quietly.
Now, you should know why you are still alive?
At first, he was also thinking, Yi Tiance obviously has the ability to kill Zhong Lao, but why didn't he do it?
To know.
Mr. Zhong is the leader of this group of people and the core figure. Without him, this group of people will collapse on their own. It was not until he came back from the high seas that he realized the significance of Yi Tiance's actions. The purpose is to lure everyone out, and then completely destroy everything that Zhong Lao has in front of Long Bei. Because only in this way can we completely deter others and prevent them from having second thoughts. As for the relationship between Yi Tiance and Long Bei, he didn't know either. But now that I think about it, he was also a jerk. How could the young lord of the fallen city not know the head of state? After all, the fallen city existed only after the head of state gave his approval. Even someone like Mr. Zhong doesn't know about this place, so naturally only the head of state knows about it. As the head of the country, he would naturally contact every city lord of the fallen city. Otherwise, those extremely heinous criminals would not be imprisoned in that place. And many more. Originally, the four of them were ordered to escort the prisoners to the fallen city, and it was the order of the head of state. Did the head of state do it on purpose at that time? The way things turned out made him think more. At the same time, Mr. Zhong's face turned pale, and he no longer had the confidence he had before. Thump! He suddenly knelt down in front of Long Bei and begged. My lord, everything I do is for China. I have no selfish motives at all. Please understand. This guy is a disaster. He is framing me. He has killed so many people. He is definitely a terrorist. Why should you believe him? My lord, I, Zhong Yuan Zhong, have never embezzled money in these years. Please give me a chance and I will never make the same mistake again. He's not stupid. Since Long Bei stood on Yi Tiance's side, he was naturally dissatisfied with their actions. These years, the struggle between radicals and conservatives has become increasingly fierce, even reaching a white-hot stage. As the leader of the radicals, he was naturally the first to be attacked. Hear the words. Yi Tiance said coldly. Since you are in this position, shouldn't you not enrich yourself? And as far as I know, you said you didn't embezzle money, so what about collusion with the shadow cult? Also, how many people have you promoted to key positions over the years? Don't you know? You certainly didn't enrich yourself, because your benefits all came from the people you promoted. By the way, you had a private conversation with Matsumoto Kotaro of the Sakura cabinet yesterday. The other party said that they had captured me and wanted to trade arms with you in order to capture me. Not only did you agree to it, but you were also ambushed by them today and suffered heavy losses. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been killed by the missiles. Old man Zhong, can you handle these charges? Boss Zhong was shocked and looked at Yi Tiance fiercely. How do you know about this matter with Sakura? Why? He suddenly recalled the aircraft carrier debris floating on the sea surface, as well as the attitude and reaction of the Sakura country, and suddenly understood something. Boy, it was you who set up this trap. It was you who attacked the Sakura country. Right. It must be this kid. Otherwise, why would the Sakura country open fire upon seeing them? It must be that bastard Yi Tiance who used their names to cause trouble, thus causing this incident. In this regard, Yi Tiance did not deny it. Since you know he is an internationally wanted criminal, you naturally know what he is capable of. With his means, it would be easy for him to intercept your call. But I don't admit that I did it to them. Be careful, I can sue you for defamation. Instead of being unwilling here, you might as well think about how you should explain it to the head of state. Privately mobilizing aircraft carriers and selling arms, this should be considered treason, right?
You bastard! Yi Tiance, I will never forgive you.
Old Zhong stood up suddenly, roared angrily, and then wanted to take action in a rage.
See this.
Yi Tiance slapped him immediately.
Snapped.
The crisp sound was particularly harsh in the quiet conference hall. Mr. Zhang was also knocked to the ground by the slap, spitting blood and unable to move.
Long Bei waved his hand immediately.
Two armed men came running over, pulled Mr. Zhang up, and put a silver bracelet on him.
At the same time,
Yi Tiance came up to him and laughed softly. Old man Zhang, this farce should end now. If you still have a way to get out of this, just use it. Otherwise, when you are in my territory, you will never have a chance to speak again.
But before that, I can tell you a good news.
I used your name to take away 150 missiles from the Sakura country, and they have now been confiscated.
It's a pity that the blame is yours and the credit is mine. You've had it too easy these years. You wouldn't mind if I found something for you to do?
In addition, your acts of favoritism and abuse of power over the years have been made public now that you are broadcasting live. I think the popularity of the live broadcast room must be very high. But I have to thank you. If it weren't for your selfish desire, I would not be able to clear myself of the label of terrorist. How about this, as a thank you gift, when you arrive at my territory, I will treat you well.
Chapter 987, Reverse Tiangang. Everyone looked at Yi Tiance. What did this kid just say? After you get to him? Does this kid also have a jurisdiction? Wrong. Isn't the Dragon Group his only support? For so many years.
He has many connections in the capital, and he has also dabbled in the Dragon Group.
Trying to use the Dragon team to deal with him? That's really underestimating him. Think of this. He said angrily.
Boy, I underestimated you before. Now you win. But if you want to use the Dragon team to deal with me, it's wishful thinking. Even if it was the chief who did this, I can still come out of this well. After joining the Dragon team, no one can avoid this.
I want to see how you can entertain me. He didn't lie.
Today's capital city has long been corrupted by the influence of these radicals. This situation cannot be completely eliminated even if the head of state, Long Bei, personally steps in.
And so,
he is not afraid to join the Dragon Group. Unless Yi Tiance and Long Bei are willing to spend time to personally guard the Dragon Group. But the Dragon Group has been established for so many years, and naturally it has its own rules. Even the head of state, Long Bei, cannot easily interfere with it.
Yi Tiance said disdainfully. Dragon Group? What is the Dragon Group?
Using it to torture you, how stupid.
Old man Zhong, haven't you always wanted to find out what my background is?
Don't say I didn't give you a chance, but this opportunity only comes once. You have to cherish it. By the way, you'd better make a will in advance. There are too many bad people in my place. I'm afraid that you will be ruined after you go in and never be able to get out in this life.
While talking,
Tan Lang and Pajun came up with sly smiles on their faces. Without giving him any time to react, he was detained. A grab made him scream in pain.
Yi Tiance, you and I will never reconcile.
If you give me a chance to turn the tables, I will tear you into pieces.
Mr. Zhong roared in anger. He never thought that he would lose, and lose so completely. Overnight. Do not. In a matter of seconds, he fell from the altar and ended up in such a state. In his opinion, this is impossible. Even though the facts were before him now, he still didn't want to believe it, and even felt that he still had a chance to turn things around. Pity. He has already lost. Yi Tiance would not give him a chance to turn things around. Coldly said. Old man, when you oppressed the people and the cholera masses, did you ever think about letting them rise up? When you abused your power for personal gain, used your status and position to seek personal gain, and accepted bribes in the name of promotion, did you ever think that you would end up like this? You said, you have lived a good life for so many years sitting in this position by doing evil,
how should you die to be worthy of the masses and people you have oppressed? But it doesn't matter, I won't let you die after all. If I let you die too easily, I would feel guilty. I will let you know what it means to be evil, and repay you tenfold for all the evil you have done before. Others may not know what evil this old man has done, but he knows it very well.
Do not forget. He has a hacker expert like Tan Lang by his side. Even if the traces are wiped clean, as long as they are done, he will be able to find them out. They kidnapped women and sold them to Burma, used live fetuses to make dumplings to stay healthy, and used live people as the foundation for building houses. Every one of them is unforgivable. He will make these things public when he brings this old man back to the fallen city, and let the world know what kind of person this old man is. Of course. Including those characters he killed before, none of them were clean. He wants to let the world see who is the terrorist and who deserves to die. Zhong Yuanzhong glared at Yi Tiance and wanted to curse him. Sudden. Boom. Tam Lang slashed his neck with a knife, causing him to lose consciousness instantly and faint on the ground. You keep talking so much every day now that it's come to this, what else do you want to say? When we get to the city, I'll tell you what you said. Mr. Yi, we will take him back now, and then come back to help you finish it. After all, there are so many people waiting here. While talking, he licked his tongue and glanced at the people in the audience. That wicked smile made everyone shudder. Oh shit. He is truly an international wanted criminal. If this really falls into their hands, it will definitely be more painful than death. For a while, everyone's minds raced, thinking about how to distance themselves from Zhong Yuanzhong and escape punishment. But now, is there any chance for them to escape punishment? Yi Tiance had already handed over the evidence of their crimes to Long Bei, so how could this be left alone? At the same time, Tan Lang and Pajun had already taken Zhong Yuanzhong out of the Great Hall of the People and got on the prison van heading to the fallen city. See this. Long Bei said unhappily. Boy, I'm still standing here, can't you ask for my opinion before deciding how to punish him? Good boy. He just scolded old Biden in front of so many people, and now he doesn't even give him face. This is simply not taking him seriously. Hear the words. Yi Tiance smiled and said. It doesn't matter whether I ask or not. Would asking you change the outcome of him being sent to me? Old Biden, please stop being so pretentious here. Didn't you plan for this outcome long ago? If you really had any opinions, you would have expressed them when I asked someone to find you. If you didn't say it at that time, wouldn't that mean you were using me to help you eliminate dissidents? For a while, Long Bei's face looked a little ugly, and he stood there in a daze. What the hell? He just wants to save face, is it that difficult? This bastard is really a fool. He doesn't even understand what he means? But then again, Yi Tiance was not wrong. He really wanted to use Yi Tiance to get rid of these bad apples. You don't really think that he, the head of state, is oblivious to what's happening outside, do you? Of course he knew that Zhong Yuanzhong and others had been forming cliques and stirring up trouble over the years. But because of their hard work and great contributions, they put him, the head of the country, on a pedestal. It's not right to move them, and it's even worse not to move them. I'm in a dilemma. So the moment Yi Tiance appeared, he had this idea. Coincidentally, Yi Tiance also intended to cooperate with him. That's why Pajun, disguised as Su Wenyan, came to find him. When Pajun revealed his identity, he understood what Yi Tiance meant. Then, he had been waiting for Yi Tiance to take action, and even secretly gave Yi Tiance some conveniences. Otherwise, who has the ability to have the Lin Wantai brothers reinstated so quickly and serve as a timely relief? He also secretly provided convenience for the temporary mobilization of aircraft carriers to the high seas. Otherwise, this matter would not have come to this point. But he didn't expect that things would go so smoothly. You bastard! You are really rebelling against the Heavenly Gang. Even so, I have to give an order. If you don't want my consent, then why don't you just use your power directly? Chapter 988. Are you sure you want me to beg you? Fallen City. A prison that is not affiliated with any force. The city lord here can unconditionally detain any prisoner, no matter how serious or minor the crime is. And he also has the privilege of executing first and reporting later. It stands to reason. This kind of place shouldn't exist. Because once a person with evil intentions inherits the city lordship, he will definitely abuse his power and enrich himself like Zhong Yuanzhong and others. Therefore, every city lord is a big shot who cannot see the world. And they can only choose their own successors. Even the head of state, Long Bei, has no right to interfere with this. Because this place has been passed down for hundreds of years. It was only after he became the head of state that he learned of the existence of this place. Absolute confidentiality is also for the safety of the fallen city. Prevent countries with ulterior motives towards China from sending people to disrupt order and create panic. Simply put, Yi Tiance could have directly revealed his identity and executed Zhong Yuanzhong and others without reporting to them later. He wouldn't have needed to play so many tricks with them. This saves time and effort. But Yi Tiance chose the most difficult way, which made him look at him with admiration. Pity. Everything in the world is for profit. There are too few people like Yi Tiance, perhaps even 1 in 10,000. If everyone could be like Yi Tiance, then why would China be afraid of outsiders? Think of this. He couldn't help but sigh, feeling a little disappointed. At the same time, Zhang Yaolong also looked at Yi Tiance. He was also very curious why Yi Tiance did not use the privileges and connections of the fallen city. Feeling their gazes, Yi Tiance naturally guessed what they were thinking and asked back. If I use my so-called privileges and connections, what's the difference between me and them? What I want to rely on is myself, not the so-called false reputation. I do all this not for any sense of accomplishment, but simply because I am annoyed with them. In addition, what I want is true fairness for ordinary people, even if it is not absolute fairness. As long as it exists, it is enough. It was me who wanted to do this, not the fallen city. A word. This left Zhang Yaolong and Long Bei speechless. Damn it! This is really amazing. Long Bei looked at Yi Tiance and felt a headache. Angrily said, "Okay, now that the dust has settled, I'll leave the rest to you, kid. Don't bother me if there's nothing else. Just because of what you are doing now, it will take me a lot of time to clean up my mess." When he chose to cooperate with Yi Tiance, he really didn't expect that it would cause such a big stir. Now aircraft carriers and Sakura country missiles are also involved. This gives me a headache just thinking about it. He must handle this matter properly, otherwise it will become an international trouble. By the time, not only Yi Tiance, but even he, the head of state, will be in extraordinary trouble. Yi Tiance nodded and said thoughtfully, "Before you solve the problem, clear me of the crime of being a terrorist first." Hear the words. Long Bei was very unhappy. Malagobi. Is this kid threatening him? Boy, you need to figure out who you are talking to. You need something from me now. Are you sure you want to use this attitude? What? I've been in the fallen city for so long that I don't know how to ask for help. This little bastard is so infuriating. No matter what, he is still the head of state. But this kid doesn't even regard him as the head of state. How can he save face when he is repeatedly denied face? See this. Yi Tiance frowned and said, "Old Biden, are you sure I'm asking you to do something for me now? You'd better understand what the crime of being a terrorist means. It means that I can do things without restraint, killing and burning people without having to worry about anything, just like the 36 people who died tragically. It doesn't matter if you don't want to help me clear my name. I'd love to have that happen. I can use the so-called terrorist charge to do something I couldn't do before." While talking, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, which was just caught by Long Bei. This made him frown and become very angry. Good. Good, you bastard. You have guts. Not yet, but it should be soon. When it is, I will treat you to a feast. By the way, when the time comes, I hope you can behave properly and not come empty-handed.
And considering your status, if the gift you give is too bad, don't blame me for kicking you out. Long Bei was so angry that he was shaking all over, and the finger he was pointing at Yi Tiance was trembling. Humph! He snorted coldly and turned away immediately. If I continue to stay here, I will probably be pissed off to death by this bastard. See this. Zhang Aolong took a breath of cold air. This living devil is really a ruthless person. It would be fine if they didn't give the head of state face, but they actually dared to threaten him in public. If I hadn't seen this with my own eyes, who would believe it if it got out? Think of this. He suddenly felt scared. After all, when Yi Tiance went to rescue him, he cursed at Yi Tiance. If Yi Tiance holds a grudge and brings it up now, he's finished. He doesn't have the confidence to fight against Yi Tiance. At the same time, Long Zhanghua came with a lot of people. After he and Yi Tiance smiled at each other, he immediately ordered the dragon group to arrest all the people present. At first some people wanted to resist. But just one glance from Yi Tiance made them lose the will to resist and let themselves be taken away by the people from the dragon group. In his opinion, it was enough for these people to be sent to the dragon group, and they were not qualified to enter the fallen city. Even Zhong Yuanzhong is not qualified. It was just that he wanted to interrogate him personally. Because Zhong Yuanzhong has a special relationship with the shadow cult. Although many of the people who fell today had connections with the shadow cult. But the real core figure is Zhong Yuanzhong. Zhong Yuanzhong knows all the information these people know. And what they don't know, Zhong Yuanzhong also knows. And so, as long as he can pry open Zhong Yuanzhong's mouth, he can get all the information. And also, Zhong Yuanzhong must know the inside story of what happened to the Yi family 5 years ago. After all, the capital had already been in collusion with the shadow cult since then. It even made him suspect that Zhong Yuanzhong was the culprit behind the extermination of the Yi family. He didn't believe that the shadow cult would dare to cause trouble so blatantly at that time. The only place that could do that and suppress the news was the capital. Think of this. He couldn't help but frown and really wanted to go back to the fallen city immediately to get to the bottom of the matter. Yet he couldn't go yet. Because things in the capital are not over yet. He could not go back until he had captured everyone and stabilized the situation in the capital. And he still had to continue investigating the news about the shadow cult. This large conference room is the first place he will investigate. Chapter 989, The Final Settlement. Soon. Under the leadership of Long Zhanghua, all the people present were taken away. In the huge conference room, there were only him, Yi Tiance and Zhang Aolong left. At this time, Long Zhanghua came to the two of them and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to win so easily in the end. I thought you couldn't do it when I saw you struggling before. It seems I was overthinking. Hear the words. Yi Tiance said coldly. He is not qualified to make me feel tired. I just exposed some flaws to him on purpose. Otherwise, how could he fall into my trap step by step and be led by me? These words left Long Zhanghua speechless. What a good way of deliberately revealing a flaw. This move can be said to have everyone in the palm of his hand. No. Those darlings of heaven far away in Tianan province are so worried about him, but he is playing like this. Isn't he afraid that they will be angry? Of course. He didn't dare remind Yi Tiance of this. If this living devil were to react and remember them, he might use them to vent his anger. What Mr. Yi said is true, and we naturally believe you on this point. With your means and courage, you will surely win the battle thousands of miles away and plan your strategy within your tent. Mr. Yi, what are your plans next? What else do you need me to do? Under the operation of Zhong Yuanzhong. He was also affected and was suspended for investigation. The entire dragon group also fell into the hands of Zhong Yuanzhong's men. But 2 days ago, he was suddenly and secretly released from prison. Just when he was wondering who helped him, he saw the head of the country, Long Bei. Long Bei took him away secretly and hid him, using him as a chess piece to clean up the mess.
From that moment on, he knew. All of this is under Yi Tian's control.
Zhong Yuanzhong thought he could fight against Yi Tian's, but he didn't know that he had always been in Yi Tian's plan and had never walked out.
This made him feel a little scared of Yi Tian's.
Although he knew that Yi Tian's was very capable, he had never thought that Yi Tian's could plan to this extent. Let Zhong Yuanzhong be pushed along under his plan. Now that the capital city has been purged, it can be said that its foundations have been damaged and its vitality has been seriously damaged.
Many people became victims in this struggle.
If we want to restore the capital to its original state, the first thing we need to do is to fill these vacant positions.
So he was very curious about what Yi Tian's would do and who he would promote. It's not just him.
Zhang Aolong was also very curious.
Hear the words.
Yi Tian's looked at him and said with a joking smile.
Why? You're so curious, do you want to teach me how to do something? Or do you have any suggestions?
Hiss. Long Zhanghua took a breath of cold air. He didn't expect that Yi Tian's would suddenly turn his attention to him.
Depend on. Curiosity killed the cat. Now.
Although he regretted asking, he still smiled and said,
I have no right to tell you what to do, I'm just asking you not to be so angry. Angry? How could he not be angry? How much time has he wasted on this trivial matter in the capital?
The most important thing is that he was forced to leave several beautiful ladies in Jiangnan alone in their empty rooms, which was like being a widow.
Now that it's finally coming to an end, you're actually asking him about his next plans? How? Are you planning to let him stay in the capital and take root?
Don't be so pushy in front of me, just get out of here and do your own thing, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Everyone brought to the Dragon Group must be strictly interrogated, especially the information about the shadow cult.
In addition, all their assets will be seized, and 3 generations of the family will be charged with treason.
Then hold a press conference, release all the evidence of their crimes, and broadcast it live, so that as many people as possible can see it. Seeing that Yi Tian's was in a bad mood, Long Zhanghua didn't dare to say anything and quickly agreed. Then he looked at Zhang Aolong.
At this time,
Zhang Aolong was laughing secretly because of Long Zhanghua's lecture, but Yi Tian's caught him in the act. He was so scared that he quickly held back his laughter and said seriously,
Young city lord, what do you want me to do? No instructions, but I remember that when I saved you, you seemed to have made a request to me, saying that you wanted to scold me once. If I remember correctly, you did curse, right? And it was extremely filthy, so what the hell are you laughing at now? What the hell? Isn't it? Does this living devil really want to use this matter to cause trouble for him? For a while,
he was very flustered.
Well,
young city lord, the head of state needs my help with something, so I'll go there first. We can talk about this later.
Done. He wanted to run away immediately.
But since Yi Tian's has brought it up, he will not give him the chance to escape.
Whoosh!
In an instant, he stood in front of him.
See this. Zhang Aolong was extremely panicked.
But before he could beg for mercy, Yi Tian's cold voice rang out. I'll give you a chance. I'll only use 30% of my strength. If you can hold out for an incense stick, then we'll let this matter rest. But if you can't bear it, it only means that you have such a disaster in your life, and your death is worthy.
What the hell? Is this living devil serious?
Zhang Aolong stood there in a daze. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Tian's had already left an afterimage. Before he could come to his senses.
Boom! A powerful kick landed firmly on his waist.
This kick made him feel as if all the bones in his body were broken.
Whoosh!
The whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, fell heavily to the ground, and smashed the tables and chairs.
Cough! Poof!
After coughing, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, almost making him faint.
Next second, Yi Tian's figure appeared in front of him again. Fuck! Are you kidding me? Boom!
Before he could finish his words, another punch hit him in the chest.
Puff!
He spat out another mouthful of blood and flew backwards.
Next, it was a one-sided beating. Yi Tiance was extremely fast, and he would attack Zhang Aolong every time he landed.
And Zhang Aolong had no reaction time to use his defense from beginning to end. Long Zhanghua, who was standing by, was stunned and secretly thankful that he did not anger Yi Tiance.
Otherwise, now he is the one being beaten unilaterally.
This frightened him so much that he quickly evacuated and did not dare to stay. Although the scene of Chang Wei beating Lai Fu was fun to watch, if you watch it for too long he will become the Lai Fu who gets beaten.
After a stick of incense, Zhang Aolong lay on the ground twitching.
The whole person was covered in blood and wounds, looking really pitiful.
Yi Tiance brushed the dust off his shoulders and let out a breath of relief.
This matter is over, there is no need for you to lie there all the time. I know how to deal with it, and you won't die.
Done. Yi Tiance walked deeper into the conference room. At the same time, Zhang Aolong used all his strength to get up, staring fiercely at Yi Tiance departing back.
He was about to curse, but the pain all over his body made him shut his mouth immediately.
He didn't want to be taught a lesson by Yi Tiance again for this. Top priority.
You have to use your strength to protect your meridians first, so as to heal your wounds.
What the hell? All the bones in his body are about to be broken, this is called 30% strength? However, he couldn't even withstand 30% of his strength. How strong is this living devil? Forget it. Don't think about it for now, healing is the most important thing.
He had just used his strength when he suddenly realized something was wrong.
This is Chapter 990 Secrets in the Archives. What the hell? How is this going? His internal energy actually changed the order and direction of its movement through his meridians?
The sudden change frightened him into panic.
To know
the direction and order of a practitioner's internal energy flowing through the meridians have become fixed over time. A sudden change will definitely have a huge impact. This frightened him so much that he immediately stopped exerting his strength and dared not use it anymore. But after he stopped, he found something wrong.
Your body seems to have become a lot more relaxed? And there is also an indescribable feeling of comfort. Could it be that? He looked up suddenly and understood something instantly.
It must be that Yi Tiance just took action and helped him change the way the internal energy flows in his meridians, otherwise this would not have been possible. No wonder he said his external injuries were so serious. How come he had no internal injuries at all? It turns out that this living devil did it on purpose. He wanted to use this to change his meridians and practice methods, so that he could reach a higher level.
What the hell? I really didn't expect this. Is this a blessing in disguise? For a while, Zhang Aolong was very excited. He was stuck in the War God Great Perfection realm for a long time and was unable to break through. Although Yi Tiance helped heal his internal injuries last time, giving him the opportunity to move to the next level. But he has yet to find an opportunity for a breakthrough. Or he was at a loss as to what to do next and had no idea how to practice next. Because he could clearly feel that his cultivation speed was very slow. Not only that, his subsequent training did not bring him any substantial help, not even a little bit. It's good now. With Yi Tiance's help, his breakthrough to the legendary realm is just around the corner. But thinking about it, I feel really angry. I beat him up under the pretext of helping him. What the hell is this? Male Gobi. Don't ever think that this will make him grateful. When he gets the chance, he will definitely get it back. Deep inside the conference room, Yi Tiance checked every office clearly. I thought I could find some useful clues here. But unexpectedly, there was not even a trace. It seems Zhong Yuanzhong and his gang of idiots still had some brains left. They were wary of the shadow cult and didn't let them get into this core position. In this case, we can only reinvestigate the Grand Theater. Thanks to Lu Yinji's plan, the Mist Protector was able to escape with Yi Linger. He must find the trace of the Mist Protector and bring Yi Linger back. Think of this.
He casually glanced around this last archive room and after seeing nothing unusual, he planned to go directly to the theater. But just as he took a step, he suddenly saw a file bag out of the corner of his eye with the words Yi family written on it. This made him stop immediately, and he walked over quickly and took out the file bag.
For a while, he was a little excited and immediately opened the file bag and took out the documents inside. Found it. The file bag contained the information about the fire case of his Yi family. He quickly flipped through it, trying to see if there were any substantial clues in it. But he looked for a long time and couldn't find it.
The information inside is nothing more than the investigation records of the Yi family fire case. What is recorded above is of no use at all. The final judgment document classified the Yi family fire case as an unsolved case.
Damn!
I thought I could find some clues here, but unexpectedly there was nothing.
Wrong. There must be some crucial information on it.
Otherwise it would be impossible to place this file bag in the archive room of the conference room.
Think of this. Yi Tiance read it carefully again. After reading it 2 or 3 times, he finally discovered something was wrong. There are a total of 63 pages, 50 of which are investigation records. These investigation records only record the investigation of every corner of the Yi family and the investigation of the main interpersonal relationships of the Yi family. But the results of the investigation are not written here. It stands to reason.
This kind of investigation should have investigation results, but there are no investigation results in any place, only handling results.
This is a bit unreasonable. If the investigation is fruitless, it will definitely be recorded there.
Even if it is not detailed enough, there will be a few strokes.
The current situation can only mean one thing. The results of the investigation cannot be written on this record. In other words,
the person in charge of this case has already found some clues.
If they cannot be written on it, it means that these clues involve some big shot who cannot be offended. Think of this. Yi Tiance quickly turned to the last page to see who was in charge of the investigation. Flower Bell? What a strange name.
Yi Tiance's mind worked quickly and he quickly began to recall the names of all the people in the capital. When Tan Lang was investigating evidence of radical crimes, he memorized the names of all the characters. But among these names, Hua Ling doesn't seem to be included.
Could it be that? Isn't Hua Ling a person from the capital? Otherwise, where did she get the authority to investigate? How could the investigation report be placed in this large conference room? It seems this mystery needs to be solved.
Yi Tiance lowered his eyes, already knowing who to find to get the truth.
Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong.
Zhao Feiyu, Zhao Hailong, Zhang Xiaowu, and Pang Huayuan sat on the sofa, feeling very uncomfortable.
Opposite them sat the 5 golden flowers hidden by Yi Tiance. At this time, the 5 women stared at them intently, with resentment in their eyes, which made them dare not look at them at all and kept avoiding their gazes. Fortunately, Zhao Feiyu was mentally strong enough and was the first to apologize with a smile.
No, sisters-in-law, don't look at us like that. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. They are still busy with the recent promotion to the 4 major families.
After spending so much time, I finally have all the industries under my control. I thought I could spend some time relaxing. Unexpectedly, I met 5 sisters-in-law. They were determined to ask them to help find out about Yi Tiance. But what level are they? How could they have the right to ask about Yi Tiance's affairs? Ever since Yi Tiance went to the capital and got into trouble, they have not had any contact with Yi Tiance again. How could they have gotten the information? And so, they can only play dumb now.
Han Ruoyan stood up suddenly, put his hands on his hips, and said unhappily,
Zhao Feiyu, don't think we don't know, you are just playing dumb. It's been so long, don't tell us you haven't found anything.
Although they knew that now was not a suitable time to inquire about Yi Tiance's news. But it doesn't mean that Zhao Feiyu and others are not suitable.
Anyway, if anything goes wrong, they will take the blame.
What's more, they are Yi Tian's people, so it is natural for them to contact him.
Not to mention that they are now one of the 4 new families in Tiannan province. With this background backing him up, even if something goes wrong it won't be too much trouble. Chapter 991, Falling. It was very quiet in the huge living room. Zhao Feiyu and others, feeling the murderous aura, didn't even dare to breathe. After all, the people in front of them are their sisters-in-law. Even if she wasn't their sister-in-law, they wouldn't dare to act rashly with Luo Yushi around. Sisters-in-law, it's not that we don't want to investigate, but our level is not high enough. Now Mr. Yi is involved in the capital. No matter how powerful we are, we cannot get to know the situation there. Sister-in-law Rong Meiyan should also know this, as she is from one of the 4 major families, right? We want to find Mr. Yi more than you do. After all, our foundation is unstable now. Without him protecting us, we will be unable to move forward. So, sisters-in-law, we will do our best to find out about Mr. Yi. Please give us some time. Zhao Feiyu was already sweating profusely. He didn't expect that these sisters-in-law in front of him could push them so hard. Now he also saw it. Today I clearly want them to give an explanation. But how can they give an explanation? Now I can only make excuses for it. At this time, Rong Meiyan said coldly, "You guys were all promoted by Mr. Yi. If anything happens to him, you won't be any better off. So, pay attention to this matter. Although you can't help him, at least you should understand his current situation. This way, we can provide him with help when he needs it most and not leave him alone." This is why she asked Zhao Feiyu and others to help her find out about Yi Tian's. Only by understanding his current situation can you know when he needs help most. Because they all understand Yi Tian's temper. In this situation, Yi Tian's would never contact them if he encountered trouble, for fear of implicating them. But they can't just ignore it. Zhao Feiyu and others looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. When he took it out and looked at it, he was surprised to find that it was an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, I decided to answer the call. "Sisters-in-law, I have a call." Rong Meiyan nodded slightly, and Zhao Feiyu ran to the side with the phone and answered the call carefully. "Hello? I'm Zhao Feiyu. Who are you?" The voice just fell. A familiar yet cold voice came from the other side. "Get ready and bring them to the capital to take up their posts." What the hell? The owner of this voice is Yi Tian's? Hey, Yi. Just as he was about to ask for clarification, the call was hung up, without giving him a chance to react. He stood there in a daze, thinking over and over again what he had just heard. Did Yi Tian's want him to go to the capital to take up a post? What's happening here? Could it be that I heard it wrong? He walked over slowly in a daze and sat back on the sofa. See him like this. Rong Meiyan and others felt uneasy. Is it a call from Beijing? Is something wrong with him? Even Rong Meiyan couldn't help but get nervous when she saw Zhao Feiyu like this. Because she just saw the incoming call notification, it was an unfamiliar number and there was no note, which meant it was not someone Zhao Feiyu knew. At this critical moment, if the sudden phone call was good news, Zhao Feiyu would definitely not react like this. Think of this. She subconsciously became worried and had already planned to use the power of the Rong family. Hear the words. Zhao Feiyu was stunned for a moment. Sister-in-law, don't worry, something did happen, but it seems to be a good thing? Good thing? What do you mean? The call seems to be from Mr. Yi. Yes, that's right, it's him who called. I couldn't have heard it wrong, that was his voice. Zhao Feiyu gradually became more certain and spoke with more confidence. These words. This made Rong Meiyan and others stand up excitedly. What did he say? What exactly is going on? Zhao Feiyu, if you dare to keep me in suspense again, I will let Fairy Luo chop you to pieces with a knife. That's right. Just speak clearly. If you make me anxious, Xiao Sisi will definitely cut you into pieces. Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan reacted the most and began to threaten him. This made Zhao Feiyu a little amused and he quickly said, Sisters-in-law, don't worry if he really got into trouble, why would he call me? Even if he asked me for help, I can't help. He seemed to want us to go to the capital to take up a post, but that was all he said, and he hung up, so I don't know what happened. He knows. If he didn't distance himself from the matter, Rong Meiyan and others would definitely continue to question him. Rather than being questioned, it is better to put the blame on Yi Tiance first. Besides, this is the fact, and that is all he said. Rong Meiyan and others looked at each other. Go to the capital to take up a post? Doesn't this mean that nothing happened to Yi Tiance in the capital, and the situation there is already clear? Otherwise, how could they possibly call and ask Zhao Feiyu and others to go to the capital to take up their posts? Great! Queen Rong, I knew Xiao Sisi wouldn't lose. When he comes back, I must reward him handsomely. Big cow, get out of here. If you want a reward, it's mine. Who do you think you are? I've been waiting for you for nothing. Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan were so happy that they started fighting again. The words were so vicious that Zhao Feiyu and others felt their scalps tingling. Depend on. These two sisters-in-law really don't treat them as outsiders. At this time, Rong Meiyan quickly turned on the TV, tuned to the news channel, and checked current affairs. Really? The news is reporting on what's happening in the capital. Today's Express News. Recently, the case of the terrorist Yi Tiance has caused the head of state, Long Bei, to personally investigate. After investigation, it was found that the person who caused the explosion and burned down the Grand Theater a few days ago was not Yi Tiance, but the current Supreme Prosecutor Zhong Yuanzhong, and had nothing to do with Yi Tiance. In addition, there is real-time evidence proving the criminal behavior and criminal record of Supreme Prosecutor Zhong Yuanzhong. His crimes are so serious that he has been identified as a terrorist by the head of state. At the same time, because Yi Tiance helped to capture Zhong Yuanzhong and provided relevant evidence to prove that his actions were harmless to the country, the head of state, Long Bei, agreed to revoke his characterization as a terrorist and issued him a banner for being a good citizen. All the people related to Zhong Yuanzhong have been arrested and are awaiting sentencing. As the highest prosecutor, he actually used his power to seek personal gain and enrich himself. Is this a moral corruption or a loss of humanity? Please wait for us to further verify the situation and then inform you of the follow-up. At the same time, thanks to good citizen Yi Tiance for pulling out these fangs for us and seeking justice for ordinary people. Today's Express ends here. If you want to know more, please pay attention to the Current Affairs News channel. This piece of news took Rong Meiyan and others a long time to recover from. They never dreamed of it. Not only was Yi Tiance fine, he also transferred the blame of terrorism onto someone else. He is truly the man they chose. Chapter 992. Take you to steal the house. I knew it. Little Sisi will definitely win a great victory. Bah! Big cow, you're just you-know-who all day long, screaming like a mosquito, saying that you're afraid something will happen to little Sisi? Lu Ruyan pretended to be frightened and teased Han Ruoyun, which made Han Ruoyun furious. He immediately rushed forward, hands on his hips. Xiao Pingban, shut up. I'm just worried about Xiao Sisi, okay? Do I have to be like you, eating, sleeping and playing games all day? How can you say such things to me when you are like this? I seriously suspect that you don't love Xiao Sisi at all, you just covet his handsomeness. Otherwise, why wouldn't you worry about him at all? You are such a heartless woman. The two started arguing again, which eased the atmosphere. This made Rong Meiyan and others very helpless. After all, quarrels between these two have become commonplace among them. If we don't pinch them one day, they might feel a little uncomfortable. As the backbone, Rong Meiyan stepped forward and smiled at Zhao Feiyu and others. Since he is fine, you should all go back, do as he tells you, and head to the capital to take up your posts. Now many people in the capital have been disbanded and the situation is tense. The fact that he can push you up shows that he has high hopes for you. I hope you won't embarrass him, and don't repay kindness with hatred. She knew it. Yi Tiance did this on purpose. After taking up the post in the capital, he will be able to become Yi Tiance's eyes and help him keep an eye on the situation in the capital. Also,
Yi Tiance also wanted to help Zhao Feiyu and others move to a higher level and expand their power. Becoming one of the 4 major families is to allow them to have a place in the business world of Tiannan province. Now that he has come to the capital, he has a status in both the official and business circles, and thus can develop more stably. Only in this way can we help him. After all, with Yi Tiance's strength, he doesn't need too much help in the Xian realm, not to mention he also has Luo Yushi. But when you go out, you need money and connections most of the time. Therefore, he must make up for these 2 shortcomings. Zhao Feiyu and others also understood what Yi Tiance meant, and quickly nodded in agreement. Sister-in-law, please rest assured we are not stupid. We will remember Mr. Ye's kindness in promoting us and will naturally not cause any trouble for him. In that case, let's take our leave first, get ready, and head to the capital to help Mr. Yi clean up the mess. While talking, several people were very excited. They never dreamed that they could develop to a place like Beijing in this lifetime. Moreover, he rose to the top in one step and became the number 1 figure, standing tall in the capital. They knew very well what going to Beijing for development meant to them. So, they won't screw up. Because this not only involves Yi Tiance, but also involves them. After Rong Meiyan nodded, the 4 of them left in a hurry. At the same time, the girls also breathed a sigh of relief and were very happy. Oh whoa! I can finally relax a little. Goddess Lin, you have a really good eye for people. Han Ruoyun was the most excited and immediately praised Lin Yuyan. At the same time, I also feel a little guilty. Because they did not trust Yi Tiance as completely as Lin Yuyan did. Lin Yuyan smiled and said softly. It's not that my vision is really accurate, but that our vision is accurate. Now that he's fine, I want to go out for a walk. Do you want to join me? Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan agreed immediately. Okay. Let's go for a walk. It's a good way to get rid of bad luck and relax. Ever since Xiao Sisi got into trouble, I haven't been able to go shopping properly. I've been worried and nervous all day long. Let's go. Goddess Lin, I'll take you to buy something special. You've been following Xiao Sisi for so long, but there's still no substantial progress. I'm going to teach you a lesson. I guarantee you'll be able to catch him. Of course they knew that Lin Yuyan saw that they were too nervous, so she took them out to relax under the pretext of going shopping. And so, she wants to give Lin Yuyan some substantial and useful rewards. Lin Yuyan was stunned for a moment, her pretty face flushed. Of course she knew what Han Ruoyun meant, and she couldn't help feeling a little shy. But what Han Ruoyun didn't know was that Lin Yuyan didn't need anything fancy to take down Yi Tiance. Queen Rong, do you want to come with me? Last time I went shopping, I saw a lot of queens wearing them. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. While talking, Han Ruoyun even winked at Rong Meiyan. Rong Meiyan couldn't help but smile, crossed her legs and said, Do you think I need to defend myself again? Okay, go ahead, I have something else to do. Hiss. That makes sense. Queen Rong can be said to be the ceiling of royal sisters, and there is really no need for her to be more royal. If she continues to do so, Xiao Sisi will definitely stay in her room every day and won't come out. What will they do then? Think of this. Han Ruoyun quickly pulled Lin Yuyan out of the door. She secretly swore in her heart that she must buy some clothes that can show her characteristics, so that she can stabilize Yi Tiance. At the same time, Lu Ruyan followed and said with a smile, Big cow, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. If you want to keep Xiao Sisi's heart, you have to work harder. Maybe if you buy a cow suit, you can attract Xiao Sisi's attention. The speaker has no intention, the listener has the heart. Han Ruoyun immediately thought this was a good idea. Seeing them leaving the villa, Rong Meiyan's lips curled up. She turned her head to look at Luo Yushi and said softly, Would you like to go to the capital with me? Going to the capital? Luo Yushi frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. Isn't he fine now? Why is he going to the capital? Rong Meiyan slowly stood up and smiled charmingly. Go steal the house. Stealing the house?
Does Yi Tiance have another home there? Luo Yushi was stunned for a moment, and immediately became angry.
But when she saw the hint of pride in Rong Meiyan's charming smile, she instantly understood what the so-called stealing home meant. So this is what she just said?
He is truly the backbone. This brain really works faster than others. But in Rong Meiyan's opinion, this is not her fault. It's just that Han Ruoyun and others didn't discover this opportunity. Now that Yi Tiance has finally settled everything, it means that they can get in touch with him. After being in the capital for so long, you must feel lonely, empty and cold. As his woman, it is natural for me to appear when he needs me and warm his heart. As for why I wanted to bring Luo Yushi along. Very simple. Because the relationship between Yi Tiance and Luo Yushi is not very stable. This time, with her help, we will definitely be able to completely break down the barriers between the two of them. This can be considered as her gift to Yi Tiance to celebrate his great victory in the capital. Think of this. She couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Because she had to do what she promised Yi Tiance. She grabbed Luo Yushi's hand and walked outside in her high heels. And Luo Yushi, somehow, did not refuse. Chapter 993 Flower Bell. Nights_stay. Beijing. In the office. Long Bei sat on the technique with his legs crossed. Holding the pipe in the left hand and the teacup in the right hand, I feel so comfortable. Looking at Yi Tiance who was sitting in front of him, he said unhappily. You bastard, what are you doing here again? Aren't things already resolved? What? What are you trying to threaten me with this time? I'm warning you, I'm the head of state after all, don't push your luck. Otherwise, I can make you a good citizen, or I can make you a terrorist again. His grandma's. This bastard is coming here, it must be something bad. So he had to get vaccinated in advance to prevent Yi Tiance from making some rude and excessive demands on him. Yi Tiance said nothing and threw the file bag onto the coffee table. Snapped. This scared Long Bei who was about to drink tea. You bastard, what on earth are you trying to do? You're so startled, do you know that scaring people can kill them? I'm already old, if you scare me to death, can you bear the consequences? The voice just fell. He saw the file bag on the coffee table and was shocked. But he still pretended to be calm and didn't change his expression. What the hell is this? You throw it at my tea table all the time. If it breaks, you're going to pay for it? Talking. He reached out and was about to throw the file bag to the ground. But Yi Tiance suddenly held his hand and said coldly. Old Biden, you know me well, if you can't convince me, I might do something excessive. This file bag was found in the conference room, don't you have anything to explain to me? I helped you solve such a big problem, and now you help me solve my doubts. I think it is fair for you. If you continue to play dumb now, I will blame you for not showing you any mercy. This time. Long Bei's face turned ugly. He stared at Yi Tiance intently, and couldn't help feeling guilty because of the determination in his eyes. Then. He withdrew his hand, took a deep puff of cigarette, and said softly. I really didn't expect that you would actually find some clues. What you did was indeed beyond my expectations. But if I tell you that I don't know the truth either, would you believe me? Do not know? He finally found this out, but in the end he was told that he didn't know? This also made Yi Tiance angry, and he said coldly. You are the head of state, you should have read this file countless times. Do you think I will believe you if you tell me you don't know? Good boy. This guy is well prepared. Long Bei fell into silence. Facing Yi Tiance's sharp and deep eyes, he finally said unhappily. I'm convinced by you. Okay, I'll tell you the truth. But let me be frank first, this matter is not as simple as you think. Even now, it is still full of mysteries. Hear the words. Yi Tiance remained silent, but the determination in his eyes had already given Long Bei the answer. Long Bei was thinking about a lot of things, and slowly said. 5 years ago, a Shenmen force was ready to make a move. Not only did they want to attack the Shenmen people,
they also wanted to set up an array to shake the foundation of the dragon vein. They wanted to absorb the power of the dragon veins to seize the secrets of heaven after being discovered. They immediately sent a number of people to stop them. One of your father-in-laws, Rong Tianhong, was one of the people who handled this matter. Although he successfully stopped the other party, he also suffered heavy losses, and only a few people came back alive. Moreover, those who came back would keep silent about the incident, so no one except them knew what the situation was. Your Yi family was also involved in it back then, but that was not the reason for the extermination. The real reason seemed to be that old guy Yi Shuangying had something they wanted. As for what it was, probably no one knew except him afterwards. This force seemed to have never appeared. They disappeared overnight and could not be found. The losses to both the city and Xianmen were too severe, so the news was blocked and became a top-secret file. Later, I asked people to secretly investigate the Yi family fire case, but there were no clues until someone showed up.
Speaking of which,
Long Bei frowned, as if he was recalling something that was bothering him.
And Yi Tians also understood the whole story. This force is the current shadow cult. And this person is none other than Hua Ling, the investigator listed in the archives. Looking at the look on old Biden's face, it shows that there is something strange about this Hua Ling. Since repeated investigations have yielded no results, I gave up and decided to look for that force from other sources. But just when they were about to give up, Hua Ling suddenly appeared and volunteered to investigate the Yi family fire case. At that time, we all felt that we couldn't find any useful information, so we just agreed to it, but we didn't take it seriously. But unexpectedly, a week later, Hua Ling returned the file bag used for the investigation and said something to me. She said, "The person who set the fire is not a human being." After saying that, she left the file bag and chose to leave. I realized later that she had found the real clue, and immediately sent people to look for her. But unexpectedly, after 3 months of searching, no one could find her. Whether it was the secular world or the mysterious world, no one could find her. It's as if such a person doesn't exist in this world. Later, I read the file bag she left behind many times and found that there were no investigation results for each of her investigations, only the results of the handling. Like you, I felt something was wrong, so I studied the file bag for 2 months but still couldn't figure out anything. Since Hua Ling could not be found, the matter had to be dropped, and gradually, people no longer mentioned it. As for me, although I want to investigate it thoroughly, I am really powerless. You also know that the current capital is no longer the same as it was back then, and it no longer has that persuasive power. Speaking of which, Long Bei couldn't help but sigh. There are some things that he doesn't want to do, but he can't do them now. In other words, he is old and no longer has the same temperament as before. At the same time, Yi Tians also fell into silence, his mind full of Hua Ling. He firmly believed. There is no one in this world who appears out of thin air. If there is, it can only be that the other party disguised himself too well and people couldn't find him. But as long as you keep looking, you will always find some clues. Give me some information about Hua Ling, the more detailed the better. I want to know where she appeared and who she contacted. He didn't believe it. How could a living person who has appeared really disappear without a trace? He wanted to get to the bottom of it and find out what it meant that the person who set the fire was not a human being. Now that he has Tan Lang helping him, it will surely be easier to investigate. Hear the words. Long Bei snorted coldly, walked randomly to the desk, opened the drawer, took out a file bag from it, and threw it on the coffee table. I knew you were stubborn. Here's the thing, take it and check it yourself. But I want to advise you not to be so stubborn. If it were possible to find it out, wouldn't I have found it out long ago? But I can't control you, you can do whatever you want. If you find out, remember to notify me. Chapter 994 Surprise Duo. Yi Tians stood up slowly and said coldly. You have a good plan. You let me investigate while you sit back and reap the benefits. Instead of waiting for me to check, you might as well think carefully about who should take up those vacant positions in the capital. If you continue to find some crooked people to do the job, then everything you are doing now will be in vain, and don't even think that I will use you as a tool anymore. Long Bei snorted coldly and said disdainfully. That's all because of you being too high profile. If it weren't for you, where would all the trouble come from? Okay, get out of here now, don't disturb me while I'm smoking and drinking tea, don't spoil my mood.
It's unlucky enough to see you, and now you have to talk to me here for so long, messing up my feng shui.
After you leave, I'll have to call someone to help rearrange it.
Seeing his look of disgust, Yi Tian suddenly stopped.
He laughed jokingly. So you, old Biden, don't have a very good eye for people. I'm also good at feng shui. Do you want me to help you take a look?
But I think feng shui is quite expensive, $200 million per session, but the effect is guaranteed to satisfy you.
WTF? $200 million? Did this bastard think he was a good fool? Get lost, you idiot. When you die one day, I will burn you alive. Long Bei was extremely angry. And Yi Tian still smiled and said,
if anyone is going to die, you should be the first to die. I suggest you burn some for yourself in advance and store some goods so that you won't be without money when you go down.
Get lost. You bastard, you just curse me to death every day, don't you?
Long Bei stood up and poured the tea in the cup over there.
Yi Tian just slightly turned sideways and dodged.
He smiled at Long Bei, turned around and left.
After he leaves.
Only then did Long Bei sit back on the sofa and couldn't help but let out a long sigh.
Boy, it would be great if we could find out something, but how can this matter be so easy to find out? Flower bell.
These two words were like a fleeting dream, appearing too briefly.
That's it. If this kid wants to build it, then he just needs to wait for good news. Inside the hotel.
Yi Tian sat on the sofa, flipping through the information about Hua Ling that Long Bei gave him.
There is a lot of information, but none of it contains key information.
For example, ID number, home address and telephone number, etc.
The rest of the information is irrelevant. For example, personality, hobbies, lifestyle, etc.
After looking for a long time, he couldn't find any useful clues from it. It seems that Long Bei did not lie.
This flower bell is very mysterious. Call.
He let out a breath and leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest.
These days,
he was very tired because of these trivial things.
Although it has now ended perfectly, he did not gain any substantial benefits.
He sorted it out and found that there were many things to do at the moment. In addition to investigating Hua Ling, we also have to investigate the shadow cult and find the whereabouts of the Mist Protector. In addition, he has to go back to the fallen city to interrogate Zhong Yuanzhong, and go to the Su family to take back what he deserves.
This couldn't help but give him a headache. I don't know when I will be able to return to Jiangnan, reunite with the 5 golden flowers, and live a carefree life. That's it. The more I think about it, the more itchy I feel.
If he thought about it further, he might not be able to control himself and rush thousands of miles to the south of the Yangtze River.
Let's pack up and go to the Grand Theater to see if there are any clues left by the shadow cult.
But just as he stood up, there was a knock on the door.
This made him frown.
He hesitated for a moment.
He still went forward and opened the door.
After all, no one can threaten his safety.
Considering the current situation in the capital, anyone who can find him must be a big shot. There might be some unrest that requires his intervention to suppress. But open the door. Then I was hit by a faint floral scent. At first glance,
his nerves immediately tensed up, his eyes glowed, and he stared straight at the person who came. Standing at the door were Rong Meiyan and Luo Yushi, who had come from Jiangnan.
Rong Meiyan wore a professional hip skirt with a deep v-neck and a mysterious purple color, which was very charming.
Not to mention she was wearing suspenders and black stockings. Wearing Valentino high heels, she is so gorgeous.
Just one look at it can't help but set your imagination ablaze. Luo Yushi is the contrast to Rong Meiyan.
A white cheongsam, pure and clean. With her otherworldly face, she has an excellent temperament. The white high heels on her feet add a touch of sacredness, making her look like a classical fairy walking out of a painting.
What the hell? Has he not slept well for several days and is already experiencing hallucinations? How come the two of them are here?
Before he could come to his senses, Rong Meiyan reached out and hooked her arms around his neck. The scent of flowers filled his nose, bringing him back to his senses instantly.
And Rong Meiyan's enchanting silver bell sounded. It's been so long since we last met, have you missed me? If so, where did you miss me?
You don't know that I can't sleep all night when you are not around, but I miss being unable to sleep all night even more when you are around. So, after Yushi and I learned that you were okay, we rushed over as soon as possible.
How about it? Do you like this celebratory gift? While talking,
she took the initiative to move closer to Yi Tian's arms.
Hiss. Yi Tian took a deep breath and was at a loss for a moment.
It's not that he was shy, but he was too surprised and delighted, and was not mentally prepared.
But I have to say, Rong Meiyan really understands him.
Not only do I understand him by his appearance, but I also understand him by his inner thoughts.
Look, Luo Yushi has been brought here. This little girl wants to kill him. Saw this scene.
Luo Yushi on the side was a little at a loss, her eyes evasive. Although she had prepared herself mentally on the way here, she didn't expect Rong Meiyan to be so proactive while still at the door.
Wrong.
Now that she is here, she has already made up her mind, so why should she be shy? Anyway, it's not the first or second time that I've been with this bastard, and I've already become his woman.
Didn't you come here this time just to have some peace and quiet and satisfaction? Think of this.
She took a step forward, walked in, closed the door gently, and mustered up the courage to look up at Yi Tian's
eyes facing each other. She noticed Yi Tian's fatigue at the first moment and couldn't help feeling a little sad. He hesitated and said, "You have worked hard." Hear the words. Yi Tian couldn't help but be stunned, wondering if he had heard it wrong. Is this something Luo Yushi could say? The sun is really coming out in the west.
But he was very happy in his heart. Because Luo Yushi could say such words, it meant that she had already accepted him.
At this time,
Rong Meiyan leaned in close and kissed him on the face, saying charmingly, "We came here quietly, so don't let Ruoyun and the others know otherwise, it won't be so peaceful anymore."
Talking, she also deliberately gave Yi Tian a look, as if he was taking credit for Luo Yushi's arrival. Yi Tian took a deep breath, smiled knowingly, and gave Rong Meiyan a thumbs up. "I would like to call you the Mama-san of the training world."
Chapter 995 Sisters and #039, Backstab.
Really? Rong Meiyan is the real good wife.
Being teased like this, Rong Meiyan was not angry and smiled.
What? Wasn't the training good? Don't you like it? If you don't like it, then I will let Yushi go back first. While talking, Rong Meiyan took the initiative to press her lower abdomen against him.
Yi Tian also hugged her slender waist and enjoyed the feeling of her back as soft as jade.
"Look at what you said, of course I like you, I admire you a lot, I didn't expect you to be so capable." Meiyan has something even more powerful, do you want to see it? Hiss. This little devil, can't wait? At the same time, Luo Yushi on the side said awkwardly, "I'm still here, and you didn't even talk behind my back who disciplined whom? No one can bring me here if I don't want to. It's so infuriating. Be kind and prepare a surprise for this damn rascal." But in the end, they used such an ugly word as training to describe her? It would have been fine if he said it behind my back, but he said it to my face. How? She doesn't want to lose face? Yi Tian reacted immediately and smiled apologetically. "It was a slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue. This training is not that training. I wanted to show you my ability to convince you. But to be honest, you look really good in this outfit. You were already a fairy, and now you look even more like 1 inch." The sudden praise made Luo Yushi feel a little embarrassed. If it were in the past, she would definitely think that Yi Tian was just sweet-talking. But we have been apart for too long and I really miss him. In addition, Rong Meiyan often did ideological work for her, which made her face her inner feelings. At the same time, Rong Meiyan pressed herself against Yi Tian's chest again and immediately moved her face closer. Call. She blew a breeze gently towards the corner of Yi Tian's eyes and said charmingly. What about me? Don't I look good in this outfit? Don't I have any charm? Don't I have a sense of mystery that makes you want to find out more? Before Yi Tian's could say anything, Rong Meiyan pressed forward step by step. Yi Tian's was also very tactful. He pretended to be forced to retreat and finally fell on the sofa. Awesome. This is so awesome. When I feel really sleepy, someone will bring me a pillow. Yi Tian's pulled Rong Meiyan, who was leaning over, down and made her lie on top of him. Then he kissed her deeply. The pain of separation disappears at this moment. The pain of missing each other turns into passion, gradually eroding each other. Both of them were enjoying each other's demands and possession, trying to use this to express their deep longing for each other. Luo Yushi, who was standing by, was stunned by the scene. She knew that Rong Meiyan was very charming and knew how to control her husband. But she didn't expect that she would be so bold and knock Yi Tian's to the ground in front of her. For a while, she was at a loss, not knowing what to do next. It would only be more embarrassing if I stayed here. But if she didn't stay here, she didn't know where to go. Because even if you enter the room, you can still hear the sound. She couldn't just run away and hide because of what they were doing now, right? And seeing Rong Meiyan so unscrupulously demanding and possessing Yi Tian's, she felt uncomfortable and sour in her heart. Wrong. Obviously this man is their common property, so why should she give him up and stay away from him? This is not fair. Just because Rong Meiyan came first, does that mean she has the priority right? Think of this. A surge of anger surged in Luo Yushi's heart. She immediately came over to Yi Tian's in her high heels and sat down. She grabbed his hands and placed them on her waist. The sudden action made Yi Tian stunned and he stopped demanding from Rong Meiyan. When Rong Meiyan noticed it, she slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Luo Yushi like this, the two looked at each other, somewhat unable to react. Just as I was about to say something, Luo Yushi spoke first. Don't talk, kiss me like you kissed Meiyan. Talking. Luo Yushi closed her eyes and deliberately raised her head, exposing her neck, as if she was ready to be picked. Hiss. Yi Tian's took a deep breath, somewhat unable to believe his ears and eyes. This is like a dream. Who would believe this if I told them? Fortunately, Rong Meiyan came to her senses first. She immediately reached out and held Luo Yushi's big cup. This touch made Luo Yushi's body tremble slightly. She bit her lips lightly, still keeping her eyes closed. See this. Rong Meiyan smiled charmingly at Yi Tian's and said. What are you waiting for? Haven't you been looking forward to this day for a long time? Yi Tian's realized it later. What the hell? It really is effortless. When he was in the Purple Gold Palace before, he had always mentioned this matter to Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan. But being rejected repeatedly and still getting angry at him made him lose hope in traveling with someone. Did not expect. Rong Meiyan actually brought it to his mouth. If he refuses, he is not a man at all. Think of this. He immediately hugged Luo Yushi's slender waist and kissed her deeply. In an instant, the hotel room was filled with spring. The sounds are endless and the scent of hormones is wafting everywhere. Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong. After Han Ruoyun and others came back from shopping, they couldn't see Rong Meiyan and Luo Yushi for a long time. Strange, it's been more than 3 hours since we came back. Where did Queen Rong and the others go, and why haven't they come back yet? And they didn't tell us where they went. Could something have happened? Lu Ruyan frowned and said. That shouldn't be the case with Fairy Luo around. Nothing will happen to Rong Meiju. Besides, she's already extinct, so she has some abilities of her own. In my opinion, they must have secretly gone out to play without taking us with them. The two looked at each other immediately, suddenly realizing what had happened. Just as they were about to say something, their cell phones rang at the same time.
When she took it out and took a look, it turned out to be the message that Rong Mei Yen sent to the small groups of their 5 major scenic spots. Everyone, Yushi and I are going to Xianmen and won't be back for the next 3 days. Please be careful and wait for us to come back.
Xianmen? What's the point of going to Xianmen at this critical juncture? Could it be that Yi Tians had encountered something again and needed them to go to Xianmen for help? This is impossible. If Yi Tians really had something to do, how could he not tell them? That can only mean one thing. It's to help Luo Yushi. Thinking of what happened to Luo Yushi, they couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken, so they didn't delve into the matter any further. They quickly replied to the message in the group, asking the two to take good care of themselves. What they didn't know was that Rong Mei Yen and Luo Yushi were actually going out to play without their knowledge. Moreover, he went to play with Yi Tians and had a lot of fun. As for the accidents they were worried about, that didn't happen. Chapter 996 Host. Fallen City. Countless prisoners gathered in the playground. In the middle of the playground, there was a man hanging. It was Zhong Yuanzhong who had just been brought here. Wow! Tan Lang poured a basin of cold water over him. The unconscious Zhong Yuanzhong woke up instantly. Who dares to attack me? The voice just fell. Only then did he see clearly that he had been surrounded by this group of people and had become a lamb to be slaughtered. And Tan Lang and Pajun are the first to bear the brunt and stand in the front. Now. Everyone looked at him jokingly, and some even had a hint of greed and amusement in their eyes. And many more. These people all seemed familiar. Tan Lang laughed jokingly. Old man, in the capital you are the king and you are allowed 3 points, but here you are no longer allowed to give in. The young city lord has instructed us to treat you well, so we have prepared 18 tortures specially for you. Don't say I don't give you face. I let you choose by yourself. Isn't that enough? 18 tortures? The corners of Zhong Yuanzhong's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Only then did he see that there was a long table next to him, on which were countless torture instruments. For a while, he was frightened and panicked. Because he had recognized several people in the crowd. They are all international wanted criminals. It would not be an exaggeration to even call him a terrorist. Damn! Why are there so many internationally wanted criminals here? Before he could come to his senses, the vampire stood up and sneered. If you don't want to choose, I will torture you. I will cut 36 non-lethal cuts on your body. Then I will let you watch your blood drain away. But don't worry, I will use a basin to catch your blood and make you drink it again before it dries up. By the way, I'll feed you some red dates to nourish you. What the hell? Real or fake? Drain his blood and then use his blood to feed himself? Zhong Yuanzhong shuddered when he heard this and didn't dare to respond. If that's the case, I might as well kill him. At this time, a bald monk came out holding a Zen stick and bowed slightly to Zhong Yuanzhong. Amitba, benefactor, don't worry, his methods are too cruel, I will not let him do this to you. I, the poor monk, will personally help you to pass away peacefully, without suffering any torture at all. Hear the words. Zhong Yuanzhong shuddered again, and his hair stood on end. Do not know why. He felt that the bald monk in front of him was more dangerous than the ruthless man who had just drawn his blood. You stay away from me. Who do you think you are? You are not qualified to save me. Including the Buddhist teachings, they are just a bunch of junk. I don't believe in Buddhism, I believe in Taoism. He used up all his strength and roared out courageously, hoping to build up his courage in this way. I don't know. Any one of the people here is 100 times more ruthless than him. At this time, the monk laughed loudly and said, Donor, you and I are truly predestined. I don't believe in Buddhism either, so I never use Buddhism to liberate people, but I use physical methods instead. Please rest assured, Donor, the physical method of salvation I use is not as cruel as I am just hitting you with this Zen stick. Every time you are hit, the donor will spit out a mouthful of blood. When you have spit out 365 mouthfuls of blood, you will return to the West.
This corresponds exactly to the 365 days in a year, which is called having a beginning and an end. After all, I am a very particular person.
Done.
He bowed to Zhong Yuanzhong again. The smile on his face made Zhong Yuanzhong feel chilled.
Isn't this cruel? 365 hits, each of which would make the person vomit blood, and after vomiting, the person would die. How hard would that be? How much blood do I have to spit out before this works? Madman. These people are fucking crazy. Hey, monk, are you trying to snatch someone from me? Don't forget, I was the one who wanted her first. Can you please understand the rules? The vampire was very dissatisfied and started to scold the monk.
The monk bowed to him politely, still with a smile on his face.
Amitabha, the Buddha never taught me any rules, so I naturally don't know how to use rules to restrict others. All I know is that he was sent in by the young city lord, so he must be treated well. If you think you can treat him well, then I am willing to make room for you. However, I see that you are always surrounded by blood, and sooner or later you will fall into the devil's way before you go crazy. I should save you first. Boom! The two of them burst out with powerful auras one after another, and then confronted each other with their auras. The waves of heat created made Zhong Yuanzhong terrified. These people are all top-notch masters. What the hell is this place? Before he could come to his senses, Tan Lang's teasing laughter rang out again. Okay, stop arguing and don't disturb our distinguished guests from resting. You all want to help the young city lord share his worries. That's easy, then come one by one. After all, we are the host, so we should show our hospitality and let him understand our hospitality. Done. The vampire and the monk stopped arguing and looked at Zhong Yuanzhong with greedy eyes, which made his scalp tingle. At the same time, Tan Lang had already come to his side and said jokingly, "Old man, now that you have fallen into our hands, we can kill you or chop you up at your will. But the young city lord has instructed that you cannot be killed, so you just have to endure a little hardship and get through these 18 tortures. Don't worry, it won't be fatal, and after the punishment, there will be a reward you won't expect." Award? Zhong Yuanzhong didn't believe that such a thing existed at all. Get lost. If you dare to touch me, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Tan Lang laughed and said, "What a coincidence. The young city lord knows how to deal with things. If you are really tortured to death, he will make sure you can't even be a ghost." Done. Zhong Yuanzhong felt his scalp tingling. Because the people in front of them don't buy into threats at all, it will make them more and more excited. Okay, don't waste time, I'll show you the simplest torture, called fishing for the moon in the bottom of the sea. The name sounds very impressive, but when it comes to torture, it's just a scumbag. If it hurts, you have to bear with it. Tan Lang said to Pajun, who was standing beside him. Go, this primary task is left to you. Pajun immediately walked over with a small scalpel. Someone pull his legs apart. This move made Zhong Yuanzhong panic. What are you doing? What are you doing? Get out. Don't touch me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Then I want to see how you are going to be rude to me. Pajun snorted unhappily. Then he slid the small scalpel in his hand across Zhong Yuanzhong's crotch. A cool breeze blew. A burst of burning pain made Zhong Yuanzhong gasp for air. His crotch was also cut by the knife. What the hell? This so-called fishing for the moon in the bottom of the sea is actually the lifeblood of life? Chapter 997, Enlightenment. For a while, Zhong Yuanzhong was covered in cold sweat. Too bad. This place is going to be destroyed piece by piece. The strength of each cut was controlled extremely well, so that each layer of skin can be cut evenly. Think of this. He couldn't help but shudder. Ah! Stop it. Stop it right now. He is already in his 40s and half buried in the earth. If he becomes paralyzed on one side of his body at this time, wouldn't he be a thing that is neither male nor female after he dies? No. This is absolutely not okay.
But the more he resisted, the happier these cruel people were.
Especially Pujun.
Pejun said with a joking look on his face.
Old man, didn't you just threaten to make me suffer? Why are you begging for mercy now? Please don't be so fickle, I always like your rebellious side.
Come on, recover for a while, maybe if I'm happy, I'll be less forceful with the knife later.
How about letting your old tree roots die later, which can be regarded as fulfilling one of your last wishes?
Zhong Yuanzhong was furious and said angrily. Believe it or not, if you really dare to attack me, I will definitely cut you into pieces. The torture you inflicted on me today, I will repay you 100-fold in the future. Even though he sounded so passionate, he actually had no confidence at all. Because he had no idea where this place was. But if you just use your brain, you will know that this place is not a good place with so many international wanted criminals detained.
Now that I've been brought in, it's impossible for me to walk out safely. Otherwise, why don't these people leave?
It's impossible that they can't escape from here with their abilities. The people present did not take his words to heart, but instead treated them as a joke.
This is the fallen city. It is the area under the jurisdiction of the young city lord. Can the young city lord let people leave so easily? This stupid old man has already started dreaming before it's even night.
Pujun, I think it's better to let me perform a physical salvation. Only a real salvation can cure the disease of being stubborn. The monk saluted Pujun, his politeness concealing murderous intent. The vampire also quickly stood up.
I think you should give it to me. I haven't let anyone bleed for a long time. This stupid old man didn't have much blood to begin with, and you guys treated him like this. It's really cruel.
Talking. He also licked his lips with his tongue, with greed in his eyes, like a hunter seeing his prey.
All right. Have you forgotten that this is the man that the young city lord ordered us to send here?
We must spare his life. With the way you, the dead ghost, and the monk play, it would be strange if he didn't die. Only the torture method of Tan Lang can save his life.
You've been following the young city lord for so long, and you still don't have this experience? Anyway, I've left me here, you can torture me however you want. The premise is to keep his life. Otherwise, when the young city lord comes back, whoever made the move will be on his own. Junzi and I have to go back to continue helping the young city lord. Secretary Gao Luga will supervise you in addition. The young city lord has something to tell you. Be an honest person and work diligently, and you will be rewarded with chicken legs when you come back.
As soon as these words came out,
everyone was very happy. Fuck. The young city lord is so kind. I love the young city lord. I want to have a baby with him.
You're a bitch.
Stay away from me, you sissy. The only unhappy person in the audience was Zhong Yuanzhong.
He was a well-known figure in the capital, controlling a lot of talents and resources, but he ended up like this.
One wrong move and the whole game is lost.
This damn Yi-Tiance, after he escapes from here, I will definitely cut him into pieces.
At the same time,
Tan Lang and Pujun have set out on their journey to the capital again.
On the road, seeing Pujun looking sad, Tan Lang couldn't help but joke. What? Are you missing that little slut of yours? TSK, I never thought that one day, Junzi, you would be sad over a second-hand car. Don't move, I have to take a picture of you, and when I get back I'll show everyone how sad you are about love. Talking.
He quickly took out his cell phone to take a picture of Pujun. Pujun immediately snatched his phone and said coldly.
Did you get beaten up last time and are you itching for it again? Last time? Didn't I beat you up? Who was itching to do that? Besides, it's rare to see you like this, so what's wrong with taking a photo of you as a souvenir? Joke. If we can get the photos back to the fallen city, they will be worth a lot of money. After all, everyone wants to find something to hold against the other person, and use it to threaten the other person to do something. Pujun certainly knew his little thoughts, but at the moment he was not in the mood to argue with him. Although it's a second-hand car, it feels really good to drive. There aren't many women who can make me linger,
and she is one of them. The young city lord has caused such a big fuss in the capital this time, and I don't know if she can survive. It would be great if she can survive and continue to serve me. By the way, she and the secretary of the young city lord have the same name, but their personalities are very different. One is extremely flirtatious, charming and promiscuous, while the other is cold as ice and keeps people at a distance. Why is there such a big gap? It would be great if Secretary Gao could be as warm and affectionate as water. Hear the words. Tan Lang said disdainfully. You know nothing. Secretary Gao is cold as ice in front of us. Do you know what she is like when she is alone with the young city lord? But then again, do you think there is any secret between Secretary Gao? But then again, do you think there is any secret between Secretary Gao and the young city lord? After all, women like Secretary Gao are more reserved and coquettish. The voice just fell. The two looked at each other and smiled. It was as if they had discovered a new continent. They were full of curiosity and talked non-stop. Hotel bed. Yi Tiance was lying in the middle, hugged on both sides, with a look of satisfaction on his face, and even his smile was filled with happiness. Suddenly. Ah, please. The continuous sneezes made him sit up instantly. Male Gobi. Who is scolding him? A series of sneezes woke up Rong Meiyan and Luo Yushi, who were tired and fell asleep. Rong Meiyan gave Luo Yushi a charming smile. The latter's pretty face turned red and she immediately hid her head in the quilt. Crazy. She must be crazy. You actually followed Rong Meiyan to serve this damn hooligan? It would be so embarrassing if this got out. It's all Yi Tiance's fault, that bastard. Just now, I had to coax and deceive her, and with the help of Rong Meiyan, I made her agree to go together. But the spiritual power in her body seems to be more refined. This dual cultivation method is really useful. Her spiritual power, which had not been used for a long time, increased, and her cultivation speed also increased a lot when her blood expanded. But I can't just rely on this dual cultivation method to practice in the future, right? Wrong. She has a yin-yang body that is rarely seen in a century, and is a dual cultivator. Anyway, she has followed Yi Tiance. If she doesn't make good use of this special physique, it would be a shame to receive this gift from God. Then she suddenly jumped out of the bed. He threw Yi Tiance to the ground. Don't talk. I've rested well, so I can practice faster this way. Done. She had already taken the initiative to kiss Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance was completely confused. What the hell? What's the situation? Do you treat him as an automatic transmission to assist your cultivation? Chapter 998: The Traces of the Mad Woman. 2 hours later. Luo Yushi sat cross-legged and began to practice. During these few hours, the spiritual energy in her body became much purer. At the same time, the speed of cultivation has also been improved unprecedentedly. Have to say, this bastard is quite useful. At this moment, Yi Tiance was extremely exhausted. He didn't expect that Luo Yushi would take the initiative again, which made him feel flattered. Sometimes excessive happiness can also be a burden. Seeing that there was a hint of charm in Rong Meiyan's eyes when she looked at him again, he was so scared that he quickly ran into the bathroom and started taking a bath. If this continues, I will die of exhaustion. At the same time, his cell phone, which was on the bathtub counter, suddenly buzzed. Say. This cold word scared Tan Lang, who was still in the car, so much that he shuddered. I couldn't help but feel guilty. Could it be that this living devil knew that they were just saying bad things about him? Well, young city lord, I have found the whereabouts of that woman Luyanji, and I have sent her location to your phone. Got it. Continue to help me check this person. I will send you all her information later. Done. Yi Tiance hung up the phone. Then he opened the message sent by Tan Lang, and there was a location on it. He clicked it and couldn't help frowning. Island? Interesting. In order to avoid him, this crazy woman actually ran to an island. Pity. The person I met was him. No matter where you hide, he can find you. At that time, under the artillery support of the capital, he had to give up the mist protector and the others.
While he was chasing after the mist protector, he neglected the crazy woman Lu Yinji.
Now that most of the people in the capital have been arrested, she naturally cannot be allowed to go unpunished. Moreover, she has a close relationship with the shadow cult, and we can learn more about the shadow cult from her.
At last.
This crazy woman had mentioned the fire case at the Yi family to him before, indicating that Ji Budwan knew about it. But now he doesn't even know where this bastard is hiding. Besides, there is no need to waste time on him because there are better subjects for investigation. If she really knew the truth, she should also know about Hua Ling.
Because they all appeared at the same time.
Then he immediately forwarded the location of the island to Zhang Aolong. Today, Zhang Aolong is no longer the leader of the dragon gods. After the case in the capital, he found Long Bei and voluntarily resigned. In recognition of his meritorious service, Long Bei gave him the status of a special combat reserve officer. He does not have to be in the team, but can mobilize all armed forces at any time.
This is also to provide convenience to Yi Tians. So after receiving the location, Zhang Aolong immediately mobilized the combat-ready helicopter. After a while, Zhang Aolong appeared on the rooftop of the hotel, which served as a temporary landing point, on time to greet Yi Tians. The roar of the engine also attracted a lot of people's attention, and they happened to see Yi Tians boarding the plane. Look, is that the good citizen Yi Tians mentioned in the news? You know what, it really seems to be him.
I heard that he was previously falsely accused of being a terrorist, but now not only has he proven his innocence, he has also successfully helped the country to find a bad apple. He is really amazing.
Yes, if it weren't for him, there might be many people who would be oppressed and coerced by those bad apples. The admiration of passers-by also reached the ears of Rong Meiyan and Luo Yushi.
The two smiled at each other and felt a sense of accomplishment.
Before, they couldn't understand why Yi Tians would do such a thankless task. Now it seems. This may be the meaning of it after it is done. After the helicopter flies away, the two of them immediately booked tickets and returned to Jiangnan City.
If he stayed out for too long, it would definitely arouse suspicion from Han Ruoyun and others.
Moreover, Feng Rong Group also encountered some troubles.
She had to go back and see what the situation was so that she could resolve it as soon as possible and provide strong financial support to Yi Tians.
Desert Island. There was a dense crowd of people on the beach.
Everyone held a hot weapon in their hands, and they were fully armed. They formed an encirclement and surrounded the unconscious person in the middle of the beach. And right in front of them, a tall, beautiful and charming woman was half lying on a beach chair. Smoking a cigarette in one hand and holding a glass of red wine in the other. How comfortable it is.
At this time,
the leader of the crowd stepped forward and said respectfully,
Ms. Lu, it's been a week and he still won't talk. Do you want to increase the dosage?
The voice just fell. The mist protector who was surrounded by them immediately foamed at the mouth and convulsed all over.
I want it. Give it to me, give it to me. See this. Lu Yinji sneered. John, didn't you hear? John understood, nodded and smiled. I understand. Done. He walked over quickly and nodded to the man holding the needle. Go, increase the dose.
The subordinate immediately stepped forward and inserted the needle into the carotid artery in the neck of Protector Mist.
A hard push.
The unknown colorless liquid instantly flowed into the aorta of the Mist Protector.
Next second, his eyes rolled back and his whole body twitched even more violently. But soon he stopped and fainted again. See this. Lu Yinji narrowed his eyes, looking very unhappy.
A week had passed since she brought the Mist Protector to this deserted island. At that time, he took advantage of the cover of artillery fire and knocked out and controlled the Mist Protector when he had not recovered in time in Yi Tian's formation. During this week, she had someone inject him with a new stimulant, AH7, every day. This stimulant is addictive and hallucinogenic, allowing people to indulge in their own fantasies and reach a state of extreme excitement. But even so, Protector Wu still couldn't speak and tell her the news about Emperor Chen Sheng. To achieve the current situation, she even used her previous connections and hired the mercenary John to torture him madly. The result is now obvious: it is useless. This made her furious and she even wanted to kill him. "John, go and chop off one of his hands. I will make it so that he will never be able to use the skill he is so proud of again."
"Okay, Miss Lu." John immediately drew the Nepalese knife from his waist and stepped forward quickly. The moment the saber touched the arm of the mist protector, he suddenly woke up and kicked with all his strength. Fortunately, John was quick-witted and immediately reached out to block it. Even so, he was also kicked back several steps and couldn't help but feel a little different. The Chinese people's kung fu was really amazing. Even after being tortured like this, he still has so much strength. However, it was just a dying counterattack, a last-ditch effort. As the leader of mercenaries, being kicked back by a dying man also ignited the anger in his heart. John took 2 steps at a time, trying to get to the mist protector quickly and break his arm. Suddenly, whoosh! A beautiful figure flashed past him. When I came to my senses, Lu Yenji was already standing next to the mist protector. She stepped hard on his arm. Severe pain swept through my body. The mist protector couldn't help but scream. What? Although he had achieved great perfection in physical training, he had been tortured terribly by Lu Yenji during this period. Coupled with the effects of AH7, he is unable to use his strength and can only become a lamb to be slaughtered. At the same time, Lu Yenji rubbed his arms hard with her feet. The flesh and blood were so blurred that even the bones were exposed. She said coldly, "Master Protector, are you serious? Or are you still unwilling to tell me?" Chapter 999 IN #039, MA Madman. Ever since Yi Tiance told her that Chen Xingdi was still alive, she had been shaken. She didn't actually want Guardian Mist to tell her anything. She just wanted to confirm the news. Because she knows it very well. If Chen Xingdi is still alive, he must be controlled by the shadow cult, and she does not have the ability to save him. But she insisted on living until now, even allowing Yi Tiance to humiliate her. Isn't it just for hope? As long as she confirms that Chen Xingdi is still alive, she will still work for the shadow cult and rescue Chen Xingdi. Because Chen Xingdi is her lifeline. Before, the shadow cult had been asking her to work for them by claiming that she had found out information about Chen Xingdi. Now that she has obtained more useful information, she naturally hopes that the shadow cult can also give her useful information. Even if she had to work for them for the rest of her life, it would be fine. But she didn't understand why the mist protector was willing to endure such torture and didn't want to tell her a word. Could it be that from the beginning to the end, the shadow cult had no knowledge of Chen Xingdi's news? Were all the previous news and intelligence made up by them to deceive her? Do not. This is impossible. If this is true, then why did Yi Tiance say that before? Chen Xingdi must be held hostage by the shadow cult. She wanted to understand why the mist protector refused to say anything even if he died. At the same time, the mist protector was breathing heavily, but the corners of his mouth were still curved. In this case, the smile was particularly ferocious. Lu Yenji, don't even think about getting any information out of me. The worst possible outcome is death. Do you think I'm afraid of death? Moreover, I am sure you dare not kill me. Because once you kill me, you will never get any news about Chen Xingdi again. People outside are saying that you are a crazy woman, but in my opinion, you are nothing more than that. If you have the guts, show me how crazy you are. You think you can pry open his mouth with just this little trick? You are underestimating him. To know. When he got the Lingyuan pearl and wanted to control it, how terribly he was tortured by the Lingyuan pearl. Today it is only 1/10 of what it was back then. He doesn't take it seriously at all. Hear the words. Lu Yenji frowned slightly, anger mixed in her cold and beautiful face. She spread her hands. John then handed over a large syringe. And inside, it is filled with AH7. See this. The Mist Guardian laughed loudly and said disdainfully.
Lu Yinji, I have the Lingyuan pearl to protect me, and I have even set up a formation in my body over the years. Even if you use more of this thing, you can't kill me.
Don't forget, I'm the guardian of the shadow cult.
I'm much better at using poison and drugs than you are.
I already have resistance to this stuff. In the long run, this thing will be useless to me.
If you don't believe me, you can try and see if you can stab me to death.
Playing these with the shadow cult? It is simply a small thing that makes a big difference. However, Lu Yinji smiled and said,
Protector Wu is right. It was Yinji who was not thoughtful enough. However, Protector, what if I tell you that my target is not you, but her?
While talking, John had someone carry the unconscious Yilinger out. Now,
Yilinger was tied to a chair, and her hands and feet were already bruised.
See this.
The Mist Guardian was furious and roared.
Lu Yinji, you're a crazy woman.
If you dare to touch the spirit, you will be the enemy of the entire shadow cult. The shadow cult will hunt you down to the ends of the earth.
You can't afford the consequences. Hurry and let go of the spirit. Otherwise, when the leader is born, I will report to him and cut you into pieces. Damn. She actually tied up the spirit as well. What exactly does this woman want to do?
He stared at Lu Yinji intently, and this reaction made the latter smile with satisfaction. She slowly squatted down, looked down at the Mist Guardian, and said with a smile, It seems that the Mist Protector is very concerned about this little girl. I vaguely remember that if the leader wants to be resurrected, he must have a spirit as a medium. You, the Shadow Cult, have been searching for so many years and have only just found such a spirit. Tell me, if I kill her, is there any possibility for the leader to be resurrected?
Since I can't be resurrected, how can I be torn into pieces? Yinji was really curious about this. While talking,
she played with the large syringe in her hand.
The playful smile on his face made the Mist Protector feel inexplicably uneasy. Because this crazy woman is not wrong. In order to resurrect the leader, a spirit must be used as a medium. If there is no spirit, the resurrection of the leader would be just empty talk. In other words, if anything happens to Yilinger, their leader will never be resurrected. Unless, the next spirit is found. But where do so many spirits come from in this world? If only. Will they let it go after all these years?
All these spirits have been captured long ago, and then tested and conditioned, to select the most perfect and suitable one to become the medium for the leader's resurrection. Silent threats are the most deadly. This made the Mist Protector feel shaken.
What do you want to do? I told you a long time ago that I have been investigating his news. Didn't I tell you in time every time I got the news? Seeing that the Guardian Wu was still making jokes, Lu Yinji shook his head and laughed. Master Protector, didn't you just say that people in the outside world are saying that I'm a crazy woman, but no one knows how crazy I am? In that case, Yinji will let you see how crazy I can be. But after I go crazy, please bear with me, Lord Protector. Done. She slowly stood up, stepped on the beach barefoot, and slowly walked towards the unconscious Yilinger. This made the Mist Protector completely panic. Stop. Stop it right there. If you dare to attack the spirit, you won't know anything. He looked at Lu Yinji with gritted teeth, really afraid that this crazy woman would attack Yilinger. After all, this crazy woman would really do anything for Chen Qingdi. But Lu Yinji did not stop and continued walking towards Yilinger. This made the Mist Protector's heart rise to his throat. Lu Yinji, stop right there. I'm telling you the news about Chen Qingdi. While talking, Lu Yinji has come to Yilinger's side. The big syringe was also placed on Yilinger's neck. Then she turned her head and said to the Mist Guardian with a joking smile. Master Protector, the battle in the capital has caused my hearing to be a little bad. I didn't hear what you said just now. How about you say it again louder? You. The Mist Protector was extremely angry. Just as he was about to curse, he was forced back by Lu Yinji's murderous eyes. Okay. I'll tell you the news about Chenxingdi. Is that enough now? Stop it. Stay away from the spirit. Hear the words.
Lu Yinji then put away the large syringe, but there was still a dagger hidden in her smile. She looked at the mist protector quietly, waiting for him to tell the truth. The mist protector frowned and fell into hesitation.
After a while, he whispered. Regarding Chenxingdi, The words just left his mouth. Suddenly. Buzzing. The roar of the engine sounded overhead, instantly attracting all their attention. Next second, a figure hung on the stairs, flew out of the helicopter, and headed straight for the ground. Chapter 1000. Mr. Yi, how are you? Soon. Yi Tian swung down the stairs. Seeing it getting closer, Lu Yinji and others also saw him clearly. However, surprisingly, she did not let John and other mercenaries shoot Yi Tian. Instead, she waited for him to come down with a smile on her face. On the other hand, the mist protector looked panicked. He never dreamed of it. He could fall into Lu Yinji's hands. Now he has been found by Yi Tian. During the several battles with Yi Tian, he knew very well how powerful Yi Tian was. He also knew Yi Tian's hatred for him for stealing Yi Linger. At the same time, Yi Tian has landed safely. He saw Yi Linger tied to a chair at a glance, and couldn't help but frown, with a trace of worry in his heart. While in trance, Lu Yinji had already arrived in front of him. Sneered. Mr. Yi, nice to see you again. I never thought that you could find Yinji even though she had already hidden in a place like this. Are you here for Yinji? Or for the spirit Yi Linger? Or for the guardian Wu? She was not surprised by Yi Tian's arrival. Because she knew the situation in the capital very well, she knew long ago that Yi Tian would win. So I left the capital early. He also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to ask the protector Wu for information about Chenxingdi. Pity. It's still a step too late. Hear the words. Yi Tian did not answer her, but glanced around coldly. The moment he saw Yi Linger and protector Wu, he was also a little surprised. During the previous battle, he was distracted by the artillery fire, allowing the mist protector to escape. Did not expect. It actually fell into Lu Yinji's hands. This is really a piece of cake. He originally planned to find out the hiding place of the shadow cult from Lu Yinji and go to the base camp to rescue Yi Linger. But we bumped into each other here. He really has to thank this crazy woman Lu Yinji, otherwise he would have had to spend a lot of time. Seeing that Yi Tian ignored her, Lu Yinji dodged and stood in front of him again. Mr. Yi, what do you mean? Although I, Lu Yinji, cannot be said to be a beauty of heaven, I am still a stunning beauty. In Mr. Ye's eyes, am I no better than these stinky men? If that's true, it would be too hurtful after all. Mr. Yi has seen everything on my body, right? You should be very clear whether there is any information or not. You even went to Yinji's house and engaged in violence. But now you are ignoring me, Mr. Yi, you really have no conscience. She gritted her teeth and spat out each word. The look in Yi Tian's eyes was full of murderous intent. As a mercenary, John naturally noticed this. He immediately raised his hand and asked all his men to prepare for battle. For a while, everyone pointed their guns at Yi Tian. As long as Yi Tian makes any movement, they can shoot at the first moment. At the same time, seeing Lu Yinji blocking him again, Yi Tian couldn't help but frown and said impatiently. You are such a despicable person. You know that my attention is not on you, but you still have to stand out and attract my attention. What? Do you have a special liking for seducing people? Or do you think I was too strong the last few times, leaving you with a deep impression and making you linger, so you want to try again? If you want to, you can just tell me directly. There is no need to play such childish tricks to attract my attention. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you now. Go away. Even if you want to be naughty and horny, you have to wait a while. While talking, he walked towards Yi Linger, who was tied to a chair and unconscious. Suddenly, Boom!
A bullet hit his feet along with a gunshot, forcing him to stop. He turned around slowly and looked at Liu Yinji coldly.
And John also stood beside Liu Yinji at this time. He looked at Yi Tiance with hatred and said seriously, "I don't care who you are, if you dare to disrespect Miss Liu, you will die. If you apologize to Miss Liu now, I can have my people spare your life." Spare his life? Why does this sound like a joke? Yi Tiance ignored him, but looked at Liu Yinji and said jokingly, "What? Are you so low as to look for a foreigner? Is it because I can't satisfy you, or are you using the same old tricks again in finding yourself a protective umbrella? If it was really a protective umbrella, then you didn't tell him how I abused you in the first place? You also didn't tell him whether these things were useful to me or not." These words. It made John furious. "Shut up. You have no right to humiliate and slander Miss Liu. Remember, my name is John, and everyone under me is a former Special Forces officer. Now, they are one of the top 10 mercenary teams in the world. Boy, if you don't keep your mouth shut, I can have them beat you into a sieve." The voice just fell. Liu Yinji reached out and interrupted him. "He's right, these things can't do anything to him, you and your people are no match for him. If he wants to kill you, you probably won't even have a chance to shoot, so retreat." She narrowed her eyes, and the murderous intent in them was obvious. But she still controlled her anger. Jokingly said, "Yeah, if I wasn't a slut, why would I have sex with you? But to me, this body is just a walking corpse. If it can be used to make Mr. Yi happy, it seems to be a good choice. But Mr. Yi obviously didn't come here for me today. Do you think Yinji will let you get what you want?" Yi Tiance lowered his eyes. He didn't know what was going on in this crazy woman's mind. Things in the capital. All her plans were easily resolved by him, and now she wants to cause trouble for him? I really don't know where the courage comes from. Then I want to see how you can stop me. Done. He turned around again and walked towards Yi Linger. Now that Liu Yinji could no longer pose any threat to him, he was naturally fearless. On the contrary, he was somewhat worried about the troublesome Mist Protector. Don't look at the current state of the Mist Protector, but the Shadow Cult has endless tricks and may have some hidden cards up its sleeve, so we have to be extra careful. At the moment he set off, Liu Yinji's teasing voice sounded again. "Mr. Yi, even though you are indestructible and can dodge bullets, it doesn't mean that everyone can be like you. For example, Yi Linger, who is not far in front of you. She is now in a coma and is tied up by me without the control of the Lingyuan Pearl. She cannot exert her own strength and cannot break free. Tell me, if I have someone aim at her and shoot her now, can you rescue her safely in such a short time?" The voice just fell. John understood what he meant and immediately waved his hand. The men shifted their guns and aimed them at Yi Linger, who was tied to a chair. This scene. Yi Tiance couldn't help but stop and was furious. Really? This crazy woman is not so easy to deal with. Chapter 1001 Fatal Madness. This scene. Let everyone know that Yi Tiance's weak spot is Yi Linger. As long as we can control Yi Linger, we can control Yi Tiance. John is no fool. He has been friends with Liu Yinji for many years and is impressed by her methods and abilities. He also knows that she is very skilled. A person who can make Liu Yinji feel afraid and can only be stopped by threats is definitely not a good person. And his strength must be above Liu Yinji's. As a mercenary, he has no so-called pride or arrogance, only caution. Everyone. Aim. If he dares to make any move, shoot him. Give an order. Everyone held their breath, not daring to even breathe, and their attention was highly concentrated. See this. Yi Tiance turned around and said with a smile. Your professionalism is good, but it's a pity that you are following this woman Liu Yinji. You really have no vision. Who knows, one day you might not even know how you died. Seeing that he looked playful, he still didn't take them seriously. John couldn't help but feel a little angry. Boy, if you dare to say another word of nonsense, I will shoot her immediately.
I guarantee that before you kill all of us, there will be a bullet that hits her right between the eyes.
In response to this, Yi Tian said disdainfully.
Before you start talking big, ask the crazy woman next to you who threatened me if she had a good ending.
You.
John was furious. He had never seen anyone so pretentious.
But. He also sincerely admired Yi Tian's courage and spirit.
Even in such a situation, he remained calm and didn't even lose a bit in momentum.
He took a deep breath to control his relaxation and soon calmed down. Just wanted to speak.
Lu Yenji reached out to stop him and smiled at Yi Tian.
Mr. Yi, let's make a deal. If you can let me get what I want, I won't make things difficult for you.
You know, this little girl is of no use to me. Keeping her will only make her a burden, and you will hunt her down to the ends of the earth. So, you just need to tell me where you got the news about the Green Emperor. As long as you tell me the truth, I will give this girl to you with both hands. And in the future, I will not be your enemy, nor will I plot against you. I can even cooperate with you, infiltrate the shadow cult, and join forces with you from inside and outside. Of course, if you like Yenji's body, Yenji will cooperate with you to your heart's content and make you enjoy yourself. I am not very patient and I don't like to wait. Mr. Yi, make your choice. She looked at Yi Tian with a dagger hidden in her smile. Although she really wanted to kill Yi Tian, if he could really help her fulfill her wish, she could let go of this hatred. Because nothing is more important than the Green Emperor.
At the same time, Yi Tian nodded thoughtfully.
It's a good deal. No one told me about Chun Xingdi. I guessed it myself.
What? Guess? Lu Yenji frowned slightly, feeling very unhappy. Are you really using speculation to incite her to become an enemy of the shadow cult? Yi Tian, are you kidding me? Fooling you? Stop flattering yourself. You are not worthy of me playing tricks on you.
Use your brain and think about it carefully. If Chun Xingdi is really dead and it has nothing to do with the shadow cult, why could the shadow cult still control you for so many years? They don't tell you the truth, not because they don't know, but because there is another possibility that they simply don't dare to say. The Chun Xingdi that you have been thinking about is not only alive, but is also very likely to be the core figure of the shadow cult. Otherwise, how can he provide you with accurate intelligence information every time he wants to control you through information about him? It makes you firmly believe that the intelligence information is true, and thus work for the shadow cult. I admit that you are a smart woman, but in some ways, you are stupid, so stupid that your brain is full of paste.
These words. Lu Yenji was scolded so badly that he was completely destroyed.
But she was not angry. Instead she fell into deep thought. Because she felt that what Yi Tian said made sense.
There must be a demon in the abnormal situation. If not, why did he hesitate to tell her?
Even if he is dead, after telling her, he can still use Chun Xingdi's body to control her. But the shadow cult did not do so, and chose to evade her.
That means there must be some unknown secret behind this. Seeing Lu Yenji like this,
the Mist Guardian lying on the ground snorted coldly.
What nonsense! Lu Yenji, if you believed him, you would be really stupid.
The voice just fell.
Whoosh! Yi Tian appeared in front of him in an instant and looked at him teasingly. This scene shocked John and his men. With such a fast speed, is this still a human?
No wonder Lu Yenji said that the weapons in their hands were useless against Yi Tian and they were no match for him.
It's getting so fast, who can hit him? Unless you can predict Yi Tian's movement point. But that's simply impossible. This is not a game. At the same time, Yi Tian stepped on the chest of the Mist Protector.
Then he took out the Lingyuan pearl from his arms and said jokingly,
"Tell me, if this bead is destroyed, can Linger wake up and recover as before? At that time, if I hand you over to Xuanyuanmen, do you think you will die without a burial place?"
The cold voice, like that of the King of Hell, was completely emotionless and made the Mist Protector shudder.
You dare!
He stared at the Lingyuan pearl and roared in panic.
Next second, Yi Tian clenched the Lingyuan pearl tightly and said disdainfully,
"This woman is too stupid. There are some things that she will only believe if you tell her." So, before I changed my mind, I told her the truth honestly. Otherwise, let alone the Lingyuan pearl, I can even crush your head. Be honest, there is still a chance to survive, and I will return the Lingyuan pearl to you. But if you continue to be so ungrateful, don't blame me for personally sending you to reunite with your shadow cult's deceased guardians.
This woman is such a jerk. If you have such a good resource but don't know how to make use of it, what information can you get out of it?
Of course. It's also the woman's fault for being incompetent. If we take him to his fallen city, he would confess everything in less than 3 minutes.
At the same time,
the Mist Protector gradually calmed down and fell into deep thought.
Is what this kid said true? Not only can you return the Lingyuan pearl to him, but you can also spare his life? If that's true, it doesn't seem like such a big loss. As long as he has the Lingyuan pearl in his hand, he will be able to find Yilinger again, and even find a second spirit. Correct. Where there is life, there is hope. Even if this spirit is lost, you can also find the second one through the Lingyuan pearl. Okay. Boy, remember what you said: if you dare to play tricks on me, I will explode and drag you to hell. Chapter 1002, Mist Guardian, Die. Pretty. Isn't this how the matter is resolved? The corner of Yi Tian's mouth curled up. At the same time,
Lu Yenji lowered her eyes and stared coldly at the Mist Protector, not daring to be distracted in the slightest. Seeing that everyone was looking at him eagerly, Protector Wu couldn't help but feel a little nervous.
Damn it! These bastards are so fucking shameless. He actually used his weakness to threaten him. He was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Because in his opinion, the spirit is far more important than the news about Chunqingdi. He doesn't want all these years of hard work to go to waste and become a joke. And what would happen even if he told the group of people in front of him the news about Chunqingdi? Think of this. His guilty conscience was somewhat alleviated. He looked at Lu Yenji and said coldly, "Chunqingdi, he is indeed still." As soon as the words came to his mouth, he felt something was wrong. The spiritual power in the Dantian became inexplicably restless. For a while, his temperature rose rapidly. The spiritual energy also became extremely hot and flowed through the major meridians. The flow speed is getting faster and faster, and it is uncontrollable. Damn! What the hell is going on? The Mist Protector was extremely panicked, and hurriedly sat cross-legged, practicing Qigong and regulating his breathing, hoping to calm his restless spiritual energy. But the more he practiced, the more restless the spiritual energy in his body became. Even the skin turned blood red. See this. Yi Tiance and Lu Yenji frowned, both feeling a little surprised by this sudden abnormality. Yi Tiance was the first to come back to his senses and said coldly, "Oh no! Someone has placed a ban on his body. Help him!" The voice just fell. He left behind a trail of afterimage and shot out. But he had just set off. Boom! A dim yellow flame suddenly ignited on the body of the Mist Protector. What? After a scream, he was instantly completely covered by the dim yellow flames. Yi Tiance, who was about to reach him, immediately took 2 steps back and moved away. Damn! Just 1 step away. What? The whole body of the Mist Protector was on fire and he was rolling around. But no one could save him. In an instant, the Mist Protector was burned to ashes. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. Can be imagined how strange this dim yellow flame is. At this time, Lu Yenji came to his senses and ran up quickly, furious. Almost. He's about to tell it. What the hell is going on? Is it you? Is it you? Yi Tiance, did you do something secretly? She glared at Yi Tiance. After all, apart from her and John and others, the last person to come into contact with the Mist Protector was Yi Tiance.
It was hard for her not to suspect that Yi Tiance had tampered with the mist protector and made him become like this.
Obviously, the mist protector has already promised to tell the truth. But just when he was about to speak, he was killed to silence him. To know. This is the guardian of the shadow cult. Who could have made him die so miserably? See this. Yi Tiance said coldly. If you don't need your eyes, you can donate them. When did you see me do that to him?
Anyone with a bit of common sense could see that someone had placed a restriction inside his body. He had obviously touched the triggering conditions of the restriction just now, so the restriction in his body erupted, causing him to explode and die.
Aren't you known as the queen of business? Then you should have some brains. Now you all know what the result is, don't you?
The mist protector did so many things but failed to trigger this ban. But it was triggered just when he was about to tell the truth about Chen Xingdi. And judging from what he just didn't finish saying, he must be trying to say that Chen Xingdi is indeed still alive.
That means this incident is the triggering condition for the restriction in his body.
As a guardian, his strength is unquestionable. Therefore, it is impossible for anyone other than the shadow cult to plant a ban in his body.
Then why did the people of the shadow cult plant the information about Chen Xingdi as a forbidden barrier in his body? There is only one answer.
The person who planted the restriction in the body of Mist Protector was Chen Xingdi himself.
And Chen Xingdi's status in the shadow cult is much higher than that of the Mist Protector. Otherwise, it is impossible to establish such a ban.
Although this is a good guess, it is already a pretty close guess, a guess that is combined with actual evidence.
If Lu Yinji still can't figure it out, then this woman is extremely stupid. But now Lu Yinji was so angry that she couldn't think so much. She just wants a genuine explanation. No. It's you. It must be you. Yi Tiance, you damn bastard.
Not only did you destroy me, you also destroyed my last hope. I will kill you.
Done.
She rushed forward in a flash and immediately kicked him with a whip-like kick.
Yi Tiance frowned slightly.
The moment the whip kick reached him, he grabbed her ankle. Just a little force caused Lu Yinji to scream in pain. If you continue to go crazy, don't blame me for being rude.
Yi Tiance had a gloomy face and had obviously lost his patience. Then I want to see how you can be rude to me. Today, either you die or I die. Obviously. Lu Yinji now simply cannot listen to anything.
She was convinced that it was Yi Tiance who killed the Mist Protector, thus making her lose the chance to learn the truth.
She endured the pain and pulled her leg back violently. Next second,
she kicked and chopped again, heading straight for Yi Tiance's head.
This made Yi Tiance completely lose his patience and became very impatient. Boom! He punched Lu Yinji's foot hard. Boom!
Lu Yinji flew backwards instantly, fell heavily on the sofa, and spit out blood. Before she could come to her senses.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Yi Tiance instantly appeared behind her. Boom! A steady blow from his hand hit the back of her neck.
After a muffled groan, he lost consciousness and fainted on the ground. John came to his senses at this point, panicking.
Miss Lu.
He ran over quickly, picked up the unconscious Lu Yinji, and kept calling her.
But Lu Yinji didn't react at all and was completely unconscious. This made him extremely angry, and he immediately glared at Yi Tiance. You deserve to die. How dare you attack Miss Lu? I'll give you 3 minutes. If you can't wake Miss Lu up, I'll have someone beat you to a pulp. Hear the words.
Yi Tiance looked at him coldly. The sharp eyes accompanied by a powerful aura made John feel as if he was seeing a sleeping lion.
And he was the prey targeted by Yi Tiance. That look made him instinctively afraid and even want to run away. Damn it! Who is this guy?
He had met many people during his years as a mercenary, but he had never met someone like Yi Tiance who could make him feel fear just by looking at him.
At the same time, Yi Tiance said coldly.
She has already got what she wanted when she wakes up. Tell her that I spared her life this time. If she thinks I'm right after she calms down, she can come to Jiangnan to cooperate with me. Now, I am going to take my people away. If you want to stop me, you can try and see if you can stop me.
If you don't dare to try, just get out of my way. Chapter 1003 I invite you to bungee jump. John was furious.
But as Yi Tian said, he didn't have the courage to stop the other party. What's more, he has to take care of Lu Yinji now and can't take such a risk.
Damn it!
His mercenary team, which was once ranked among the top 10 in the world, couldn't even hold their heads up in front of a Chinese.
One day, he will definitely get this face back. But he doesn't know. Yi Tian's never took him seriously. To ordinary people, mercenaries are indeed powerful characters. But this is only for ordinary people. They are not of the same class at all. That gap was like an insurmountable chasm that separated them. It made him feel that taking action against these people was a waste of time. He picked up Yi Linger and left with big strides.
And John could only watch him take the person away.
Buzzing. The roar of the helicopter engine reflects their mood at the moment, noisy and loud.
Yi Tian grabbed the ladder and with the help of the people on it, he quickly brought Yi Linger back to the helicopter.
Young city lord, are you just going to let that woman go? Zhang Yaolong was a little confused. They came here to find Lu Yinji.
Now that they have found her, they did not take her away while she was unconscious.
Once they are taken away, won't we be able to interrogate them to find out all the information we want to know? At the same time,
Yi Tian carefully placed Yi Linger on the seat and looked carefully at the dark purple runes on her face and neck.
He said coldly,
"She is different from others, and no information can be obtained through interrogation. If she figures it out, she will be willing to cooperate with me, which is much simpler and more effective than interrogation." His purpose of looking for Lu Yinji was to get information about the mist protector through her.
So he went to get Yi Linger back.
Who knew that God would help him, allowing him to meet them at once and solve the matter smoothly?
It stands to reason. He should kill Lu Yinji to prevent future troubles.
But the death of Protector Wu and the involvement of Chen Xingdi in so many things made him suddenly change his mind.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This statement is not wrong.
If he could use this to win over Lu Yinji and make her cooperate willingly, then his understanding of the shadow cult would be further enhanced.
Top priority.
The plan was to send Yi Linger back to Xuanyuanmen to see if Xuanyuanmen had any way to make her recover.
The affairs of Xianmen should naturally be understood by Xianmen.
Even though he was proficient in feng shui formations, he didn't know much about these dark purple lines. Xianyuan sect has a deep understanding of the shadow cult and may recognize these patterns.
Moreover, the Lingyuan pearl is also on him, which greatly increases Yi Linger's chances of recovery. But Zhang Yaolong didn't understand Yi Tian's thoughts, let alone what he was thinking at the moment.
I just think that Yi Tian has different feelings for Lu Yinji, so he said different things to her.
He immediately frowned and smiled.
I've heard that the young city lord and Lu Yinji have some history. Now it seems that the young city lord is really sentimental. Otherwise, with your strength, how could she still be alive today?
TSK, you are worthy of being the young city lord.
Don't worry, I won't tell my sisters-in-law.
Talking.
He even squatted down and gently bumped Yi Tian's shoulder, acting like a real good friend. Yi Tian looked at him coldly. That sharp look made him put away his smile instantly.
And Yi Tian's cold voice then sounded. Have you ever gone bungee jumping? Bungee jumping? What does he mean?
Zhang Yaolong's mind worked quickly, but he still couldn't figure it out.
No, young city lord, what bad fart are you holding back? Since the incident in the capital, the relationship between him and Yi Tian's also became closer.
After all, we are friends for life and death. So now when facing Yi Tiance, he is no longer so restrained.
Yi Tiance smiled at him and said, I'm just asking, you helped me so much, I should give you something in return, right? Otherwise, if it gets out, people will say that I, Yi Tiance, don't know how to behave, don't know how to reciprocate, and don't know how to repay a favor. What the hell? Is his ear okay? How could Yi Tiance speak words of such a high level?
Then I would like to thank the young city lord here.
Got it. If this living devil wants to give him a gift, how can he not accept it? Do not forget. But few people can get any benefit from him. Once this gets out, won't it be a face-saving thing? Suddenly,
Yi Tiance slapped him on the shoulder. The powerful blow sent him flying backwards in an instant.
Yi Tiance flashed to the cabin door and opened it. At the same time, Zhang Aolong also flew out instantly.
I don't know if Yi Tiance controlled the strength well. This allows Zhang Aolong to grab the hatch handle with his hand when flying out.
That's it. Zhang Aolong was hanging on the hatch handle.
The cool breeze kept blowing on his face. Not only was it choking him, but he also felt a little short of oxygen due to the altitude.
Fuck!
Yi Tiance, what the hell are you doing with this plane?
He was terrified. If I hadn't grabbed the hatch handle in time, I would have fallen out. If this falls, it will definitely break into pieces.
This made him hold the hatch door with a little more force.
See this. Yi Tiance slowly came up to him and sneered.
As the leader of the 4 great dragon gods of China, he has never tried bungee jumping, and he is not afraid of being laughed at if he tells others about it. I'm just being a good person. I'm giving you excitement and letting you try the feeling of bungee jumping. It can also be considered as giving you some new insights. Moreover, you are probably the first person to bungee jump from a helicopter. After all, there are no safety precautions.
WTF? Helicopter bungee jumping? What on earth is this living devil trying to do? At this moment, Zhang Aolong was extremely furious.
He wanted to use the force to get into the cabin, but Yi Tiance stood in his way, preventing him from getting in.
Angry room.
Yi Tiance had already grasped the ladder in his hand and then handed it to him.
He laughed jokingly. Come on, hold on tight, don't let go, if you do, you'll be dead.
Enjoy the feeling so you can tell others your helicopter bungee jumping story later.
See this. Zhang Aolong instantly understood what Yi Tiance meant. What a ruthless person.
This is like letting him grab the ladder and play bungee jumping, and swinging him back and forth in the air.
What the hell?
It would be better to just kill him. But he dared not speak out and could only smile and say,
Young city lord, don't do it if something goes wrong, wouldn't you lose a capable assistant?
I know I said the wrong thing just now, it was just a joke, don't take it to heart.
Male Gobi. Isn't this too stingy?
Zhang Aolong had already cursed Yi Tiance's ancestors several times in his heart.
Hear the words. Yi Tiance smiled and said,
If you don't let go, it's a story, if you let go, it's an accident.
This is your own choice and has nothing to do with me. I just provide you with a platform. Besides, you were the one who made the joke first. What? Now that I'm making a joke with you, you can't take it?
Chapter 1004 The Queen Becomes a Child.
Listen. Is this even human language? Who can't take a joke? And isn't what he said true?
Now you are playing with him like this, you are such a beast.
Young city lord, I was wrong. Isn't it okay if I was wrong? Don't play like this. Aren't you playing me to death? Zhang Aolong was so angry that he even wanted to curse.
But he still suppressed his anger, smiled apologetically, and admitted his mistake with a flattering face.
Yi Tiance smiled and said, What? Are you scared?
Don't forget, you are the chief of the dragon gods. You can go up to the sky and down to the earth, and you are omnipotent. A mere helicopter bungee jumping is nothing to you, the Azure dragon god of war. Besides, life or death is your own choice. I can't interfere with you, okay? You know, I don't have a very good patience. If you keep saying this, I'm afraid I'll have to make the decision between life and death for you. While talking, he didn't know when a dagger appeared in his hand and was placed on the wrist that was holding the hatch handle. The curved corner of his mouth made Zhang Aolong feel what it meant to be smiling with a dagger hidden behind one's smile. He believed if he didn't jump down, Yi Tiance would definitely chop off his hand with a knife. By then he will no longer be the Azure Dragon God of War, but the fucking one-armed hero. And if he did that, he would definitely fall down and die. Gulan. He looked at Yi Tiance with resentment, and then jumped back. Woohoo! The strong wind kept pouring into his mouth and nose, making it impossible for him to open his eyes. The strong feeling of weightlessness almost made him faint. But the threat of death forced him to stay awake. He was afraid that if he fainted, his hands holding the ladder would loosen and he would fall to the ground into a pulp. Yi Tiance. Didn't I just tell the truth? Why are you so stingy? I can't beat you. When I can beat you, I will definitely hang you up and beat you. And I will definitely tell everyone about your lovemaking, so that you will know what shame is. Gulong cough cough cough. Inside the cabin. Yi Tiance was looking down at Zhang Aolong who was hanging and swaying in the wind, and couldn't help but frowning. Then he said coldly to the driver's cab. Drive faster, shake up and down. When the driver heard this, he was stunned. Young city lord, if you drive like this, it will increase the risk of Zhang Longshan having an accident. Do you really want to drive like this? He didn't dare to offend Yi Tiance, but he also didn't want to offend Zhang Aolong. So before you do that, you have to make sure. At the same time, it also made him swear secretly. No matter who you offend in the future, you must never offend Yi Tiance. Don't worry, just open it, he won't die. Give an order. The driver immediately started operating it. For a while, the helicopter was flying in a shaking manner, up and down, left and right. Zhang Aolong, who was hanging on the ladder below, was shaking badly. What the hell are you driving? Do you know how to drive? If you can't, get out of here. Ugh. Ugh. A feeling of nausea came over me and I vomited instantly. At the same time, the people on the ground all raised their heads. What the hell? What the hell is that? Did the helicopter give birth? Man. What are you talking about? There's obviously a person hanging there. He must be playing some extreme sports. Extreme sports? Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble if you do this? What happened? Anyone who dares to play like this must be a master, but it really opened my eyes. The voice just fell. Everyone shook their heads and prepared to leave. Suddenly. Boom. Several of them were successfully attacked by airstrikes. Balls of sticky stuff hit them on their heads, faces and hands. Before they could come to their senses, they were made nauseous by the stench. What the hell is this? Why does it stink so bad? Fuck. Who the hell vomited this? It's so disgusting. Vomiting? It must be the one in the sky. This thing fell from the sky. God damn it. If you want to throw up, why don't you just throw yourself to death on the ground doing extreme sports? For a while, there were countless insults. But Zhang Aolong couldn't hear what they were saying. He could only see that all of them were looking at him and talking confidently. This made him subconsciously think that he had been recognized by the crowd and was greeting him. Male Gobi. Yi Tiance, this idiot, didn't expect that he would turn a disaster into a blessing, right? Someone is filming a video below. After the news spread online, he had to hire hundreds of thousands of internet trolls to attack Yi Tiance. Think of this. He was in a good mood. He immediately greeted the people below with a smile on his face. At the same time, a new wave of shaking comes again. He had just laughed for less than half a minute before he vomited again. Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong. Rong Meiyan and Luo Yushi stood at the door, taking deep breaths to adjust themselves from the guilty feeling caused by going to the capital to have an affair. Creak. Rong Meiyan stuck her head out to look around, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the living room was empty.
No one, go in.
The voice just fell. Suddenly, a familiar questioning voice came from behind.
Queen Rome, aren't we human beings? What are you two doing here at the door? Why don't you go in? What are you feeling guilty about? Han Ruoyun leaned over and looked at the two of them. Followed by Lu Ruyan and Lin Yuyan also appeared in their sight. This action.
Rong Meiyan and Luo Yushi were so angry that their throats immediately rose to their chests, and they couldn't help but look at each other. Fortunately, Rong Meiyan came back to her senses first and smiled. Of course I brought you gifts. I wanted to see if you were there so I could give you a surprise.
Talking.
She handed over the shopping bag in her hand. Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan immediately came over to take it and started to look through it.
Oh my god. Queen Rome, you are worthy of being me. These are all limited editions. I love you so much. Rong Miju, when did you become so kind? Did you do something wrong?
Hear the words. Rong Meiyan tried her best to hide her guilty conscience.
We are all sisters, so isn't it normal to give each other gifts? It's normal. Good sister, you are so kind. Thank you so much. Han Ruoyun nodded happily and quickly came over and hugged Rong Meiyan.
But this hug made her feel something was wrong. There was a familiar smell of tobacco on Rong Meiyan's body.
Eh? Queen Rome, why do you smell like tobacco? You don't smoke, so what's going on? Tobacco smell?
Lu Ruyan immediately perked up and looked through the gifts in the shopping bag again, and immediately found something wrong.
This is a limited edition that is unique to the capital. Rong Miju, you took Fairy Luo and went to the capital to find Xiao Sisi without telling us, right? I rely on. Isn't it? Can you guess it just by the lingering smell and the gifts? Rong Meiyan was extremely embarrassed and at a loss as to what to do. She looked at Luo Yushi for help. But Luo Yushi had never experienced such a thing, and didn't know how to argue. Seeing the two of them react like this, Han Ruoyun and others understood immediately. The tablet is right.
This made her very angry, and she immediately stepped forward, put her hands on her hips and said,
Queen Rong, tell me. Did you go to find Xiao Sisi without telling us? Didn't you say we are sisters? How could you do such a thing? And you even bought things to please us. What? Are you using this to test us sisters?
Which sister can't stand such a test?
Chapter 1005 Xianyuan Sect Master. Zuanyuanmen.
All the disciples stood on both sides, lining the aisles to welcome them. Elders such as Zhao Rong were on the stage, waiting anxiously.
Here he comes. Mr. Yi is here. Look, the one he is holding in his arms is Linger. He really brought Linger back.
The first thing Zhao Rong saw was Yi Tiance, who was walking slowly towards him holding Yi Linger.
He was so excited that he ran over to greet Yi Tiance.
The other elders and sect leaders also stood up and followed Zhao Rong.
At the same time, Zhao Rong has already arrived in front of Yi Tiance. After confirming that it was Yi Linger in his arms, he burst into tears. Thump! He knelt down to Yi Tiance on the spot and said excitedly, Mr. Yi, I didn't expect you to really bring Linger back. I knew it was the right thing to entrust Linger to you. Such a great kindness, Zhao has no way to repay it, and the entire Xianyuan sect has no way to repay it. Yi Tiance frowned slightly and said softly, Get up, don't be so polite. Since I promised you, I will naturally do it. Talk about it. He was somewhat unable to accept this great gift. Because he wasted too much time and wasted many opportunities in rescuing Yi Linger. Now Yi Linger is suffering from the torture of the shadow cult, and he is powerless to do anything. This made him feel very guilty. At the same time, sect leader Zhao Qing also stepped forward and clasped his fists towards Yi Tiance and said, Mr. Yi, I've heard of you a long time ago, and seeing you today, I realize that you are truly extraordinary. Although he is young, he has extraordinary strength and achievements,
and can be called a god. During this period, our Xianyuan sect also sent a lot of people to look for Linger, trying to rescue her from the shadow cult. But the results were all in vain, which made us very upset. On the other hand, Mr. Yi rescued Linger single-handedly, and we have to admire him. From now on, Mr. Yi is an honored guest of Xianyuan sect. As long as Mr. Yi needs us, all of us at Xianyuan sect will do our best to satisfy you. Hear the words. Yi Tiance frowned slightly and said unhappily. That's not necessary. I don't have the hobby of forcing men to lock them up. Zhao Qing was stunned for a moment, and it took him a moment to come back to his senses, feeling a little embarrassed.
Ahem, Mr. Yi, that's not what I meant. I wanted to say.
The words are not finished yet.
He was interrupted by Yi Tiance.
No need to explain. I know what you mean. I saved Linger not because of you, but because I got along well with this girl and she looked friendly to me, so I treated her as my sister. If you really want to do something in return, then find a way to solve Linger's troubles. Also, help me find a good alchemy furnace, which I will use, and finally, help me find the trace of the shadow cult.
You're really welcome. 1 second he said he didn't make any demands, and the next second he made 3. However, he had no reason to refuse, and was even glad that Yi Tiance made the request. Because of this kindness, the Xianyuan sect has no way to repay it. Only by making demands can they feel better. Simultaneously, it can also avoid being rudely exploited by Yi Tiance in the future. After all, they knew that when Yi Tiance became shameless, he was a complete bandit. The main thing is, these 3 things are not a big deal to them. Zhao Cheng hurried forward and took Yi Linger from Yi Tiance's arms. After a quick check, he also frowned.
Linger must have been poisoned by a toxin that can control the nerves. This toxin needs a medium to trigger it. Moreover, several formations had been planted in her body, and these formations seem to stabilize the poison. The formation is easy to break, but if it is broken rashly, the toxins in her body will likely run wild, causing her to go insane and sever her meridians. If we can find a medium to control the toxin, everything will be solved. It's just a matter of time. But it doesn't matter. It's already a great thing that Mr. Yi was able to rescue Linger.
As for the medium, I can try to analyze the formation and poison on Linger's body to make a new one.
Let's see if we can control the toxins in her body in this way, so as to detoxify her, and then remove the formation.
Damn shadow cult. He actually did so many things to Linger. He couldn't even imagine it. How painful it must have been for Yi Linger when she was tortured by the poison and the formation. Think of this.
He couldn't help but sigh and shake his head.
However, Yi Tiance directly handed the Lingyuan pearl to Zhao Qing. The medium you are talking about should be this thing.
He had seen more than once that the mist protector used the Lingyuan pearl to control Yi Linger.
And
he had seen with his own eyes how the mist protector used the Lingyuan pearl to poison Yi Linger. He kept this thing just for Yi Linger to use.
Zhao Qing quickly took the Lingyuan pearl.
He looked at it carefully and exclaimed.
This bead is actually a top-grade spiritual treasure? Mr. Yi, where did you get this thing from?
Although Xuanyuanman has been fighting with the shadow cult for many years, it knows a lot about the shadow cult.
But after all, the Lingyuan pearl is a treasure taken out from the Lingyuan cave. And as soon as it came out, it fell into the hands of the mist protector. It was normal that Zhao Qing didn't know about this thing. Then, Yi Tiance explained the origin of the Lingyuan pearl and how the mist protector controlled Yi Linger through the pearl. After listening, Zhao Qing's eyes lit up and he said excitedly. Then according to what you said, Mr. Yi, this Lingyuan pearl is the medium. With it, I am at least 80% sure that I can restore Linger to her original state, if not 100% sure. But this thing is a top-grade spiritual treasure. Mr. Yi, are you really confident in handing it over to me? He couldn't believe it. Such a top-grade spiritual treasure, and Yi Tiance gave it to him without even blinking an eye? Aren't you afraid that he will embezzle this magical treasure? Yi Tiance joked. Do you have the guts? If not, just be honest. Besides, I'm just lending it to you, not giving it to you as a gift. Return this thing to me after you use it. I still have a use for it. At the beginning, it was the protector mist who helped the shadow cult leader to loosen the seal through the Lingyuan pearl, and he relied on this thing to move freely in the Lingyuan cave. Although something happened in Lingyuan cave at that time and it collapsed. But this does not mean that Lingyuan cave has disappeared from this world. Just in case. He needs to keep the Lingyuan pearl on him. When Lingyuan cave sees the light of day again, he needs to bring the Lingyuan pearl to Lingyuan cave to reinforce the seal of the shadow cult leader. Zhao Cheng also guessed Yi Tian's intention and immediately nodded in agreement. Please rest assured, Mr. Yi, my Shenyuan sect has been fighting with the shadow cult for many years. We are not a sect that ignores the overall situation and will not do anything out of line. In this regard, Yi Tian's nodded and felt a sense of recognition for Zhao Qing in his heart. Suddenly. Report! Report! Sect Master, a distinguished guest has arrived. Chapter 1006. He dare not stop. The disciples in the sect came hurriedly to report, which made Zhao Chang and others stunned. Their Shenyuan sect is considered an old force in this mysterious world, but it is just in decline now. Therefore, the disciples in the sect have seen many large and small Shenmen forces. The person who could make them so panic must not be a good person. And they had just picked up Yi Linger when someone came. This is definitely no coincidence. Think of this. Zhao Qing's face looked a little ugly, and he said coldly. Distinguished guest? Who is this distinguished guest? Master, yes. The disciple was so nervous that he couldn't say the words even though they were on the tip of his tongue. Next second. A deep voice sounded. My coming here does not make me an honored guest of your small Shenyuan sect? Zhao Qing, your Shenyuan sect is really so powerful now that you didn't even come to greet me in person when you saw me. The owner of this voice is. Zhao Qing's face changed, he frowned, and subconsciously looked at Yi Tian's. Because he knew that the person coming was coming for Yi Tian's. Followed by. An old man with an immortal look walked in slowly with his hands behind his back. The aura was so strong that it made the Shenyuan sect's disciples feel a little breathless. Although he looked at everyone at eye level, he had a kind of majesty that looked down on all living things, making people dare not look him in the eye. Even Zhao Qing felt a little tingling on his scalp at this moment. But he didn't feel scared at all. Because Yi Tian's is backing him up. He smiled and said. I didn't expect that the leader of the Shatsi sect among the 6 sects would have time to visit my small Shenyuan sect today. This really brings honor to my humble Shenyuan sect. But, Master Bai, what brings you here today? You didn't even tell me in advance so I could receive you. The 6 gates are further divided into the 6 small gates. They are killing, injuring, robbing, looting, shocking, and 1006. The Shatsi gate is mainly responsible for killing enemies among the 6 gates. Not only does one have to focus on the killing technique, but one must also focus on temperament, cultivate oneself, and achieve unity of inside and outside, so as to reach a state where one can easily control murderous aura. As the name suggests, the Shangzi Gate is the medical department of the Liaishanman. He is mainly responsible for refining medicine and medical skills, and he refines medicine to heal the injuries of the disciples of the 6 gates. The Jezi clan is mainly responsible for snatching intelligence, that is, organizing the intelligence network. The Luozi clan is mainly responsible for assassination missions. It is said that he has contacts with many important figures in the city. Whenever there is a need to assassinate those big shots, it will be done through them. The Jingzi clan is mainly responsible for spreading intelligence and causing panic. The Qianzi sect is mainly responsible for the art of transformation, that is, the art of disguise, and is especially adept at using magic. It is also the main means for the 6 gates to make money. The person in front of him was none other than Bai Xiaoqiu, the leader of the Shatsi sect. This person is very arrogant, meticulous, and extremely vindictive. If he gets his eyes on you, you'll be in big trouble. Bai Bosch, the young master of the 6 gates, was defeated by Yi Tian's,
and his Taoist heart was shattered. And this Bai Box is the disciple of the 6 minor sect masters. Bai Xiaoqiu protects his own people. The moment he saw him, he knew that the other party was coming for Yi Tiance.
But this is normal.
Who made Yi Tiance not only beat people up, but also extort a lot of money from them, even elixirs and spirit crystal fragments. Although the 6 gates are not short of this thing, they think this is a slap in their face. Therefore, it is only a matter of time before trouble is caused to Yi Tiance.
Next, there's something interesting to watch. Think of this. Zhao Qing was secretly excited.
Due to the decline of Xianyuan sect, they no longer have the influence they once had in Xianmen. Therefore, any sect with a little fame can bully them. Not to mention the 6 gates, they were the regular customers who bullied them. Anyone who comes to cause trouble for Yi Tiance now will definitely be severely punished, which can be regarded as helping them vent their anger.
At the same time,
Bai Xiaoqiu looked Zhao Cheng up and down, sneered disdainfully.
Are you qualified to receive me? Zhao Cheng, are you not sure about your position? Do you think your Xianyuan sect can still be the same as before?
I'm not saying anything bad about you, but it's a different era now and you can't even be a dog, and you still disobey your master in everything. You said, you knew that our 6 sects had a grudge against this kid, but you still insisted on bringing him to your Xianyuan sect. What crime should you be charged with?
While talking, he looked at Yi Tiance.
The murderous intent in his eyes was obvious.
A powerful aura burst out instantly, trying to intimidate Yi Tiance.
Zhao Cheng and others on the side were overwhelmed by this aura. On the other hand, Yi Tiance looked calm.
This pressure didn't seem to have any effect on him. See this. Bai Xiaoqiu couldn't help but frown and looked at him again.
Interesting, kid, you can actually withstand my pressure. You are too good for me, no wonder you can make my good disciples suffer. In that case, I won't do any of those roundabout things. My good disciples' faith in Taoism is now broken because of you. I want you to meet me at the 6 gates, and then have him kill you with his own hands to get rid of your inner demons. In addition, you must return the things you took from them honestly. In this case, I will not bother with you and spare your life. Otherwise, I, Bai Xiaoqiu, will order the entire Shotzi sect to hunt you down and kill you, leaving you with no place to bury your body. He knew that Yi Tiance was very powerful. Otherwise, Bai Box, the pride of the 6 gates, would not have suffered such a great loss. But no matter how powerful he is, it is impossible for one person to defeat his killing sect.
Not to mention that the Luozi sect also came to help. Hear the words. Yi Tiance frowned slightly and said disdainfully. Who do you think you are? If you ask me to go with you, I have to go with you? It seems that your 6 gates are not that great with so many idiots among you. You still have such a high status in Xianmen. The Xianmen today really has no vision. I have important things to do now. If you don't want to die, the door is over there, get out. Otherwise, I will notify the 6 sect masters to come and collect your body. A small leader of the 6 gates was not worthy of his attention. Now he just wants Yi Linger to recover as soon as possible. If she continued to be unconscious for such a long time, Yi Linger's nerves and meridians would definitely be damaged, which was not the situation he wanted to see. And it was Bai Boxu and Hu Lao who took the initiative to cause trouble for him. He was just fighting back. What's wrong with that? Does he have to suffer in silence every time someone comes to cause trouble? In Xianmen, strength is respected and the strong is king. If you are not as skilled as others, then just leave, there is nothing to say. If everyone was like this, beating the younger to get the older, and beating the older to get the older, then he would probably be dealing with this kind of shit all his life. Think of this. He couldn't help but lose his patience. He turned to Zhao Cheng and said, "Save Linger first. If he dares to stop me, I'll blow his head off." Chapter 1007, Do It Now. What the hell? Blow his head off? This kid talks so wildly. No matter what, Bai Xiaoqiu is the leader of the killing sect among the 6 sects, and is also a master in the early stage of Qi training. In the Xianmen, there are only a handful of people whose cultivation can surpass his. Even if this kid can beat Bai Box and Hu Lao, he can't beat him. Think of this. Bai Xiaoqiu said disdainfully. Boy, you really can talk big. Blow my head off? Then you can come and try and see who blows whose head off. I say it again, if you don't return the things you stole from Bo Shi and Mr. Hudami, I will kill you here today. By then, not only you will be killed, I will have all the disciples of the Fiancees sect come out and bloodbath the Xianyuan sect. Anyway, the Xianyuan sect is now a waste and has no qualifications to continue to stay in the Xianmen. While talking, he looked at Zhao Qing with disdain. The contempt in his eyes made Zhao Qing very angry. To know. The Xianyuan sect was once the backbone in the fight against the shadow cult. It was precisely because of his fight against the shadow cult that his Xianyuan sect had fallen to its current state. Change to before. No matter how powerful the 6 gates are, they would not dare to speak such big words in front of the Xianyuan gate. But now, the Xianyuan sect has indeed declined a lot and is not even considered a middle-class force. But he just couldn't swallow this. He was clearly a meritorious figure in the Xianmen, so why did he end up like this? Really? Hulua Pingyang was bullied by dogs. No matter where you are, there are no absolute friends, only absolute interests. Master Bai, what do you mean by this? If you look down on my Xianyuan sect, then why are you coming to me? Now that you are here, you have to talk about seniority and respect. Although you are the head of a family, in terms of seniority, I am above you. Zuanyuanmen was the original hero of Xianmen, but now you are so disrespectful to Zuanyuanmen, do you have any shame? That's enough. If you have nothing else, please leave. You are not welcome in Zuanyuanmen. At the same time, Mr. Yi is a distinguished guest of my Xianyuan gate. If you want to take action against him, you must first consider whether you can walk out of here alone. Don't forget, I, Zhao Qiang, have also entered the Qi training stage. While talking, boom! A huge aura burst out from him, sweeping across the entire venue. The powerful pressure made the disciples feel a little breathless. This scene. Let Tiance have some differences. He didn't expect that Zhao Qing would dare to confront Bai Xiaoqiu for him. But this also proves that helping Zuanyuanmen was the right choice for him. As for the 6 doors. First he sent people to rob his woman, and now he is provoking him. He really can't feel good about him. That being the case, there is no need for this killing sect to exist. At the same time, Bai Xiaoqiu didn't expect Zhao Qing to be so tough, and laughed in anger. Okay, Zhao Qing, you really have guts. Even though Xianyuan sect has become like this, you still dare to go against me. What? Don't you think about your disciples? Do you have the qualifications to confront us, Zhao Qing? Backbone? If they didn't have this little bit, they would have become the running dogs of the shadow cult long ago. If it were normal, he could give in. But Yi Tiance went to great lengths to help them rescue Yi Linger. This action saved the entire Xianmen. If they turn against us and help deal with Yi Tiance, that would be too inhumane. Disciples of Xianyuan sect, listen up. Mr. Yi helped us rescue Linger. This great favor should be repaid. Zhao Qing was full of energy and shouted angrily with great momentum. Should. The disciples in the sect also shouted in unison, which was quite spectacular. A trace of relief flashed across Zhao Qing's face, and then he continued seriously. Now the 6 sects have gone too far and are now coming to our sect to claim our Xianyuan sect's benefactor. We should not let Mr. Yi down. If the 6 gates attack, all of our disciples will fight to the death. If anyone is afraid, you can leave now. I won't blame you. If you are not afraid, then join me in guarding Xianyuan gate and Mr. Yi. The voice just fell. The disciples in the sect were also very enthusiastic. They stared at Bai Xiaoqiu intently and actually gathered a sense of pressure. Kill! 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 They shouted in unison, bringing the atmosphere to its peak. This scene. This made Zhao Qing very satisfied. He didn't expect that none of the disciples in the sect were willing to desert. This is the greatest achievement for him. But Bai Xiaoqiu's expression was not so good.
He had a gloomy face and stared at Zhao Qing.
This old guy actually wants to go against him? Zhao Qing, have you thought it through?
Behind you, there is only a lion and tiger building, and behind me, there are 6 gates.
You should be more important than me. Boom!
The words are not finished yet. An iron fist came crashing down. Before he could come to his senses, he saw brain matter and blood explode in front of him, splattering everywhere.
Then there was a pain in my head and numbness. Next second. Boom!
Bai Xiaoqiu fell to the ground and died before he could react, his eyes full of fear.
At the same time, Yi Tiance took a look at the blood on his hands and couldn't help frowning.
He shook it off lightly, and said coldly. I told you, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll blow your head off if you want to do it now you talk too much nonsense.
Hiss. Everyone gasped. No one expected it.
Yi Tiance is so violent that he would shoot someone in the head if he said so. He really deserves to be called the living king of hell.
Sometimes I really want to study what the hell his fist is made of.
He could actually blow the head off a Qi training master who was in the early stage with ease. They were shocked by Yi Tiance's swift and decisive action.
Simultaneously, Zhao Qing also knew.
Once the news of Bai Xiaoqiu's death is reported back to the 6 gates, it will surely lead to crazy revenge from the Shotzi gate.
Even the leaders of other sects would get involved and attack the Xianyuan sect. But he is not afraid. Since Yi Tiance dared to kill people here, he would naturally help Zuanyuanmen. Moreover, he has just chosen his side. Yi Tiance as a man of affection and righteousness, and he will never ignore Zuanyuanmen. What's more, there is Yi Linger.
As for the disciples within the sect, they are not afraid either. Some even thought that Yi Tiance did a good job in killing. This kind of person should be dealt with in this way.
At the same time, Yi Tiance said coldly.
Don't worry, it's just a 6 gates, it won't cause any trouble if you dare to come, I will kill you. As for you, you should think carefully about whether you want to continue being a piece of trash that is looked down upon by others. If you don't want to, I can give you a push and let your Xianyuan gate return to its former glory.
What the hell? Real or fake?
Zhao Qing was stunned and was unable to react.
Because this was something he didn't even dare to think about. Mr. Yi, can you really bring Zuanyuanmen back to its former glory?
Zhao Qing stared at Yi Tiance, still unable to believe it.
Yi Tiance said coldly. Well, but more importantly now, how are you going to save Linger? Chapter 1008, An Old Acquaintance Takes Action. For a while, Zhao Qing fell into silence.
Although he did show that he could clear the formation and poison from Yi Linger's body.
But there is really no substantive plan to proceed right now.
I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I think we need to think about this matter carefully and come up with a safe plan to save Linger. Otherwise, if anything goes wrong, I don't know what to do. Even if a Daluo Jingxian were alive, he would be powerless to save the situation.
Zhao Qing sighed and shook his head.
Hear the words. Yi Tiance glanced at him and said coldly.
Isn't it too late for you to tell me this now?
What I want is the result, not the process. Linger is suffering now. If she is not allowed to wake up, her condition will only get worse. Sect Master Zhao, I came to your Xianyuan sect not to listen to all your nonsense. These words made Zhao Qing feel very ashamed.
Think about it, I just promised Yi Tiance that I could solve it.
But now, due to the lack of understanding of Lingyuan Pearl, there are a lot of uncertainties.
At the same time, there was another sound of anxious footsteps outside the door.
This made everyone look towards the sect's main gate.
Next second,
a figure whoosh came in front of everyone, as if there was wind under his feet.
At first glance, it turned out to be the old acquaintance Hu Wei. He immediately found Zhao Qing and said coldly. I heard that the 6 gates came to cause trouble. What's going on? Hu Wei looked unhappy. While he was in the Lion and Tiger Tower, he received information that the 6 gates had taken action, and that the information was directly directed at the Xianyuan gate under his Lion and Tiger Tower.
This made him rush here without stopping, fearing that something might go wrong, although Xuanyuanman's strength and foundation were not as good as before.
However, Xianyuan Sect's martial arts foundation, as well as its techniques in alchemy and formations, are quite unique.
If the 6 gates came for these, he must stop them. Hear the words. Zhao Qing was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Hu Wei to come to a Xianyuan gate. He immediately said respectfully, Master Hu Wei, the leader of the 6 gates Shatsi sect, by Xiaoqiu, did come to cause trouble, but the trouble has been resolved, all thanks to Mr. Yi.
While talking,
Zhao Cheng had already looked at Yi Tiance, his eyes full of gratitude and guilt.
Hu Wei was stunned for a moment, frowned and said, Who? Mr. Yi?
A figure suddenly came to my mind, and I couldn't help but get goosebumps all over my body.
He quickly looked in the direction Zhao Qing was looking. It's okay if you don't look at it, but you'll be shocked when you look at it. Damn it! This is really the living devil. He had arrived in a hurry and only wanted to find the people from the 6 gates, so he didn't pay much attention to Yi Tiance. Thinking back to the time when this living devil went on a killing spree in Lingyu Pavilion, he couldn't help but feel terrified. I never expected to meet him here. And many more. This is the spirit of Xuanyuanman?
Hu Wei also noticed the unconscious Yi Linger and was shocked. Then he looked at Yi Tiance, clasped his hands together and said, I never expected to meet Mr. Yi here, and he helped us rescue the spirit.
Mr. Yi, you are too fierce. If we were to fight against the shadow cult, we would definitely not gain any advantage.
Zhao Qing was surprised to see Hu Wei's fawning look. Although he had heard that Hu Wei and others had been recruited by Yi Tiance, seeing is believing, and hearing is not without seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but have some doubts. Now it seems that Zhao Rong was right.
Yi Tiance is the hope of Xianmen now. At the same time,
Hu Wei smiled flatteringly.
Well, Mr. Yi, since you are here, when can you come to my Lion and Tiger building and have a seat?
Those 2 old guys, old ghost picking cigarettes and old poison, always show off in front of me.
Look, could you please spare some time to help me clean them up?
Moreover, the people of the shadow cult are now running rampant in the Xianmen, and they don't take us, the old forces, seriously at all. With you here, you will be like a magic needle that will stabilize the sea and will definitely scare away those demons and monsters.
Grandmas. If Yi Tiance is really willing to go to his Lion and Tiger building, he will be very proud in front of Jiayan Laogui and Du Buxi.
This is the king of hell himself. Hear the words.
Yi Tiance said coldly.
I don't have time to talk nonsense with you now. If you want me to help you, I can just cure Linger first. Hu Wei is not stupid, he naturally knows that Yi Tiance is giving him a chance.
He immediately came up to Yi Linger and looked her up and down.
But soon, he frowned.
This shadow cult is really not human. He actually planted 36 formations in her body.
These formations are all connected together, and any move of one will affect the whole body, so she can't wake up. As for the poison, that's easy. I just need to use my pure yang technique to force it out.
Don't worry, Mr. Yi, leave this matter to me, it will be done in no time.
This.
Zhao Qing's face looked very unhappy.
At the same time, he looked at Yi Tiance with some worry and fear.
After all,
Yi Linger is a member of his Xianyuan sect.
Yi Tiance brought Yi Linger back because he trusted them.
What's more, he has also expressed his willingness to save Yi Linger. But now in front of Hu Wei, all this seemed too simple. He looked like a clown, as if he didn't want to save anyone. Fortunately, Yi Tiance's attention was not on him, which made him feel relieved.
At the same time,
following Yi Tiance's instructions, Hu Wei immediately took the Lingyuan pearl from Zhao Qing's hand and began to sit cross-legged. Zhao Qing was not stupid either. He helped Yi Linger sit cross-legged in front of Hu Wei. Boom!
A powerful aura burst out from Hu Wei, instantly enveloping the 2 of them. Next second,
a burning heat emanated from his body, and the skin all over his body began to turn red and yellow, just like the sun.
Call out.
He threw the Lingyuan pearl into the sky, and then injected a stream of spiritual power into it. The Lingyuan pearl actually floated in the air, above Yi Linger's head.
The moment the Lingyuan pearl was fixed, Yi Linger couldn't help but let out a light groan, her face showing pain. followed by.
Yi Linger's whole body radiated dark purple and she was enveloped by this dark purple light.
In a blink,
the dark purple runes on her body flickered along with the Lingyuan pearl, which was very strange.
See this. Yi Tiance was not idle either. In an instant, he came behind Yi Linger. The spiritual power gathered at the fingertips and lightly touched the back of Yi Linger's head the next second. The dark purple light and runes on her body faded a lot. This made Hu Wei very happy. After all, the skills he practiced in the Lion and Tiger Tower were Yan, while the methods left on Yi Linger by the Shadow Cult were Yin. In addition, after being eroded by poisons and formations for such a long time, Yi Linger no longer has any Yang spiritual power in her body. This also made him dare not act rashly, and he can only try little by little. Because once he releases a large amount of spiritual power, it will definitely break the Yin and Yang balance of Yi Linger's spiritual power and cause her to go berserk. By the time, Yi Linger will definitely go crazy.
But now with Yi Tiance as the guardian, things will be different.
If we want to crack the Shadow Cult's tricks, it will be easy. Chapter 1009, Become a Demon. Mr. Yi, please lend me a hand.
Hu Wei immediately increased the supply of spiritual power.
For a while, the Lingyuan pearl was wrapped in Hu Wei's yellow-red spiritual power.
When it came into contact with the tiger's spiritual power, the Lingyuan pearl shook violently.
But soon, the Lingyuan pearl returned to its calm state and continued to absorb the dark purple spiritual power emanating from Yi Linger's body. Simultaneously, the dark purple runes on Yi Linger's body were also flashing. It's just that the light becomes dimmer each time.
And Yi Tiance was also assisting Hu Wei on the side, continuously delivering spiritual power into Yi Linger's body, protecting her meridians and the balance of Yin and Yang, preventing the spiritual power of Ling Yuanzu and Hu Wei from colliding and fighting in her meridians.
This scene.
This made Zhao Cheng standing by feel ashamed.
But then again, as long as the ending is good, it doesn't matter if he loses some face. At the same time, the Lingyuan pearl had been completely dyed yellow and red by Hu Wei's spiritual power. The speed of absorbing the dark purple light also increased a lot, however. The dark purple runes on Yi Linger's body also flickered faster as the dark purple light disappeared. What dash?
A scream echoed through the sky. Yi Linger began to struggle with a painful look on her face. The dark purple runes on her neck also began to expand rapidly.
This made everyone hold their breath and worry the next second.
Yi Linger suddenly opened her eyes.
The pupils had turned purple and were staring at everyone.
The coldness in his eyes was like that of a demon that had just crawled out of hell, full of hatred.
The first person she looked at was Hu Wei, who was controlling the Lingyuan pearl.
This cold look made Hu Wei feel frightened.
Damn it! This girl is completely possessed.
The Shadow Cult is so despicable that they actually use such means.
As long as the formation in her body is forcibly unlocked, the restriction set by the Shadow Cult will be triggered, and she will be possessed by the devil. Mr. Yi, please think of a solution quickly. If this girl gets completely obsessed, it will be the end. This scene. Yi Tiance naturally saw it. He knew that it would not be easy to save Yi Linger.
The Shadow Cult's methods are too strange. Having finally obtained the spirit body, she naturally would not give it up easily, thus leaving restrictions in her body.
If they can't get it, no one can get it. If Yi Linger goes astray, she will be controlled by the Shadow Cult again. In other words, everything they did before and now is in vain. No wonder the Shadow Cult didn't send anyone to retrieve Yi Linger along the way. It turned out that he was too confident in his own methods and knew that this would happen. But it's not that there is no solution at all. I will control her. You find a way to expel the toxins from her body first, and leave the rest of the formation to me. Yi Tiance's cold voice rang out, allowing everyone to regain their confidence. Hu Wei nodded in agreement, and immediately increased the supply of spiritual power with the help of the Lingyuan pearl. He quickly absorbed the toxins out of Yi Linger's body. But this also made Yi Linger miserable. She couldn't help but hold her head and wail to the sky. What dash? The wailing was full of resentment and was very harsh.
The disciples of Xianyuan sect could not help but cover their ears and dared not listen anymore. And this wailing sound also caused the Lingyuan pearl to tremble again. In order to control the Lingyuan pearl, Hui was sweating profusely and his face looked extremely ugly. But he still tried his best to hold on. Because as long as the toxins in Yi Linger's body are sucked out, Yi Tiance will have a way to deal with the rest.
Fuck! Come out here. He suddenly poured all his spiritual power into the Lingyuan pearl. This also made the Lingyuan pearl completely turn yellow-red. The dark purple mist sucked out from Yi Linger's body was instantly swallowed up by the yellow-red color. The dark purple runes on Yi Tiance's body soon stopped flashing and became much dimmer. Puff! The tiger spat out a mouthful of blood fiercely, cutting off the supply of spiritual energy. As a result, the Lingyuan pearl fell to the ground and rolled in front of him. Without the suppression of the Lingyuan pearl, Yi Linger stood up immediately. That cold look made everyone feel frightened. Mr. Yi, the rest depends on you. Hui wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke earnestly. He is very clear. Yi Linger has gone crazy. Now without the suppression of Lingyuan pearl, it has become even worse. If Yi Linger escapes, she will never come back in this life and will completely become a pawn of the shadow cult. So, there must be no mistakes. Yi Tiance nodded. Whoosh! In an instant, he arrived in front of Yi Linger. It seemed that the memory of being controlled was at work, and the moment Yi Linger saw Yi Tiance, she immediately became furious and attacked Yi Tiance directly. Mr. Yi, be careful! Hui was the first to come to his senses and shouted loudly. And Yi Tiance had already reacted. He leaned sideways and dodged Yi Linger's palm attack. But Yi Linger was like a madman, constantly attacking Yi Tiance. Each attack was more brutal than the last. But in Yi Tiance's view, this was just like children playing house and could not pose any threat to him. He has been avoiding it, just looking for an opportunity. But others saw that he kept dodging and thought he was afraid of Yi Linger. But soon, he slapped them hard in the face with his actions. After dodging for the last time, Yi Tiance instantly distanced himself from Yi Linger silently. Next second, Yi Linger also caught up, and everyone frowned and Yi Tiance's voice also sounded at this moment. Rise! An angry shout. 36 different points on the ground were all emitting light, forming a column of light that shot straight into the sky. This change shocked everyone. What is this? Yes, I have never seen it before, and we don't have such a mechanism in Xuanyuanmen. Next second. These light beams connected together in an instant, forming a series of light curtains, and then disappeared immediately. At the same time, Yi Linger was about to catch up with Yi Tiance. But just as she was about to catch up, a golden light flashed in front of her, and then she was blocked by an invisible wall. At this time, Zhao Cheng and Hu Wei reacted immediately. This is a formation? Zhao Cheng said in shock. As the leader of Xianyuan sect, he knew a lot about the formation and recognized it at a glance. In fact, he had guessed this since Yi Tiance started to dodge, but Yi Tiance did not take any actual action, which made him dare not make any rash guesses. Now it seems that he was right. And Yi Tiance's attainment in formations is definitely above his. Because he couldn't tell what kind of formation this was. He was quite interested in the formation, so he hurried to Yi Tiance. Mr. Yi, I didn't expect you also know formations, it's really surprising. Hearing this, Yi Tiance said coldly. A small 36 heavenly formation does not count as understanding the formation. Chapter 10:1036 Tiangang Formation. This is really a way to show off. Others don't know, so don't they know either? The 36 heavenly gang formation is not a small formation. Because in order to set up this grand formation, one needs to find 36 Tiangang positions. But how easy is it to find the 36 Tiangang positions? If we ask them to look for it, it will take at least half a day, and they may not even be able to find it. Yi Tiance actually found 36 Tiangang positions in such a short time. It is simply a miracle. Feng Shui Master? Do not. This is the Mama-san of the Feng Shui world. For a while, Zhao Qing felt somewhat ashamed. His Xianyuan sect believes that it is one of the best in the entire Xianmen in terms of Feng Shui formations. But today, I really broadened my horizons. This Mr. Yi is truly a genius of our time. Whether it is strength or courage, they are unprecedented in life. Now he was even more shocked by the Feng Shui formation. You must not make enemies with this person, you must make friends with him. If they become friends, his Xianyuan sect will surely reach a higher level in the future. Maybe it can really be restored to its former glory, as Yi Tiance said. Think of this. He couldn't help but shook his head inside. At the same time, Yi Tiance slowly raised his finger and tapped lightly. A golden light then appeared in the 36 Heavenly Gang formation. Boom! The golden light burst out suddenly and directly penetrated Yi Linger's body. The moment the golden light passed through, a light purple mist floated out of Yi Linger's body. What? Yi Linger was in so much pain that she let out a scream. Then he looked at Yi Tiance with resentment. The murderous intent in his eyes makes ordinary people feel terrified. Pity. The person she was facing was Yi Tiance. Although Yi Tiance would not kill him, this murderous intent was not enough in front of him. His fingers tapped again. Another golden light burst out from a new Tiangang position. Boom! The golden light penetrated Yi Linger's body again. What? Another scream sounded. Then a light purple mist emerged again. Simultaneously, Yi Linger seemed to be seriously injured by the golden light. The pain is endless and the torment continues. See this. Zhao Qing's face couldn't help but become solemn and he felt a little distressed. After all, Yi Linger is not that old. She just escaped from the clutches of the shadow cult, and now she is being tortured by their remaining means again. It's pitiful just to think about it. But he also knew that Yi Tiance was not harming her, but saving her. If Yi Tiance is interrupted now, not only him but also Yi Linger will be hurt. Because Yi Tiance is using the 36 Tiangang positions to purify the formation inside Yi Linger's body. The purple mist that was emitted by Yi Linger after she was hit by the golden light was actually formed by the formation remaining in her body. So no matter how heartbroken they are, they can only watch and cannot help. At the same time, Yi Tiance's fingers moved faster and faster. Rays of golden light burst out from different Tiangang positions. Every time the golden light passed through Yi Linger, she would let out a scream and a purple mist would emerge from her body. Soon, Yi Linger lay on the ground exhausted. Let the golden light pass through her body. But as time went on, her screams became quieter and the pain she suffered also decreased. When the 36th ray of golden light fell, the last purple mist emerged from Yi Linger's body and dissipated. Only Yi Linger had already fallen into a coma. But the dark purple runes on her body faded a lot. Yi Tiance also withdrew the 36 Heavenly Gang's formation. Zhao Qing looked at Yi Linger, who was unconscious on the ground, his eyes full of heartache. He immediately wanted to go forward and take Yi Linger back, but was stopped by Yi Tiance. If you want Linger to continue to be a walking corpse, then you can go. This. Zhao Qing was stunned for a moment, his face looking a little ugly. But in the end, he stopped. Doubtfully said, Mr. Yi, didn't you just use the 36 Heavenly Gang's formation to break the formation in Linger's body? Is this not enough? If it still doesn't work, then what should I do? Linger is still young, and she has to suffer such hardships. I really can't bear it. Recalling Yi Linger's screams in pain when the golden light pierced through her, Zhao Qing shook his head inside. Hear the words. Yi Tiance's tone softened slightly. He said helplessly, Linger has been controlled by the shadow cult's formation for too long, and her spiritual power has naturally been affected. If she is allowed to continue practicing like this,
the spiritual power she cultivates will definitely repel the spiritual power that was previously infected. If that were to happen, it would be even more terrifying than being possessed by a demon. Linger would become a madman, or even die from having her meridian severed.
What?
Zhao Qing was horrified.
He never expected it to be so serious. Serious. Doesn't this mean that Yi Linger can only survive but can no longer practice? If that's true, it's so unfair. Yi Linger is a rare spirit being in the world. As a spirit, his cultivation talent and speed are both excellent. But if I really get affected and can't continue practicing, wouldn't that be a waste of my talent? And the shadow cult is ready to make a move. Even though Yi Linger was rescued this time, it doesn't mean they won't take any action again. They alone would not be able to protect Yi Linger. Yi Linger can only rely on her own hard practice to protect herself. The current situation is no different from doing useless work. For a while,
Zhao Qing felt very disappointed and his face looked very ugly.
See this? Yi Tian said coldly. I didn't say I couldn't save Linger, just be honest and don't bother me. Is there any way?
Zhao Qing looked at Yi Tian with joy again and was a little excited.
To know. His lifelong wish is to train Yi Linger. Now that there is hope again, how can I not be happy? But the second half of Yi Tian's words made him very embarrassed.
He didn't want to disturb Yi Tian, but it was normal to be startled by the constant twists and turns. Mr. Yi, please, if you need any help, just ask.
Yi Tian took a step forward and said coldly.
No, you are not qualified enough to help me, just don't cause trouble.
What the hell, this is an immortal. After all, he is the leader of Xianyuan sect and a master in the early stage of Qi training. How could he be said to be unqualified? Pack. This kid is really pretentious. But he couldn't refute it for a while.
Yi Tian can blow the head of a person in the early stage of Qi training apart with one punch, but he can't.
Think of this.
Zhao Qing quietly stepped aside, feeling very depressed.
At the same time, Yi Tian flashed and immediately came in front of Yi Linger.
He gathered his spiritual power in his hands and quickly tapped Yi Linger's forehead. Then he slid his fingers quickly, drawing something on his face. But Zhao Qing saw through it.
This is drawing a spell. I am an immortal. This Yi Tian can actually use spiritual power as a pen to draw spells and set up formations? No wonder he couldn't be of much help. At this stage, who the hell do I need help from? Chapter 10-11 Yi Ling and hashtag 039, wakes up. But what kind of formation is Yi Tian going to set up?
It cannot be seen just from the act of drawing the spell.
Now, Zhao Chang looked at Yi Tian with curiosity and anticipation.
The 36 Heavenly Forces formation just now had already opened his eyes. He was very clear that his Feng Shui formation skills were inferior to Yi Tian's, and the gap between the two was huge.
Taking this opportunity, he wanted to learn the formation from Yi Tian's. By the way, I also want to see what kind of powerful formations Yi Tian's can use. At the same time, Yi Tian's hand stopped.
He slowly stood up, concentrated his spiritual power on his fingers, and gently pointed them at Yi Linger's forehead.
Open! An angry shout. A green light suddenly appeared on Yi Linger's body.
The green light enveloped her, making her look particularly strange.
Next second, everyone noticed something was wrong. What's going on? It seems like the air currents around are flowing towards Linger. Yes, the Feng Shui and air currents around us are changing. What's going on?
The disciples of Xianyuan sect all felt the flow of air around them personally and found it very strange. Only Zhao Chang and Hu Wei knew that this was Yi Tian's doing.
What Yi Tian's just set up on Yi Linger should be a formation to absorb spiritual energy. And so, after the formation was activated, the surrounding Feng Shui spiritual energy flowed into Yi Linger's body. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would be hard to believe that there are actually people who can mobilize the power of Feng Shui. This made Zhao Qing even more certain of his thoughts.
You must make friends with Yi Tiance and not let go of this important person.
Not only do you have to hold this thigh well, you also have to coax it well.
If I have the chance, I must learn these formations from him. If he can learn it, the status of his Xianyuan sect will definitely rise. After all, Xianmen is like this, strength is respected and the strong is king.
Think of this.
Zhao Qing felt a little excited.
But Hu Wei thought of something else. After rescuing the spirit, he will definitely ask Yi Tiance for help. At the same time,
the surrounding feng shui spiritual energy all poured into Yi Linger's body like crazy.
For a while,
green light flickered continuously on Yi Linger's body. The dark purple runes on her body were also gradually dissipating.
Soon,
with the influx of feng shui spiritual energy, the dark purple runes on Yi Linger's body completely disappeared. This shocked the Xianyuan sect disciples.
Oh my god! Are those dark purple runes on Linger's body gone just like that? This is too amazing.
Mr. Yi is truly a genius of the time. I have decided from now on, I will study with Mr. Yi and beg him to accept me as his apprentice.
Me too. I feel like I can learn a lot from him.
These words,
like sharp thorns, piercing into Zhao Qing's heart.
The corners of his mouth twitched and he wanted to curse.
Male Gobi. These bastards are so unethical. Backstab? If he could defeat Yi Tiance, he would definitely go up and seek justice.
Not only did he trick his disciples away with one move, he also sucked away all the feng shui energy from the surroundings. The Xianyuan gate, which was lush and green just now, is now withered with flowers and plants, and looks lifeless. This is because the formation that Yi Tiance had just set up had absorbed all the feng shui spiritual energy around it.
Just thought of this.
Yi Linger groaned and slowly opened her eyes. He looked sleepy, as if he had just woken up and had no idea what was going on. When she saw Yi Tiance for the first time, she was confused and surprised.
You are Brother Tiance? Brother Tiance, why are you here? Where am I?
Yi Linger slowly got up and kept looking around. It took me a long time to realize that this was the territory of Xianyuan clan.
This what's going on? How did Xuanyuanmen become like this? Grandpa Zhao, why are you all looking at me with such strange eyes? See Yi Linger wake up.
Zhao Cheng and others were shocked and delighted.
They didn't expect that they could really rescue Yi Linger and restore her to normal. All this is thanks to Yi Tiance. At the same time,
Yi Tiance's voice sounded a little gentler than usual.
Linger, you are just sick. How do you feel now after taking a nap?
Hear the words.
Yi Linger nodded and said,
Brother Tianso, I'm fine. I feel a lot lighter. I seem to be stronger than before.
But I seem toeless.
She suddenly put her hand on her forehead, her face full of pain, as if she had recalled something horrible.
Painful way.
I seem to have had a dream. I dreamed that I killed many people.
I also injured Brother Tiance.
No, this is not true.
Linger is not that kind of person. This must be fake. Brother Tiance, tell me, is this all fake? Linger didn't kill anyone, right? While talking, Yi Linger ran to Yi Tiance, hugged him and burst into tears.
Seeing the pleading look in her eyes, Yi Tiance reached out and touched her little head, and smiled softly.
Linger is not that kind of person. You are just sick and had a nightmare. Don't take it seriously.
But I feel that this is all real, not like a dream. Tears welled up in Yi Linger's eyes. She clearly remembered that she held a long knife and killed many people from the Xianmen. Those people begged for mercy under her hands, but in the end she still killed them with a single blow. And what made her most sad was that she stabbed Yi Tiance. The scene kept lingering in her mind, as if it had just happened. Hear the words.
Yi Tiance said softly.
Linger, believe me, it was just a dream. If it were true, then why am I still standing here? You have just recovered from a serious illness and you still need to rest well. Don't worry too much about a dream. When you get better, I'll take you down the mountain to meet some sisters, and I'll let them take you out to play. How about that? Looking at Yi Tiance, who was suffering so much, he felt very sad. He knows. The shadow cult must have controlled Yi Linger to kill many people and absorb their spiritual energy in order to improve her strength and make her a qualified container as soon as possible. But that was done under the control of the shadow cult, not Yi Linger's subjective consciousness, so it can't be blamed on her. And so, when she saw Yi Linger blaming herself, she felt very uncomfortable. He wanted to take Yi Linger away so that she could forget about these things and live happily. Another thing is that staying with him is much safer than staying in Xianyuan Gate. Today, the shadow cult has infiltrated many forces within the Xianmen, and has left many traces. The death of the Mist Protector will definitely alert other members of the shadow cult. They will definitely send people to capture Yi Linger again. After all, without Yi Linger, resurrecting the leader of the shadow cult is just talk. Hear the words. Yi Linger was stunned for a moment, then threw herself into Yi Tiance's arms, nodding and saying, "Okay. Linger, follow Brother Tiance. But, I'm hungry." Chapter 10-12 Chenxingdi. Dusk is approaching. Xianyuan Gate was crowded with people and extremely lively. After hearing that the spirit had returned, the positive forces in the Xianmen felt very fortunate. Among them, disciples from the Yanni sect, the Duty sect, and the Shirhu Tower all came to the Xianyuan Gate to celebrate for him. After all, Xianyuan sect is a subsidiary sect of Lion and Tiger Tower. With the influence of the Lion and Tiger building, it would be natural for Jian Laogui and Du Bushi to come and show their support. Of course, the happiest person was Zhao Qing. He kept toasting Yi Tiance at the table with a smile on his face. "Mr. Yi, I have to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, Linger would have been hard to escape the clutches of the devil. This great kindness is something that our Xianyuan sect cannot repay. If my Xianyuan sect is of any use in the future, I, Zhao Qing, will never hesitate. Mr. Yi, please." Yi Tiance ignored him and turned to look at Yi Linger, who was grilling meat. Yi Linger at this moment is no different from before. Lively, cute, and extremely cheerful. It seems like I have really returned to normal life, enjoying the rare tranquility. But only he knew that this was just the beginning. This matter is far from over. But he didn't say it at this happy moment, because he knew very well that even if he said it, it would be of no use. The shadow cult will definitely make a comeback, even under the protection of Xianyuan sect. Instead of worrying about the future, it is better to live well in the present. At least now Yi Linger was not in trouble and was standing in front of him safely. That's enough. Think of this. He then raised his glass and accepted Zhao Qing's toast. At the same time, the old man with the cigarette smiled at Yi Tiance. "Mr. Yi, I never thought that we would meet again in this way. You really did a great thing for our Xuanjie. Come on, I have to toast you. Also, this time, you must help me improve the shortcomings of my Yanni sect skills." He also heard about Yi Tiance helping Luo Yushi belatedly. At first he was a little angry and felt that Yi Tiance was not moral at all. He helped Yi Tiance so much in Lingyu Pavilion, but in the end he was tricked and brought back a stupid elder of Lingyu Pavilion. Not only is it useless, but it also wastes the food of his Yanni sect. Think of this. He couldn't help feeling a little aggrieved. And so, if Yi Tiance could improve the skills of his Yanni sect, then the problem would be solved once and for all and there would be no more problems. Hear the words. Yi Tiance nodded and agreed. Although the skills are different, they all remain essentially the same. As long as he could get the practice method of the Yanni sect skills, he would naturally be able to improve it. The entire Xianyuan Gate was also immersed in joy. Without realizing it, danger was approaching. At the foot of Yushu Mountain, countless tunnels are connected together and finally converge under the ground veins at the bottom of the mountain. And in the middle of the earth vein, there is a huge training ground. Now, there were countless people in black robes standing in the dojo. In front of them stood 5 people wearing white robes and masks. They were the remaining guardians of the shadow cult. Before the Dharma protectors stood two persons in purple robes. The two men stood with their hands behind their backs, looking at the bronze altar in front of them. I never thought that the duck right in front of my mouth would fly away. It really is like when it rains it pours. Now everything is ready, except for the east wind. Without the spirit body, all our preparations will be in vain. The purple-robed man in the lead turned his head and looked at the purple-robed man next to him. Because he was wearing a mask, his face could not be seen clearly. Hear the words. Another purple-robed man said coldly. In vain? Who said it was in vain? The spirit body has been taken back, so why not just take it back again? After setting up such a big plan, it would be too boring if it ended like this. I will do this myself, and no one can stop me. The voice just fell. The purple-robed leader was surprised. You mean, you want to show up in person? Aren't you afraid that your appearance will cause unnecessary trouble and panic? At the same time, the purple-robed man at the side slowly took off his mask, revealing his true face. That handsome face is enough to charm many people. The aura of a superior emanating from him makes people dare not approach him easily. And he. It was the man Lu Yenji had been thinking about, Chen Qingdi. Now. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and the coldness in his eyes made people shudder. When have I ever been afraid of trouble and panic? Don't they want to find me? If I don't show up, who knows what kind of trouble might happen? By the way, I also want to see how big a storm they can create. After all, I have been hiding in the dark for a long time, and I want to go out for some fresh air and see what the world is like outside now. Done. Whoosh. In an instant, he disappeared from everyone's sight. See this. The purple-robed leader sneered. Ha, now things are getting interesting. He slowly turned around and gave orders to the Dharma protectors and followers behind him. Go down the mountain. There is only one purpose, to take back the spirit body, bloodbath the Xuanjie, and welcome the return of the leader. Yes. I will follow the deputy leader's orders. The Dharma protectors and believers all nodded in agreement, their spirits high. Next second. They turned into streams of light and disappeared in this huge training ground. The purple-robed man, who was the deputy leader, also took a step and walked slowly out of the tunnel. In a blink. Also disappeared. Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong. Lu Yenji stood at the door. Looking at the villa in front of me, I felt uncomfortable and hesitant. After she woke up, John told her what Yi Tiance asked her to say. At first she didn't want to find Yi Tiance, thinking that this was a humiliation to her. But when she calmed down, she figured out the pros and cons. Although she hated Yi Tiance very much, what Yi Tiance said was not wrong. Now, only by cooperating with Yi Tiance can she get what she wants. Otherwise, in this life, she will never be able to get any useful information from the shadow cult. But when she stood at the door, she suddenly felt a little scared. She was afraid of getting the truth and afraid of not being able to accept it. He was even more afraid, so he got closer to Yi Tiance and stood on Yi Tiance's side. Call. She breathed a sigh of relief, and after countless psychological struggles, she finally took the first step to seek the truth. But just as she took a step forward, a figure suddenly appeared behind her. A big hand landed firmly on her shoulder and squeezed it. The familiar voice that made her think about it day and night and haunted her dreams sounded. Why are you wandering around here so late instead of taking a good rest? This sound is. Lu Yenji felt like she was struck by lightning. Her whole body was numb and she stood stiff in place. She turned back suddenly. She was shocked when she saw the familiar face. Is it you? Really you? Chen Qingdi grinned and said. Yenji, long time no see. Chapter 1013. Two completely different people. It's him. It's really him. He is back. Lu Yenji suddenly threw herself into Chen Qingdi's arms, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She never dreamed that she would meet the man who had been haunting her dreams at this time. She looked up at Chen Qingdi in front of her, reached out and gently stroked his face, her eyes full of heartache. How have you been these years? Did the shadow cult lock you up? Have you suffered? Have you been tortured? I'm sorry, it's all my fault that I couldn't save you earlier. I'm sorry, Qingdi, I'm sorry, can you forgive me? Who would have thought? Lu Yanji, who is usually pure and aloof, looked so pitiful as to beg for forgiveness. She stared at Chen Qingdi eagerly, the tenderness in her eyes almost dripping with tears. See her like this. Chen Qingdi also reached out and touched her face, smiling. I don't blame you, I'm back now. Moreover, instead of torturing me, they treated me well. But these things are a long story, Yanji, how about we go to your house and have a long talk? Haven't seen you for so many years, don't you miss me? While talking, he had already hugged Lu Yanji in his arms. When his hand fell on Lu Yanji's waist, Lu Yanji couldn't help but tremble. She subconsciously wanted to push him away, but she immediately held back and took the initiative to move forward and kissed Chen Qingdi heavily on his lips. But as soon as they kissed, Chen Qingdi pushed her away. She stood there in a daze, looking at Chen Qingdi in disbelief. Qingdi, you. Chen Qingdi smiled and said. Yanji, don't you know what you did? Are you still mine now? If you were, why would you be here? These words. Lu Yanji was stunned. All of a sudden, she didn't know what to say or how to defend herself. Since Chen Qingdi said this, it proves that he already knows what happened between her and Yi Tiance. No matter how unwilling she was or how much she resented it, the matter was done and it was all her fault. Think of this. Her face looked a little ugly, and she felt a little guilty. I'm sorry, Qingdi, I didn't mean to do it, I was forced, but no matter what, I am sorry for you. If you don't want me, I have nothing to say anyway, I have become a walking corpse now. I am satisfied to see you again before I die. Talking. She took 2 steps back on her own initiative, putting some distance between herself and Chen Qingdi. Despite this, the look she gave him was still full of tenderness. But more of that is an apology. A lot of things have happened since she returned to Jiangnan. She thought she could control everyone, but she didn't expect Yi Tiance to show up and do such an excessive thing to her. Moreover, she never expected that she would be able to see Chen Qingdi again in her lifetime. At the same time, Chen Qingdi laughed disdainfully. It doesn't matter, as long as your heart is with me, but you did something wrong, you should do something to make up for it. Hear the words. Lu Yanji froze in place again. These words. It would hurt her more than what Yi Tiance did to her. When they were together before, Chen Qingdi would never treat her like this. Now, she felt like she was being used. This made her doubt, was the person in front of her really the Chen Qingdi she had been waiting for? Why does it feel so different from before? Is there still affection between them? And also, he just said that the people of the shadow cult have been very nice to him in the past 5 years. What's going on? Is it true, as Yi Tiance said, that he is a member of the shadow cult? She took a deep breath, trying not to think too much, and calmed down quickly. Qingdi, how do you want me to compensate you? Chen Qingdi still looked disdainful and said with a smile. That depends on how much self-awareness you have. After all, the mistakes you made were not small. What? Yanji, have you forgotten the oath you made? He narrowed his eyes and stared at Lu Yanji. There was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes, which made Lu Yanji feel extremely unfamiliar. For a while, she couldn't help feeling a little lost. I finally got to see the person I had been dreaming about, but I didn't expect this to be the result. All this seems to have changed. They are no longer the fairy-like couple they once were. Qingdi, what happened to you in the past 5 years? Why did you become like this? What is your relationship with the shadow cult? You have been lying to me from the beginning to the end, right? Hear the words. Chen Qingdi pulled Lu Yanji into his arms, without caring whether Lu Yanji was willing or not. Yanji, I just said that if you have anything to say, go to my house to talk about it. It's not appropriate to talk about it here with so many people around. Or do you just want to say it here on purpose so that your lover can hear it? If you really think so, then you will be disappointed. He has no time to deal with you now. He is at Xianyuan Gate, enjoying the hospitality of that group of people.
Yanji, it's getting late. Don't you want to listen? Go back earlier, finish your talk earlier, and rest earlier. What do you think? He grabbed Lu Yanji and was about to leave. Lu Yanji did not refuse and followed him away. She knew what Chen Xingdi wanted to do. It's nothing more than wanting to punish her severely, to get back what he lost from her, and to find the so-called sense of balance. It doesn't matter to her. Now this body has become a walking corpse. Even if he whipped her continuously, she didn't feel any pain, let alone being possessed madly. Of course. She also wanted to use this opportunity to find out the truth from Chen Xingdi. She wanted to know whether her efforts over the past 5 years were a joke. Lu Yanji's home. Boom! Chen Xingdi threw her on the sofa and began to take off his clothes. He sneered disdainfully. Was he like this when you gave it to him? Hear the words. The last glimmer of hope in Lu Yanji's heart was shattered, and he said jokingly, "Yeah, he's even crazier than you. But I really didn't expect that Yanji's zombie-like body could fascinate you so much." From this point of view, Yanji is really flattered. She knew it. The Chen Xingdi today is no longer the Chen Xingdi of the past. In other words, what Yi Tian said is all true. Chen Xingdi has a close relationship with the shadow cult. For the past 5 years, she has been living in a scam. At the same time, Chen Xingdi pulled her over, tore off her clothes, and pounced on her. "Xingdi, you have kept this secret from me for so many years. It's really painful. But it doesn't matter. Even though I didn't want to be with him, at least in this respect, I am much better than you." Chapter 10:14, Scumbag and Hashtag 039's request. On the balcony. Chen Xingdi took a deep puff of his cigarette and looked down at the night view of Jiangnan City. The lights are bright and the place is bustling with people. He hadn't enjoyed this kind of excitement and bustle for 5 years. Now that I'm back, I have a lot of feelings. At the same time, Lu Yanji also stood up from the sofa. She did not pick up the torn clothes on the ground, and just came to the balcony naked. He said coldly, "Tell me, what happened in the past 5 years? Even if I die, I must die with a clear mind." She allowed Chen Xingdi to vent his anger on her just for this reason. Otherwise, when she is sure that Chen Xingdi has been deceiving her for the past 5 years, she will choose to turn against him. Although she can take it or leave it, she has loved him after all, and she just can't be cruel enough. Hear the words. Chen Xingdi laughed. In the final analysis, it's just that you are stupid. You actually believed such a simple scam. To tell you the truth, the turmoil 5 years ago was initiated by me and the shadow cult. Including our arrest, it was all part of my plan, because only in this way can I make you work for me willingly. Come to think of it, without you, our research on forbidden potions would never have been successful so quickly. There's no way to find a way to make the spirit a perfect container so quickly. This is your credit, and I won't take it away from you. By the way, Yanji, come to think of it, I haven't introduced my other identity to you yet. I am the law enforcement elder of the shadow cult, the elder Cheng who has been wearing a mask and giving you orders. Didn't expect that? So, Yanji, do you have any objection when I say you are stupid? The person you have been looking for has always been in front of you, but you have not been able to recognize him. You said you love me, Yanji. Do you love me this much? While talking, he appeared in front of Lu Yanji in an instant. Looking at her half naked, his eyes were full of disdain and disgust. It was especially obvious when seeing Lu Yanji's chest burned by the cigarette butt. Lu Yanji naturally noticed this. I felt disappointed and laughed at myself at the same time. 5 years. She persisted for 5 years, but in the end it was just a one-man show, which was extremely ridiculous. Yeah, I didn't expect that the man I loved would actually wear a mask and deceive me for 5 years. In these 5 years,
you have never confessed your identity to me once. You are really scheming.
Have you ever thought that if you tell me honestly, I would be willing to help you?
Unfortunately, you still choose to hide it from me, Qingdi. How can you bear to use all your schemes on me?
Did you think I was unworthy from the beginning and wanted to use me, or did you realize it later and think I was a good candidate?
Law enforcement elder, I didn't expect you to be so powerful and have such a high status in the shadow cult. I underestimated you.
Tell me, what do you want me to do for you this time? Or why did you choose to come out in person? Do you want to capture that girl yourself and complete your shadow cult's plan?
If it were in the past, she could say that she knew Chen Qingdi very well and could guess what he was thinking.
But now,
she didn't dare say that.
No. It should be said that she didn't understand Chen Qingdi before. From beginning to end.
This man was just pretending in front of her and was never sincere to her. But she has accepted this fact.
And
she was not as sad as she had imagined, but instead felt relieved.
At least, she won't be confused about it anymore.
Of course. She had always used this as motivation to live. Now that I know the truth, I can also foresee her ending.
I just didn't expect it to come so soon. At the same time,
Chen Qingdi reached out and gently stroked her chest, sneering. Yanji, you are really my good woman. I just showed up and you knew what I was thinking.
In that case, I'll be frank. As long as you helped me this last time, I'll give you whatever you want.
Including all the wrong things you did before, I can pretend they never happened, and we can still be a perfect couple like before.
Moreover, after the leader is resurrected, both the mysterious world and the city will be in our possession.
At that time, we don't have to care about other people's feelings about what we want or what we want to do.
We are the masters of this world. So Yanji, this time, you must help me, okay? While talking,
he has hugged Lu Yanji again, and the affection in his eyes looks particularly sincere.
In a trance,
Lu Yanji couldn't help but be stunned, and recalled the scene when the two of them became famous.
At that time, Chen Qingdi is also so gentle. Pity. 5 years can change everything. But nevertheless,
she is still willing to help Chen Qingdi.
Because he is her motivation to live.
Since things are not going as she wished, she might as well help him one last time, which will also end her last hope. After doing all this, she could leave with peace of mind and do what she should do.
I can help you this last time. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other.
She was silent for a moment, and finally mustered up the courage to say the last harsh words.
Hear the words.
The corner of Chen Qingdi's mouth curved up, and the sinisterness in his eyes was obvious.
Next second. Puff. Lu Yanji suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood.
And Chen Qingdi gently let her go. She looked down in surprise. A dagger pierced her chest, blood dripping from the tip of the knife. But she quickly regained her composure and couldn't help laughing.
Is this the last thing you want to do? Being stabbed in the back by the one you love is both expected and unexpected. At the same time,
Chen Qingdi smiled and reached out to help her smooth her hair, and said softly.
That's right, Yanji, who made you the body of the medicine?
In the past 5 years, you have been testing the medicine on yourself, and you have long become the most perfect forbidden potion. Don't blame me for being cruel. The main problem is that Yi Tiance has been exposed to the formation and poison that I set up in his spirit body. Now only your blood can bring the spirit back into my control and make it a perfect container. Don't worry, after the leader breaks the seal, I will take credit for you from him. The leader is omnipotent and he will definitely resurrect you.
And I will fulfill my promise and be a perfect couple with you.
It turned out to be the case. This is the man she has always loved deeply. The plan was started 5 years ago, and he used the tactic of inflicting pain on her to successfully turn her into a controllable chess piece. During these 5 years, she suffered from forbidden potions and cooperated with the shadow cult to use her own blood to develop them. It turns out that they all want to take her blood to control the spirit. It is said that women are the most vicious, but now it seems that men are not bad either.
For a while, A figure appeared in her mind. It was Yi Tiance, the person she hated so much. Yi Tiance, how will you respond this time when facing the shadow cult that is well prepared? Pity. Can't see anymore. Chapter 10:15, Lingyuan Cave reappears. Tiger Mountain. Elder Guangchang stood on the top of the mountain, observing the stars at night, and couldn't help but frowning. 7 stars are aligned, disaster stars are surging, this is the rhythm of something big happening, what happened? Why did it suddenly become like this? Ever since the last Xianmen conference, he has devoted himself to cultivation. Because of Yi Tiance's existence, he clearly felt the importance of cultivation. Today, he is no longer the small follower he used to be, but has taken a step forward. Especially in the area of feng shui and physiognomy, his ability has improved a lot. Otherwise, I can't see such a star sign. For a while, he felt a sense of uneasiness and inexplicable anxiety in his heart. No. We have to tell Mr. Yi about this. In his opinion, no matter what happens now, he doesn't have the ability to intervene. The only one who is capable is Yi Tiance, who became famous for his massacre at the Xianmen conference. In addition, the fact that Yi Tiance helped Xuanyuanmen to retrieve the spirit body made him feel that Yi Tiance would definitely help Xuanjie. However, just as he was about to turn around, he heard a disdainful, mocking voice behind him. You are smart and know how to look for him, but unfortunately, you have the life to think about him but not the life to find him. Old man, since you have been guarding Lingyuan Cave, I will give you a quick death to save you from pain. The voice just fell. Puff! A cold light flashed through. Elder Guangchang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking down, he saw a dagger piercing his chest. Before he could come to his senses, the person behind him kicked him off the cliff, and his life or death was in danger. Then, he looked up in the direction of Lingyuan Cave and grinned. Yi Tiance, you tried so hard to find us, I wonder how you will deal with it this time, I am really curious. While talking, the moonlight shone on his face, and I could see his features clearly. It was Qinxingdi who had just returned. Whoosh! He flashed away in an instant and disappeared. When he appeared again, he was standing in front of the former site of Lingyuan Cave. Looking at the Lingyuan Cave after it collapsed and disappeared, he took out a bead from his arms. The beads were shining with a dark purple light, as if they had returned home and were very happy. Yi Tiance, do you think that I have no way to deal with you just because you took away the Lingyuan pearl? There is more than one Lingyuan pearl in this world. The voice just fell. Qinxingdi threw the Lingyuan pearl in his hand to the site of the Lingyuan Cave in front of him. Next second. Boom! The Lingyuan pearl emitted a dazzling dark purple light, lighting up the entire old site. Rumble! The rubble that had collapsed long ago was piling up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, it turned into a cave. At the entrance of the cave, there was a flash of golden light. See this. The corner of Qinxingdi's mouth curled up. The desire and expectation in his eyes were obvious. It's here, it's finally here. His eyes were shining as he stared at the Lingyuan Cave that had reappeared before him, feeling very excited. In order for the leader to break the seal, in addition to the spiritual body Yilinger, the Lingyuan Cave is also one of the indispensable conditions. After the Xianmen conference, Lingyuan Cave collapsed and everyone thought that nothing would happen again. Pity. This Lingyuan pearl can not only allow the leader to break the seal, but also restore the collapsed Lingyuan Cave to its original state. After all, this bead is the core item in this cave. With this thing, he was not afraid of his plans being disrupted. Next second, he took a step forward, and in an instant he entered the golden light at the entrance of the cave. Xuanyuanmen. Everyone clinked glasses, and after 3 rounds of drinks, everyone was very happy. At Zhao Qing's invitation, everyone stayed and chatted and laughed in the Taoist temple, exchanging their cultivation experiences with each other. However, Zhao Rong ran over in a hurry, his face looking extremely ugly.
Master, something bad has happened. One sentence broke the rare cheerful atmosphere. Everyone turned to look at him, confused. Zhao Cheng frowned slightly, walked up quickly, and scolded in a low voice. Don't you know what day it is today? Now that Linger has been rescued, what else can happen? Okay, if you have something to say, just say it now, don't ruin everyone's mood at this time. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to our Xianyuan sect. We have finally managed to bring everyone together. What if we lose face? Hear the words. Zhao Rong remembers slapping his thigh hard, he was so angry. Master, something terrible has happened. The entire Hujiao mountain was wiped out, leaving no one alive. Moreover, the Lingyuan cave that had collapsed before also reappeared, and many members of the shadow cult were rushing towards the Lingyuan cave. The shadow cult has made such a big fuss, there must be something wrong with Lingyuan cave. What the hell did you say? Zhao Qing's face changed drastically and he couldn't believe his ears. As a veteran force fighting against the shadow cult, he naturally knew the importance of Lingyuan cave to the shadow cult. Now that all the shadow cults are rushing towards Lingyuan cave, doesn't that mean that the seal in Lingyuan cave has changed? Can you tell me again? Zhao Cheng was no longer drunk and was completely sober. Zhao Rong said angrily. Master, it's already this late, do you think I still have the heart to joke with you? If something really goes wrong with Lingyuan cave, it will be a big trouble. Hurry up, immediately give the order to rush to Lingyuan cave, we must defend Lingyuan cave before the shadow cult people arrive. Hear the words. Zhao Cheng also reacted. He quickly came to the center of the training ground and said solemnly. Everyone, the situation is urgent now. The shadow cult is coming with great force, and these villains have already headed to Lingyuan cave. As everyone knows, the leader of the shadow cult is sealed in Lingyuan cave, and they must be doing this to break the seal. So please lend a helping hand to our Xianyuan sect and go with us to Lingyuan cave to reinforce the seal and make the shadow cult give up. In just a few words, he explained the matter clearly. When the rest of the Xian realm people heard it clearly, their faces changed drastically. Jian Laogue and others immediately stood up and took the lead in expressing their opinions. Count me in as one of the Yanmi sect. And my poison body sect. Hey, sick cat, are you going? Dubuci also stood up, with hatred rarely appearing in his eyes. After expressing his opinion, he looked at Hu Wei. Hu Wei snorted coldly. What the hell? If I miss such an important event, how can I walk around in this mysterious world in the future? Not only am I going, I'm going to go in a big way. Screw these idiots from the shadow cult. It's already this fucking time, and they still dare to set their sights on Lingyuan cave. With these three people expressing their opinions, the rest will naturally not be left behind. Okay. Count me in. I want to go too. Killing the shadow cult villains is urgent. That's right, if I back down at this moment, how can I still have the face to call myself a member of the Shinmen? Alright. Kill all the shadow cult thieves. For a while. The atmosphere was high and passionate. At the same time, everyone looked at Yi Tiance, waiting for him to express his opinion. However, Yi Tiance stared at the message sent by Tan Lang on his phone and fell into deep thought. Chapter 1016 Backbone. Mr. Yi? What's wrong with you? Did something happen again? Zhao Qing was the first to notice Yi Tiance's abnormality and couldn't help but frown. The most powerful among this group of people is Yi Tiance. If anything happens to Yi Tiance, it won't be enough for them alone. Hear the sound. Jian Laogue and others also hurried over. They just came to congratulate and have a feast, but they never expected such a big thing to happen. As a big force in the Xian realm, and a positive one at that, they have an obligation to deal with the shadow cult. But then again, they also regarded Yi Tiance as their backbone, and naturally hoped that Yi Tiance could take charge of the overall situation. At the same time, Yi Tiance put away his phone and said coldly. Nothing, just that I'm about to meet an interesting person. Interesting person? Everyone looked at each other, not understanding who Yi Tiance was talking about.
But these are not important to them. What is important is to force the shadow cult villains back first. And they don't know. The news Yi Tiance received was the news of Lu Yinji's death.
Because Tan Lang was ordered to investigate Lu Yinji's movements, and thus find traces of the shadow cult.
But I didn't expect it.
Suddenly I realized that Lu Yinji's location had not changed when I went to her villa. I found out that she was dead.
Being stabbed in the back, he couldn't be deader. He immediately told Yi Tiance the news and investigated Lu Yinji's death.
The moment he saw Chen Xingdi through the camera, he was shocked. Although we know that Chen Xingdi is not dead and has always been in the shadow cult. But no one expected that he would suddenly appear and kill his mistress Lu Yinji. His overall view is not that strong, so he couldn't figure out what was going on.
Only by consulting Yi Tiance can we know the next plan. And on Yi Tiance's side,
when he received the news, he was shocked, but he still accepted the fact.
Lu Yinji's death was inevitable.
After all, her motivation to live is Chen Xingdi. Now that Chen Xingdi appeared in front of her and wanted to kill her, she probably felt that there was no point in living, and so she helped Chen Xingdi.
To be frank,
he had no feelings for this woman, but he was still a little sad when he heard the news of her death. He is not a saint, and cannot be truly ruthless.
But the birth of Emperor Qin Cheng is a good thing.
This meant that he held a high status in the shadow cult, and it also meant that the shadow cult could no longer hide and was planning to make a final big move. This way, they would be able to confront the shadow cult head-on without wasting time looking for them. Because the ultimate goal of the shadow cult is to rescue the leader who is sealed in Lingyuan Cave.
So they will definitely go to Hujiao Mountain.
As long as they go to Hujiao Mountain and find Lingyuan Cave, they will be able to find Shadow to teach them.
Friend Yi? Friend Yi?
Seeing that Yi Tiance was lost in thought, the old man picking cigarettes couldn't help but call him back to his senses.
At the same time,
Yi Tiance came back to his senses and turned to look at them.
He said coldly, "Let's go to Hujiao Mountain."
Since the people from the shadow cult have arrived, he naturally has to go and meet them.
Otherwise, wouldn't that be an apology for the great gift that Chen Xingdi gave him? See Yi Tiance give the order. The three people including Jian Laogui also nodded. He immediately turned around and gave orders to his disciples. Disciples of the Yin Ni sect, listen up. Disciples of the Lion and Tiger building, listen up. Disciples of the Poison Body sect, listen up. Exist.
All the disciples shouted loudly, their fighting spirit high. The determined look in his eyes seemed to want to pour out all his passion. Everyone, listen to young friend Ye's orders when you go to Tiger Dragon Mountain, take him as your backbone and protect him. When fighting against the shadow cult thieves, formulate the main tactics based on Yi Xiaoyou's strategy. If anyone dares not to obey his orders, don't blame us for expelling you from the sect and crippling your bones. The three of them rarely united in this matter. When the disciples heard this, they immediately nodded and agreed.
I will obey my master's orders. See this. Yi Tiance couldn't help but smile.
These three old guys are still playing these little tricks at this time.
But this is also a good thing.
After all, what we have to deal with now is the entire shadow cult, not just one person. The strength of these Shinmen disciples is not enough, even the old ghost Jian and others may not be good enough.
And so,
this move is also intended to save the lives of the disciples.
Friend Yi, next, you give the order. The old man took a deep puff of his tobacco and nodded at Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance said coldly, "Let's go. To Tiger Jiao Mountain." Yes. Whoosh. Yi Tiance took the lead and disappeared from the spot in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already 100 meters away.
The three people, Jian Laogui, Hui and Dubushi, followed closely behind. The remaining Xianmen disciples also used their strength and their feet and quickly caught up.
For a while, countless figures rushed down from the top of Zuanyuanmen Mountain, which was extremely spectacular. Hujiao Mountain, Lingyuan Cave. Chen Xingdi looked around.
Looking at this place that was once so familiar, now littered with rocks and in such a mess, I couldn't help but want to laugh. This forbidden place, which is listed as mysterious by the Taoists, is just like this. 5 years ago. It was here that they took away countless people from the Xianmen. Thinking about it now, it's really sad. Now they have to rely on this place to complete the shadow cult's grand plan. Think of this. Chen Xingdi couldn't help but shook his head and walked deeper into the cave. Soon. He then entered the place where Master Mo Yuan was meditating. Sneered. Ha, old man, I thought you were still here, but I didn't expect that after only 5 years, you've disappeared into thin air. You stopped us once before, how are you going to stop us this time? I'm wrong, you couldn't stop us before. If there were no spirits, we would have been able to bring the leader into the world 5 years ago, but it's not too late. These 5 years have allowed me to do more things and provide greater guarantees for the leader's return. But before that, I have to get the spirit back first, and I have to meet that guy after all. I have suffered a lot during this period of time. While talking, Chen Xingdi had already clenched his fists, with a smile on his face. The sinister and cunning look on his face was obvious. Subsequently, he walked deeper into the cave. I feel so familiar with this place, just like returning home. Perhaps he was so eager to make a contribution that he did not notice that in the corner behind him, there was a figure standing, watching his every move. As he moved towards the depths, the figure followed him silently, so quietly that Chen Xingdi didn't notice it at all. Soon, he followed Chen Xingdi to the deepest altar. The moment Chen Xingdi stepped onto the altar, he quietly came behind him. Chapter 1017 The Missing Yuqi Lingfeng. Looking at the overturned altar in front of him, Chen Xingdi felt mixed emotions. Master, you have suffered so much over the years. Don't worry, I will be able to let you see the light of day again soon. As for the spirit, I already have a way to make her the most perfect vessel. Just wait a little longer, and you will be able to come out and take control of the world. While talking, he took out the Lingyuan pearl and couldn't help but reveal a ferocious smile. He has been planning for so many years, just for this day. Now that we are about to succeed, how can I not be excited? At the same time, he looked at the bronze disc on the altar. There is a spot for a bead on the disc. This is obviously used to place the Lingyuan pearl. But just as he stretched out his hand, a cold voice suddenly came from behind him. You've made me wait for so long, and you still have the nerve to come here to see me? Who? Chen Xingdi was horrified, turned around suddenly, and threw a punch with all his strength. But he didn't expect that this punch was easily blocked by the black shadow in front of him. Even a slight push from the other party bounced all the force back, knocking him back several meters. Puff! The powerful recoil force made him spit out blood. Then he looked at the black shadow in front of him in disbelief. Due to the limited vision underground and the fact that the other person was dressed in black, he couldn't see the other person's face at all. Who is this person? The strength is unexpectedly so strong. And many more. Did he just say this seat? Could he be the leader's incarnation? Think of this. Chen Xingdi's face changed drastically, and he immediately knelt down and saluted. Emperor Chen Qing, I greet the master. He's not stupid. Lingyuan cave has collapsed for so long, and no one can restore it except the person holding the Lingyuan pearl. There are only 2 Lingyuan beads in total, one in Yi Tian's hand and one in his hand. As far as he knows, Yi Tian's never returned to Hujiao Mountain again. Moreover, Lingyuan cave has collapsed for so long that people outside cannot get in and people inside cannot get out. As soon as he arrived, someone followed him, but he didn't notice it at all. Considering the tone of the man just now, he really couldn't think of anyone else except the leader. Even if he is not the leader, this person's strength is above his. So, it's not a bad thing to bow your head. See this. The black shadow sneered. You are quite perceptive. You have guessed who I am. Since you are loyal to me, I will not blame you for now. However, you have been planning for so long but still haven't been able to restore my freedom, which makes me very dissatisfied.
Shouldn't you give me an explanation for this? While talking,
a huge pressure erupted from his body, making it difficult for Chen Qingdi to breathe.
I even felt a little suffocated. To know. The black shadow in front of him was nothing but the leader's aura. Just a breath of it is so powerful, so if the real leader appeared in the world, how powerful would he be? Think of this. Chen Qingdi couldn't help but feel overjoyed. If this is the case, then wouldn't they be just a stone's throw away from unifying the world? At the same time,
he used all his strength to squeeze out a sentence.
Master, it's within reach. The voice just fell.
The pressure that was gathering on him finally disappeared.
Who? Chen Qingdi was gasping for breath and sweating profusely. He had never felt such a powerful pressure before. He looked up quickly, wanting to explain things to the leader. But as soon as he looked up, he saw the black shadow in front of him quickly fade away. Gradually, he turned into a young man. But the skin on this man's face and body was ulcerated to varying degrees, and even emitted a foul odor that was very pungent. But he didn't dare show it and could only force himself to suppress his nausea. Is this the true appearance of the leader? It's so fucking disgusting. Of course. He only dared to think about it in his heart but did not dare to express it. This is the leader. If it is revealed, you won't even know how you died. But the leader had already seen through his heart, but just didn't expose it. Because he also hated this body. This is the body I seized because it is not a spiritual body, it cannot withstand my spiritual power and will only be corroded by my spiritual power. Now this body is about to rot, and I am trapped in this Lingyuan cave and cannot get out, and I can't find a new body. Therefore, you must find a suitable body for me as soon as possible so that I can move flexibly. Lingyuan cave has just seen the sun, so I should go out to bask in the sun and stretch my muscles. The stolen body? Chen Qingdi was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reacted. Yup. This body looks somewhat familiar. He took 2 more glances and immediately recognized it. Isn't this the genius Yuqi Lingfeng from Wuqi Mountain? During the Xianmen conference, Yuqi Lingfeng entered the Lingyuan cave and his life or death became unknown. Did not expect. His body was actually taken over by the Lord Leader. But even if he could get out alive, it would be useless after all. The entire Wukishan family had been wiped out by that kid Yi Tiance. Instead of going out to die, it is better to stay in this Lingyuan cave and become the temporary container of the Lord. Master, please rest assured I will do everything according to your request and make sure you are satisfied. In addition, I have found a spirit as the best container for you, Master. Please give me 2 days and I will bring the spirit back to you personally. But before that, I have to solve some problems first. If it is convenient for you, Master, please give me some advice. This way, I can do good things for the Master faster. He's not stupid either. Now that the leader can seize the physical body and move around, it means that he can move freely in this Lingyuan cave. Although his strength is less than 1/10 of what it was in his heyday, he is still a top-notch strong man. With someone like this guiding him, his strength will surely improve by leaps and bounds. This way. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with Yi Tiance and take back the spirit body? Hear the words. The leader who possessed Yuqi Lingfeng sneered. You have a good plan knowing that I want you to help me, I will naturally teach you some skills. Unfortunately, you are not qualified to inherit my skills. Even if I am willing to teach you, you are not destined to learn it. If you force your way through, you will just go crazy and explode to death. You are still useful to me, and I can't bear to see you die so soon. So, you'd better give up this idea. If you die, I won't be able to get out. He really liked Chen Qingdi more and more. This chess piece is very greedy. But for him, greed is a good thing. Only in this way can he control the other party and make him obey his orders. If he didn't gain anything from it, he felt it was unrealistic and he couldn't make full use of it. At the same time, Chen Qingdi was a little disappointed. I thought I could learn something, but I didn't expect that I was not qualified.
He was about to say something when the possessed Yuchi Lingfeng suddenly looked towards the outside of the cave.
Sneered. Ha, interesting, you caught up with me so quickly. Boy, if you can solve this trouble, I can give you a chance. Whether you can catch it depends entirely on your luck. Chapter 10:18, A Show of Power. Chance? This is great.
He is now at the bottleneck of his cultivation. No matter how hard he practices, he cannot make any further progress. If he could get an opportunity from the leader, he would definitely be able to break through his current bottleneck and reach a higher level in his cultivation. At that time, he would not be afraid of Yi Tiance at all, let alone this group of trash and Xianmen.
What's more, he can also be one step closer to becoming an immortal. Think of this. He immediately knelt down and saluted again. Thank you, Master.
I, Qinxingdi, will follow your lead for the rest of my life.
Ha ha ha. Great, great. I'm very happy to have such a loyal believer like you.
In this case, then without further delay, go and meet those ignorant ants outside on my behalf.
While talking, the possessed Yuchi Lingfeng suddenly disappeared.
Looking at the direction where he disappeared, Qinxingdi couldn't help but smile, clasped his fists and said with a smile,
I will follow the orders of the master.
The voice just fell.
He then put the Lingyuan pearl in his hand into his pocket with a gloomy face.
He said coldly, Yi Tiance, you are really brave to chase me here. I didn't bother with you and let you go before, but this time, you can't escape.
Kill you and take your head as a sacrifice for the Lord's resurrection. Boom!
A powerful aura suddenly burst out from him, creating layers of heat waves.
Next second,
he took a step forward and instantly appeared several meters away. In just 2 breaths, he disappeared deep into the cave and walked towards the entrance.
At the same time, the entrance of Lingyuan Cave. Countless Xianmen disciples gathered here.
Led by Yi Tiance, everyone looked at the glowing cave entrance. No one was afraid at all, even though they knew there would be many dangers once they went in, they were still not afraid.
The old man picking cigarettes took a step forward and came to Yi Tiance's side.
Friend Yi, I never thought that this destroyed Lingyuan cave would come back to life. It seems that the people from the shadow cult have already entered the Lingyuan cave.
What should we do now?
Take advantage of their
unpreparedness and attack them directly to kill them?
There are so many of us, if a fight really breaks out, we are not afraid of them. He knew that the shadow cult was quite powerful, but when quantity outweighs quality, no matter how strong they were, it would be useless.
Unless he is a complete pervert like Yi Tiance.
Of course. Such a thing is impossible. There is no second Yi Tiance in this world, and there can't be someone as perverted as him. The words of the old man who picked up the cigarette also ignited the passion of the people.
Yes. Go in and kill them.
The shadow cult thieves deserve to die. Mr. Yi, please give the order and let us kill these thieves.
That's right.
Mr. Yi, please give us a chance to make a contribution to Xianmen. Seeing that everyone had such fighting spirit, Yi Tiance was very satisfied.
But he would not let anyone go to die. Because there will always be someone who will come to your door.
It's a good idea that you have, but unfortunately, only one person came from the other side. Besides, none of you are his match. If you go up, you will just die in vain.
What the hell? There was only one person on the other side, and they said they were no match?
Even the Mist Protector didn't dare to speak nonsense in front of them.
The shadow cult today is not as powerful as before.
What's more, the Mist Protector is already dead. Who else can threaten the shadow cult now? After all, in their opinion, although the shadow cult has been active frequently during this period, it has always been hiding its activities.
The reason is that they simply don't have any masters who can hold their own.
Therefore, they never took the shadow cult, which was about to reappear in the world, seriously. If we can kill them once, we can kill them a second time. But they forgot that there are no longer any masters in Xianmen who can fight against the shadow cult like before.
What's more, the Xianmen sect today is a mess, without any cohesion. If we cannot unite together, we will not be able to succeed in even the smallest task, let alone dealing with the shadow cult. Frenji, you are kidding me, there is only one person on the other side, and there are so many of us, can't we deal with him? Don't forget, the three of us are masters of the qi refining stage among the Xianmen today, there are only a handful of masters of the qi refining stage. No matter how powerful the shadow cult is, it is impossible for him to deal with the three of us alone, of course, unless you, little friend, betray us, then the three of us will admit that we are no match for them. The old man took a deep puff of his pipe, the confidence and disdain on his face were obvious. Hu Wei and Du Bushi were even more disdainful. The three of them joined forces, and even though they were in the middle stage of qi training, they could still put up a good fight. Now at this critical moment of dealing with the shadow cult, if Yi Tian said these words, wouldn't it just boost others' morale and destroy his own prestige? However, Yi Tian did not give them any explanation. He said coldly, "He came." Coming? Everyone looked at each other, they didn't see anyone at all. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, followed by a figure emerged from the cave that was emitting golden light. Before everyone could come to their senses, this person left a residual shadow, and when he appeared again, he was already among the crowd of Xianmen disciples. Puff, puff. Two of them spat out blood and then fell to the ground, their eyes full of fear. They never dreamed that they would be killed in one blow before they even had time to react. When others saw this scene, they were also terrified and panicked. They quickly took defensive postures, trying to resist. Pity. This is useless in front of this figure. He just moved in an instant and two more people fell to the ground. This made all the disciples completely panic. They finally understood what Yi Tian's meant. How can you be an opponent if you can't even see the shadow of a person? The figure in front of them was definitely more than one level stronger than them. Think of this. Everyone quickly stepped back and huddled together. At the same time, Jian Laogue and others also came to their senses. Whoosh whoosh. The three of them flashed away in an instant and surrounded Chen Qingdi, who had just come out of the cave. Boom! The three of them burst out with a powerful aura together, trying to use it to intimidate Chen Qingdi. But Chen Qingdi looked calm, as if he was not affected at all. This made the three of them feel a little embarrassed and their faces turned ugly. They didn't know Chen Qingdi. After all, Chen Qingdi 5 years ago had not yet entered the Xianmen, so he could not be considered a member of the Xianmen. No one expected this, including Yi Tian's. However, in just 5 years, Chen Qingdi actually stepped into the ranks of immortal cultivators and completed the transformation from martial arts to immortal cultivation. It seems Chen Qingdi encountered many opportunities in these 5 years. Otherwise, he will not join the shadow cult, and he has a very important position in the shadow cult. Chapter 10:19, Shouting. Despite this, the three men, Jian Laogue, still did not take Chen Qingdi seriously. They think he is just putting on airs and taking advantage of the power of others. Boy, you are so bold that you dare to kill my disciple in front of me. Moreover, you even dare to have any dealings with the shadow cult, I will not tolerate you. Today, either you surrender, or I will kill you right here. Hear the words. Chen Qingdi ignored him and turned to look at Yi Tian's. Eyes facing each other. Both of them felt the murderous intent in each other's eyes. Chen Qingdi smiled and said, "Boy, I never thought you could force me to show up. Tell me, how do you want to die?" He couldn't be more familiar with Yi Tian's. Ever since Yi Tian's got involved in the affairs of the shadow cult, he has been paying attention to it. Especially after learning about his affair with Lu Yinji, he thought about finding an opportunity to meet this guy and kill him to vent his hatred. He kept staring at Yi Tian's, with disdain and provocation in his eyes, which made Jian Laogue and others very unhappy. What the hell? Does this kid look down on them so much? The most angry one was Du Bushi.
He has been in Xianmen for so many years, and no one has ever dared to look down on him like this.
Even the 6 gates wouldn't dare to do this. Boy, if you want to fight with Yi Xiaoyu, you are not qualified yet. Today, I will help you, little friend Yi, and teach you a lesson, so that you will know what it means to be humble. The voice just fell. He left behind a shadow. When he appeared again, he was already behind Chen Xingdi. He raised his hand high and slapped Chen Xingdi on the back of his neck. There is a deadly poison hidden in the dark purple palm. Seeing that he was about to succeed, Dubuxi's mouth curled up. Now, let's see if you still dare to look down on him. But the next second, he couldn't laugh anymore. Because his hand was held down by a finger, making it impossible for him to move forward at all. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move the finger. Even the deadly poison hidden in his palm was dispelled by this one finger. Damn! How is this going? Could it be that this kid's strength is above his? Do not. How can this be? He is already a master in the early stage of Qi training. If this kid is stronger than him, then doesn't that mean he is above the middle stage of Qi training? How could someone so young reach such a state? He subconsciously looked at Yi Tiance and couldn't help being shocked. Is there going to be another pervert like Yi Tiance? In a daze, Chen Xingdi suddenly exerted force on his hands. Boom! With a sudden thrust of his finger, spiritual power poured out. In an instant, it pierced through Dubuxi's palm. What? Dubuxi screamed subconsciously, pulled his hand back violently, and looked at his palm in disbelief. Now, there was a big bloody hole on his palm. Blood was dripping from his palms, and the meridians in his body were affected. This frightened him so much that he quickly took a few steps back and put some distance between himself and Chen Xingdi. He quickly pressed acupoints to seal his meridians and control the amount of bleeding. Then he stared at Chen Xingdi fiercely. But Chen Xingdi's indifferent look made him stunned and feel a little uneasy. This kid is not as simple as he seems. Jian Laogui and Hu Wei were also shocked by this scene. They are well aware of Dubuxi's strength. Not to mention his ability to use poison. But just now, Chen Xingdi neutralized Dubuxi's attack and poison with just one finger. Instead, Dubuxi was seriously injured. This kid's strength is also unfathomable. Think of this. The old man picking cigarettes looked at Hu Wei with serious expressions. Next second, the two of them moved in an instant, forming a pincer attack from both sides, and attacked Chen Xingdi. With the previous example of Dubuxi, they dared not underestimate Chen Xingdi again. So the first move was a double-sided attack, and he used all his strength. But Chen Xingdi remained calm and raised his hands and crossed them in front of his chest. He took on the attacks from both men respectively. Before the two men could come to their senses, Chen Xingdi had already exerted his strength, clenched his fists, and tried to clamp their hands. Fortunately, both of them were very focused and reacted very quickly. Before Chen Xingdi withdrew his fist, he suddenly pulled it back and quickly stepped back to distance himself. After personally feeling Chen Xingdi's strength, they became more vigilant and alert. Damn! How did this kid become so powerful at such a young age? For a while, the two of them had their own plans in mind and wanted to join forces to see if they could suppress Chen Xingdi. But this little trick had already been seen through by Chen Xingdi. Disdainfully said, "You three old bastards, if you don't want to die, then get out of here. Killing you will only dirty my hands. What's more, you are not qualified enough to fight me. I didn't kill you, but I kept you around because you are still useful. After all, when the Lord Leader revives, he will need to consume a large amount of spiritual power. But if you still don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for killing you in advance." These words made the three of them very angry. But they didn't dare to act rashly at this moment. Because they have not yet figured out Chen Xingdi's specific strength, it would not be wise to take action before that. At the same time, Chen Xingdi looked at Yi Tiance and sneered. "You're not the type who likes to hide behind others. Why, do you feel guilty towards me? Are you afraid to face me? Or did you know you couldn't stop me, so you gave up? Want to stop him? That is simply a foolish dream.
Now that Lingyuan Cave has reappeared, the real person Mo Yuan who guarded Lingyuan Cave has disappeared, and no one can destroy Lingyuan Cave again. As long as Lingyuan Cave is still there, no one can stop him. Moreover, the leader is now able to split himself into two to take over other people's bodies, making him invincible in Lingyuan Cave. Anyone who dares to trespass into Lingyuan Cave will surely die. Hear the words. Yi Tiance shook his head and said, "You are not qualified for me to stop you, nor are you qualified for me to take action. Killing you will also dirty my hands. Of course, if you want to take action, I don't mind giving you a lesson." From beginning to end, he never took Chen Qingdi seriously. Just as Chen Qingdi did not take Jian Laogue and others seriously. When he felt Chen Qingdi's aura, he did feel it was very strong. But when Chen Qingdi took action, he felt that it was nothing special, with only a lot of momentum. This must be because of the influence of the shadow cult. At the same time, Chen Qingdi's face looked very ugly. He didn't expect that Yi Tiance would use his words to mock him, and he immediately became furious. "Boy, you are courting death. Let us settle all the old and new grudges today." While talking, Chen Qingdi has already started moving. In just a breath of time, he appeared in front of Yi Tiance. At this moment, the sandbag-sized fist was heading towards Yi Tiance's face. Chapter 10:20, Strong Confrontation. See this. The faces of Jian Laogue and others changed drastically. This kid's speed is actually faster than theirs. And his speed is comparable to Yi Tiance. In other words, this kid's strength is very likely to be comparable to Yi Tiance. Think of this. They couldn't help but feel a little scared. If he really had the same strength as Yi Tiance, then if they had taken action just now, they would undoubtedly be seeking their own death. No wonder Yi Tiance said they were no match for him. It turns out that he had already seen through Chen Qingdi's cultivation strength. At the same time, Chen Qingdi's fist had already reached Yi Tiance. Seeing that Yi Tiance did not make any defensive move, Chen Qingdi felt insulted. His expression immediately turned cold, and the strength in his fist increased by another 3 points. This punch will definitely let Yi Tiance know the price of despising him. However, when his fist was just close to Yi Tiance's face, Yi Tiance suddenly moved. Although he raised his hand slowly, his speed was extremely fast. At the same time, he took a step back, stretched out his finger, and lightly tapped Chen Qingdi's fist. Boom! The two forces collided, creating a loud noise in an instant, and set off layers of heat waves, forcing everyone back several meters. What the hell? Is this a fight between gods? Jian Laogue and others were shocked. They didn't expect that just a simple blow could have such a great impact. What is even more shocking is that when facing Yi Tiance's finger, Chen Qingdi did not even take a single step back. The two of them just confronted each other like this, and the aura they exuded made people feel a little scared. At the same time, Chen Qingdi sneered. "Boy, I have been dormant for so long just to practice hard and improve my strength. Today you did not disappoint me. It would be pointless if you couldn't handle this move, because then no one would be able to stop me. If such a great undertaking does not experience some ups and downs, then this success will be meaningless, don't you think?" There was disdain in his eyes as he looked at Yi Tiance. But I was secretly shocked. He knew that Yi Tiance was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. The collision of their spiritual powers just now caused the blood and energy in his body to surge. It even affected his internal organs and meridians, and he hasn't recovered yet. But he wouldn't show it on his face. The brave wins when we meet on a narrow road. If he reveals it now, he will lose in momentum, and it will definitely not be as easy to deal with Yi Tiance later. Hear the words. Yi Tiance sneered and suddenly exerted force on his fingers. Boom! The powerful impact instantly forced Chen Qingdi back several steps. Puff! Puff! At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Tiance sneered. I told you, you are not qualified for me to stop you also. If your ears are not feeling well, go to the hospital for a checkup instead of coming out and trying to attract attention. You've been hiding for so long and you're not willing to come out, then just go back to being a rat in the sewer. No, you're even worse than a rat. After all, a mouse will not bite its own woman to death, nor will it betray its friends and abandon the lives of all people in the world. Chen Xingdi, it's a good name, but unfortunately, you don't have the fate of an emperor, nor do you have the talent of a genius, otherwise, you wouldn't be unable to move even a finger of mine.
While talking,
he withdrew his finger and shook it at Chen Xingdi. The disdain and mockery on his face were obvious. This action made Chen Xingdi's face turn cold and ugly. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Yi Tiance, trying his best to control the anger in his heart. However, Jiayan Laogue and others were delighted. Because the method Yi Tiance used to force Chen Xingdi back was the same as the method Chen Xingdi used to force Dubuxi back, which was just one finger. Dubuxi's palm was pierced, and Yi Tiance beat Chen Xingdi so hard that he vomited blood. Yi Tiance is helping them get back their face. Oh shit. It feels so good to have someone protecting you. And Chen Xingdi naturally knew that Yi Tiance was helping Dubuxi and others to get back their face. But he was not angry, he found it funny. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he said disdainfully. Yi Tiance, you are right, I, Chen Xingdi, am now a rat in the sewer. But unfortunately, I have evolved into the Rat King and now control the entire shadow cult. As for Lu Yinji, I didn't kill her. She asked for death in order to fulfill my wish. Besides, she shouldn't continue to live after all, she betrayed me a long time ago. Also, don't accuse me from the moral high ground. You are not worthy. When you hold power and have gained insight into the secret of immortality, you may go even further than I did. What does it have to do with me? What does it have to do with me? People die for money and birds die for food. If you consider them, will they consider you? Yi Tiance, don't think too highly of yourself. You are just a mortal, not a saint, and you are equally selfish. As for the Emperor's destiny and natural talent you mentioned, these are not innate, but something you fight for yourself. I, Chen Xingdi, am the best example of how my destiny is in my own hands, so your words are useless to me. If you want me to be convinced by you, you have to show me your true colors. Just because you can force me back once doesn't mean you can force me back a second time. While talking, Chen Xingdi's face was once again filled with confidence and pride. The disdain and contempt in his eyes are even greater than before. See this. Yi Tiance withdrew his hand and said with a disdainful smile. That's because you can't reach the level of a saint, so you want to exploit the value of ordinary people to strengthen yourself. Delusionally use this to reach the height you want, find the sense of existence you want, and become what you want to be. As for what you said about your fate being in your own hands, not in the hands of God, I don't agree with it, because your fate is now in my hands, not in the hands of God. The voice just fell. Whoosh! He flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Chen Xingdi. Before anyone could react, he suddenly punched out. The powerful punch made Chen Xingdi feel like he was facing a formidable enemy, and he immediately mobilized all his spiritual power for defense. However, he was also looking forward to the clash with Yi Tiance. He wants to see who will win in the end. Judging from the fight just now, there is still a gap in strength between him and Yi Tiance, but the gap is not that big. And he also didn't think about fighting Yi Tiance to the death. What's more, this is outside Lingyuan Cave, he can't die even if he wants to. Yes. This is outside Lingyuan Cave. Think of this. The corner of his mouth curved up, and he gathered all his spiritual power and threw a punch. Boom! The two fists collided, unleashing a huge impact force again. The heat wave was even stronger than before, forcing Jiayan Laogue and others to take several steps back again. The two men did not stop attacking because of this fruitless punch. Instead, it turned into two afterimages, shuttling back and forth in front of the Lingyuan Cave. Boom boom boom. The sound of fists hitting flesh made Jiayan Laogue and others extremely nervous. He stared at the two afterimages, wanting to see the final result. After all,
The outcome of this confrontation will determine their final fate.
If Yi Tiance wins, everyone will be happy, and the shadow cult will be hunted down and collapsed.
If Yi Tiance loses, then they will all die. Chapter 1021, Give Respect to a Mad Woman. The speed of the duel between the two was getting faster and faster. The two afterimages kept shuttling back and forth, making it difficult for everyone to keep up. This also made Jiayan Laogue and others anxious.
After all, they had seen Yi Tiance's strength and cultivation with their own eyes, which was a level they would never be able to reach in their lifetime. It can be said that they have lived for decades and have never seen anyone as powerful as Yi Tiance. Except for the leader of the shadow cult back then. However, their strength was very low at that time, and they were not even qualified to meet the leader. Therefore, as for the strength of the shadow cult leader, he just heard others bragging about it. Now that a Chunqingdi who can compete with Yi Tiance has suddenly appeared, they are naturally nervous. And he was able to fight with Yi Tiance for so long.
At the same time,
the hand that could not be killed by the poison has been cured. When he saw the scene, his face looked very ugly. This kid's strength may have surpassed the qi refining stage. Judging from the situation in the fight with Chen Qingdi just now, the difference between them is not a little bit. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to fight with Yi Tiance for so long. Hear the words. The old man took a deep puff of his pipe and frowned.
Old Poison, do you think He Xiaoyu can win?
Du Buxi was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said.
I do not know.
He had no way of judging this matter. Because no one has ever seen Yi Tiance actually take action, so no one knows what his strength is.
But judging from the current situation, it doesn't seem to be developing in a bad direction. In a daze, Hu Wei suddenly said. Look, it looks like the results are about to come out.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked towards the two afterimages.
Boom!
There was a loud explosion.
Call out.
A figure suddenly fell from the air.
Boom!
Then he fell heavily to the ground. Smoke and dust were everywhere. The powerful impact caused everyone's feet to waver again and they took 2 steps back.
But this did not dampen their curiosity.
Everyone hurried forward to see who was knocked to the ground.
After the smoke and dust cleared, their curiosity was satisfied.
After seeing that the person lying on the ground was not Yi Tiance, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
At the same time, puff! Chen Qingdi covered his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood.
But he remained calm and looked out of the smoke with a calm face. And Yi Tiance's cold voice followed closely behind.
Looking around, you are the first person who can compete with me. Chen Qingdi, you should feel lucky that you have been able to hold out under me for so long.
However, a mouse is still a mouse after all, and it is not worthy of being on the stage. The strength you have improved with the help of the shadow cult is not worth mentioning. But in just 5 years, you were able to transform from a martial artist to an immortal cultivator, and the transformation was so successful, which is really surprising. It's a pity that you have gone down the wrong path, otherwise I would really like to ask you how you did it.
People with different ideals cannot work together. Chen Qingdi, from the moment you joined the shadow cult 5 years ago, you should have expected that this would be your ending. Tell me how you want to die. If you have any last words, it's best to speak now. This is my last chance to give you. Logically speaking, he should just kill him directly without saying any more nonsense. But after thinking about it, he decided to give Lu Yinji some face. After all, Lu Yinji also helped him a lot secretly and even brought him a lot of intelligence information. Moreover, so many things have happened between the two of them that he couldn't be truly ruthless. That crazy woman Lu Yinji waited for Chen Qingdi for so many years and finally got the truth, but was brutally murdered. He wanted to see if Chen Qingdi would regret it. In this so-called last words, is there anything you want to leave for Lu Yinji? This way. He also completed his compensation to that crazy woman Lu Yinji. Pity. During these 5 years, Chen Qingdi has completely changed into a different person. He no longer has the same feelings for Lu Yinji as before and only treats her as a chess piece. Even if Lu Yinji and Yi Tiance had not had this affair, he would not be with Lu Yinji again,
and would still find a way to make Lu Yinji willingly die for him. So, when he heard what Yi Tian said, his face was full of ridicule.
Mocked. Yi Tian, are you a good person but have you become stupid?
They say villains die because they talk too much, so why do you, a positive character, talk so much?
Don't you know that being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself?
You wasted so much time, just giving me a chance to recuperate.
Last words? It's better to leave this kind of thing to you. Now, I want you to die.
The voice just fell.
Boom!
He suddenly jumped up, stepped on the ground, and shot out in a trail of afterimage. He quickly made hand gestures and arrived in front of Yi Tian in the blink of an eye. Then he summoned a fireball and attacked Yi Tian.
Fuck! This kid actually knows some mysterious magic?
The old man picking cigarettes was horrified, he had never expected this. The appearance of Chen Xingdi brought them too many surprises.
Friendy is right, we are short-sighted, this kid's strength is definitely not something we can compare to. Can young Master Yi deal with Xianmen magic? No. We must be mentally prepared and provide support at any time.
Hu Wei frowned, came to his senses first, and made a decision immediately.
For a while.
The three of them immediately stood in a row and concentrated their strength on their palms.
Be ready to help at any time. At the same time, Yi Tian looked at the fireball coming towards him and sneered.
This Chen Xingdi really did not waste these 5 years. Not only did he transform from a martial artist to an immortal cultivator, he also learned some esoteric magic. This made him even more curious about what Chen Xingdi had experienced in the past 5 years that allowed him to grow so quickly. But what is more important right now is to solve the trouble caused by Chen Xingdi. As for the truth, he has plenty of ways to make him speak. He stamped his feet lightly, and the hand gestures changed rapidly.
In a blink,
a water ball condensed in front of him.
Whoosh!
The water ball flew out suddenly and slammed into the fireball released by Chen Xingdi.
Nourishes.
Water and fire are incompatible, and clouds of mist were instantly stirred up. The water ball was also shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a lot of it was evaporated.
This scene. Everyone looked unhappy, fearing that Yi Tian would not be able to defeat this magic. Chen Xingdi was very happy.
He then increased the input of spiritual power, wanting to enlarge the fireball and defeat Yi Tian's magic in one fell swoop. Seeing him like this, Yi Tian couldn't help but smile. With just a touch of his finger, the water ball grew countless times larger and covered the fireball in the blink of an eye, extinguishing it.
Next second,
before everyone could react, the water ball blasted towards Chen Xingdi.
The sudden change made Chen Xingdi's face change drastically. How is this going? Could it be that this kid's attainments in Xianmen magic have surpassed his? Chapter 1022, 5 Lines of Command Flags. In a blink,
the water ball came to him.
Chen Xingdi also came back to his senses, snorted coldly, and quickly changed the hand gestures. Rumble.
A burst of thunder was heard, causing everyone's faces to change drastically.
This kid actually knows how to attract lightning? Damn it, when did the shadow cult have methods to practice these techniques? This is ridiculous. Stop talking nonsense and help Mr. Yi resolve this crisis. What the hell, didn't you see how Yi Xiaoyu looked like? He didn't take this guy seriously at all? Everyone looked around.
Yi Tian had a look of disdain on his face, and he looked at me with contempt, not taking the lightning-inducing technique seriously at all.
Next second, Yi Tian's teasing voice sounded. Lightning-inducing technique? You're really showing off your skills before an expert. The voice just fell. He waved his hand and countless spiritual powers poured out. In a blink, these spiritual powers actually transformed into flags, 5 in total. And on each flag, there is a big word engraved. They are wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and ice. Then the 5 command flags fell into Yi Tian's hands, shining with golden light. saw this scene. Chen Xingdi was horrified and said in shock. This is the Five Elements banner? How is this possible? You can actually release your spiritual power and transform it into a banner? Yi Tiance, who are you? You can't possibly do this. Five Elements flag? Only then did Jian Laogue and others pay close attention. I found out that it was really the Five Elements flag. As people from the Xianmen sect, they naturally knew what the Five Elements flag was. This thing is a real ancient spiritual treasure. The power contained therein is unfathomable. And if the person who controls them is strong enough, he will be able to unleash the power of the Five Elements flags. You can mobilize the power of the Five Elements, call the wind and rain, move mountains and seas. But this is just a rumor, because they have lived for decades and have never actually seen such a thing as the Five Elements command flag. I don't know how powerful the power contained in this thing is. Did not expect. It's actually in Yi Tiance's hands. Although this was just an illusion created by spiritual power, it was enough to show that Yi Tiance possessed these things. Now, they were very grateful. They were all glad that they did not offend Yi Tiance. I am also glad that I have a good relationship with Yi Tiance. After this matter is over, they will definitely ask Yi Tiance what other mysterious magic he knows. When the time comes, I will take the opportunity to learn it and see if I can study the Five Elements flag. At the same time, Yi Tiance looked at Chen Xingdi with disdain and said coldly, Who I am has nothing to do with you. You are not qualified to know who I am. You only need to know that I am the one who will take your life and destroy your shadow cult. That is enough. The voice just fell. He then raised the flags with the words thunder and lightning high. Thunder comes. The call is coming. A loud shout. The night sky, which was just shining with stars, suddenly became covered with dark clouds and flashes of lightning. Rumble. Thunder and lightning surged. Bolts of lightning fell from the sky and slammed towards Chen Xingdi. See this. Chen Xingdi's face changed drastically, and he immediately used all his strength to dodge quickly. But these lightning bolts were like they were equipped with a positioning system, constantly chasing and striking him. Male Gobi. These Five Elements flags that were transformed by spiritual power are actually so powerful? No. If this continues, he will definitely lose. We have to think of a way to destroy the Five Elements flag in this kid's hand. Think of this. He immediately checked the situation around him, wanting to use the surrounding environment to attack Yi Tiance. Pity. He now had no way of avoiding the pursuit and strike of the thunder and lightning flag. What's even worse is, Yi Tiance has another chess piece in his hand. It was the flag with the word ice. He just smiled jokingly, and a cold voice sounded. Come on the ice. Give an order. Countless ice crystals fell from the dark clouds. With the addition of hail, Yi Tiance's attack range expanded countless times. For a while, there are very few places where Chen Xingdi can escape and hide. No matter how fast he is, his physical strength will always be limited. He was able to dodge the attacks at first, but as his strength faded, he was eventually hit by quite a few hailstones. Each hailstone cut his clothes and skin, causing blood to flow and even soaking his clothes. Damn it! Chen Xingdi endured the pain and cursed angrily. But he soon started to escape again. See this. Yi Tiance couldn't help but smile jokingly. He wanted to know. How does Chen Xingdi, who was so arrogant and self-proclaimed powerful just now, feel when he is severely slapped in the face? This idiot thought he was giving him time to recuperate. In fact, he was giving Lu Yinji face so that things would not become too ugly. But this idiot couldn't even understand this. Really do not know. How did the shadow cult take a fancy to Chen Xingdi? Moreover, such people were allowed to become high-ranking members of the shadow cult. A good hand, played badly. At the same time, Chen Xingdi's cursing voice also came over. Yi Tiance. In a one-on-one battle between two men, you use this kind of thing. Is this the fairness and justice you seek?
If you have the guts, put down the 5 elements banner and we'll fight again, to the death.
1 versus 1 man battle? Did Chen Qingdi become stupid because of the hail?
At this moment, you can still say such stupid things.
Yi Tiance couldn't help but smile and shook his head.
I'm really starting to doubt whether the shadow cult's minds are sane.
Chen Qingdi, do you think it makes sense for you to tell me this now?
I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it, so I have nothing to hold back.
Didn't you want to compete with me in Xianmen magic? Now that I'm really competing with you, you're not happy.
You, the shadow cult, are such a big trouble.
Okay, I'll take you to see your leader now. While talking,
the 5 command flags in his hands were raised high. Just as he was about to use his strength to activate the 5 elements flag, a cold voice suddenly sounded behind him.
What a jeopardizer. If you can't even handle such a small matter, how can you have the nerve to meet the leader? Hear the sound.
Yi Tiance frowned slightly and turned around to look. I saw a man in purple robe appear not far behind me, but I couldn't see his face clearly. But he could smell a hint of danger from this person.
Next second,
the man in purple robe suddenly appeared in front of him. A palm came towards him.
Crisis strikes.
Yi Tiance had no choice but to put down the 5 elements flag and use all his spiritual power to fight back against him.
Boom!
The spiritual power in the palms of the 2 people collided with each other and exploded instantly. Suddenly, both of them were forced back dozens of steps.
This made Yi Tiance's face look very ugly.
He could clearly feel that the strength of the purple-robed man in front of him was not much different from his own, and was even 3 points stronger than him. He was definitely not someone Chen Qingdi could match.
It seems
this person is the Shadow Cult's last trump card.
Chapter 1023, a slightly familiar deputy leader. Emperor Chen Qing, a small 5 elements flag can actually make you feel helpless. I really overestimated you. How can you think the leader will look at you with respect?
Your desire for immortality will probably be nothing but empty talk. The deputy leader took a step forward and looked down at the embarrassed Chen Qingdi. The disdain in his words made Chen Qingdi furious.
Shut up. It's already this fucking hour, and you still have time to blame me? As the deputy leader, shouldn't you kill this villain Yi Tiance now so that no one can stop us? If you are here to make trouble, then go back. I can handle this place by myself.
Chen Qingdi slowly got up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The look he gave the deputy leader was filled with anger and resentment.
See this.
The deputy leader snorted coldly.
What? You're not capable enough, so why don't I just give you a few words? Humph.
Judging from your current state, you're not worthy of being the law enforcement elder of my shadow cult. I didn't bother with you and even came to help you. I was already giving you face, but you were so ungrateful. If I had known earlier, I should have let this guy kill you before showing up that way. All the credit would go to me. This Chen Qingdi is so shameful.
Before leaving the mountain, I solemnly promised that I could do this well.
But the result? Now he has been made so embarrassed by Yi Tiance. In this state, how can he have the nerve to say that he is the law enforcement elder of the shadow cult? What qualifications do you have to say that you can help the leader break the seal? Now she is even shouting and yelling in front of him without any respect.
This appearance is really disappointing. Think of this. He couldn't help but sigh and shook his head repeatedly. Hear the words. Chen Qingdi's face was extremely ugly. He didn't expect that not only would he be bullied by Yi Tiance, but he would also be scolded by the deputy leader. He was already feeling aggrieved, and immediately flew into a rage. You bastard! Are you going to kill him or not? I'm telling you. I've just met the leader. If you keep hesitating, believe it or not, I will go to Lingyuan Cave and tell the cave master to make the decision for me. Don't forget, I'm the law enforcement elder of the shadow cult. If you don't consider the overall situation, don't blame me for enforcing the family rules after consulting the cult master.
Although his strength is not as good as the deputy leader, his status is not inferior at all. Even 2 points higher than the deputy leader.
But now, this deputy leader didn't even give him any face. That being the case,
then there is no need for him to save face. Anyway, he had met the leader before the other party, and now the leader trusts him more. Relying on this, he has nothing to be afraid of.
At the same time, the deputy leader's tone also turned cold. Chen Xingdi, you think too highly of yourself. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because the leader is backing you up?
I have to say, you are really smart. No wonder you can harm so many of your own people.
For the sake of the Hierophant, I will not argue with you for now. Once the Hierophant breaks the seal, I will report the truth to the Hierophant and let the Hierophant make the final decision.
The voice just fell.
He turned and looked at Yi Tiance.
And Yi Tiance was also staring at him.
I couldn't help but feel curious about who this deputy leader was, because I sensed a familiar presence in him. But for a moment, I couldn't remember where I had seen it. Moreover, the aura emanating from the other party was also very familiar.
He was sure. This deputy leader is definitely someone he knows. As for who it is, he will find out sooner or later. But now, there is no such opportunity.
Think of this. He couldn't help but sneer jokingly. Are you done talking? Since you're done, then tell me, who wants to die first?
Although from the previous confrontation he found that the opponent's strength was 3 points stronger than his. However, he could also sense that the other party's foundation was unstable, which was a side effect of forcibly improving his cultivation level.
Put it simply.
In other words, in terms of explosiveness, the opponent may be 3 points stronger than him. But when it comes to a protracted war, the disadvantages of forcing things to grow will gradually become apparent, and we will gradually become unable to cope with the situation. It is also impossible for the opponent to defeat him explosively.
And so, we must seize this opportunity and kill them here. This way,
the shadow cult would suffer a devastating blow, and it would not be so easy to help the leader break the seal.
At the same time,
Chen Xingdi and the deputy leader both looked at him.
They both laughed out loud. Chen Xingdi said disdainfully, "Boy, you're being too arrogant. Do you think you can handle the two of us together?"
The deputy leader sneered. Although I really don't want to join forces with Chen Xingdi, he is telling the truth. If we were to ask who should die first, I think it should be you.
While talking,
he suddenly gathered his strength in his hands.
Whoosh!
With a flash of his body, he came in front of Yi Tiance.
A loud bang of the palm was thrown out. See this.
Yi Tiance sneered, and also gathered strength in his hands to strike back at him with a palm strike.
Boom!
The vast spiritual power in the palms of the two men collided again, unleashing a powerful impact force that forced the two men back again. But this time, Yi Tiance only retreated 2 steps, while the deputy leader retreated dozens of steps.
This
made Chen Xingdi, who was full of confidence just now, change his expression drastically. After all, when the two of them first clashed, he saw clearly that Yi Tiance was slightly inferior.
How come Yi Tiance has the upper hand now? Could it be that? Did the deputy leader deliberately let it go? If that's the case, doesn't he want to use this method to let Yi Tiance deal with him first? What the hell?
This deputy leader really deserves to die.
It's already this time, and you're still playing tricks here? Think of this. The anger in his heart burned again. Whoosh!
Without thinking, he immediately shot out and attacked Yi Tiance. He is very clear. If the deputy leader succeeds and Yi Tiance takes the initiative to deal with him, he will definitely die. If we attack Yi Tiance at this moment and then divert Yi Tiance's attack to the deputy leader will have no choice but to take action.
By the time,
they must join forces. This thought made him mobilize all his spiritual power into his fist, hoping to win with one blow.
Pity. Yi Tiance had already sensed his murderous intent. When he disappeared, Yi Tiance had already begun to mobilize the spiritual power in his body. Next second, Chen Xingdi arrived before him as expected. But he was one step faster than Chen Xingdi and grabbed Chen Xingdi's fist. Using the opponent's force, he arched his waist and pulled Chen Xingdi backwards, causing him to lose his balance in an instant. Followed by boom! Yi Tiance's fist also landed steadily on Chen Xingdi's abdomen. Puff! Chen Xingdi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Before he could react, Yi Tiance sneered and pulled him back again. Then he stepped on his chest and crushed him. He said coldly, "Chen Xingdi, I gave you a chance, but unfortunately, you couldn't seize it. Now, do you have anything else to say?" Chapter 1024 True Strength. Chen Xingdi stared at Yi Tiance with a ferocious face. The resentment and unwillingness in his eyes were obvious. Yi Tiance, on the other hand, had a playful look on his face, as if he had never taken him seriously. This also made the deputy leader a little panicked, and he wanted to save people immediately. Pity. Yi Tiance had already predicted his thoughts and sneered. "If you want to save him, I have no problem with that, but you can try and see who is faster." While talking, he couldn't help but step on Chen Xingdi with more force. Puff! Chen Xingdi was already seriously injured and could not withstand Yi Tiance's further force, so he spat out blood again. This also made his resentment towards Yi Tiance even stronger. He gritted his teeth and said, "Yi Tiance, if you have the guts, let me go. This will determine who is stronger, and whether we live or die. If you step on me like this, do you think I will be convinced by you? I tell you. Even if you kill me now, you can't stop the leader from being reborn." What the hell? How come Yi Tiance reacts so quickly? Don't even give him any time to react. Is this the boy's true strength? If I had known this would happen, I would have better not launched a sneak attack. Now he has lost more than he gained, and he is the one who suffers. Hear the words. Yi Tiance laughed disdainfully. "You didn't look like this when you attacked me just now." What? After the sneak attack failed, you're already looking for a fair fight? Chen Xingdi, 5 years ago you were also a prominent figure. Why have you become so shameless now? Want face? He doesn't care about these things now. Face is not as important as life. If he dies, how can the leader break the seal? As long as he can help the leader break the seal, he will be able to regain his so-called face sooner or later. By the time, the one begging for mercy is Yi Tiance. At the same time, the deputy leader said coldly, "I told you you were a loser and you didn't even believe me. You actually went to get killed. You're such an idiot. I really don't know what the leader sees in you." He was so angry that he never expected that Chen Xingdi would do such a stupid thing. Now that they have been caught by Yi Tiance, they are completely passive. Think of this. He finally decided to confront Yi Tiance and rescue Chen Xingdi. After all, if we want to help the leader break the seal, we can only rely on the Lingyuan pearl in this idiot's hand. I don't know what method this idiot used to make Lingyuanzu recognize its master. Otherwise, he will definitely snatch the Lingyuan pearl and kill this idiot. From now on, he will help the leader break the seal on behalf of this idiot. Yi Tiance, accept your death. The deputy leader roared, and his figure flashed, appearing in front of Yi Tiance again. This time, he used all his strength and concentrated all the spiritual power in his palm, intending to use this move to win. And his little trick was once again seen through by Yi Tiance. Facing his full strength attack, Yi Tiance had already prepared a countermeasure. He stomped his feet hard, sending Chen Xingdi flying under his feet. He immediately grabbed Chen Xingdi's neck and held him in front of him. See this? The deputy leader cursed inwardly. Damn it. This bastard actually wanted to use Chen Xingdi to block this palm for him.
This forced him to restrain his strength to avoid the palm hitting Chunxingdi and killing him.
What he didn't know was that this was exactly the effect Yi Tiance wanted.
In addition, he was now so angry that he had no idea that this was Yi Tiance's plan.
See him restrain his strength.
When Yi Tiance was about to hit Chunxingdi with his palm, he suddenly threw Chunxingdi to the ground and stepped on him again.
Next second,
he punched the deputy leader's palm.
Boom!
The powerful impact instantly knocked the deputy leader away and he fell heavily to the ground.
Puff!
The speed of the attack was so fast that the deputy leader and Chunxingdi spit out blood at the same time.
This made Jiayan Laogui and others terrified. Oh my god! Is Yi Xiaoyou's true strength so strong? Not only is he not at a disadvantage in a one-on-two situation, he can also crush the opponent. Even if they were to practice for a few more decades, they probably wouldn't be able to achieve this.
But this shadow cult is so fucking lame.
Making such a big fuss, I thought he was hiding some powerful trump card.
Now it seems that they are just a bunch of clowns. If these are the only means available, then there is no need to worry about how much of a stir it can cause.
Think of this.
Jiayan Laogui and others also relaxed their vigilance.
At the same time,
the deputy leader covered his chest and slowly got up, saying in a cold voice, Yi Tiance, even if you defeat us, you still can't stop our shadow cult's grand plan.
If you don't believe it, you can try it and see if killing us will have any impact on the outcome.
Hear the words.
Yi Tiance shook his head and said,
I won't kill you, at least not now after all, you are still useful to me if I kill you, how can I study the shadow cult? Especially him, who was able to restore the collapsed Lingyuan cave to its original state. He must have something extraordinary on him. Moreover, you, the shadow cult, allowed the forbidden potion to circulate in the market, causing harm to so many people. You must pay a price. You use living people for research, so I should use you to research an antidote to eliminate the toxic side effects of this forbidden potion. To deal with this group of people, we naturally have to use their own methods to treat them.
The main thing is,
both of them are high-ranking figures in the shadow cult today.
Controlling them is equivalent to controlling the shadow cult's means of lifting the seal. Of course, this cannot be absolutely avoided.
But at least before the next crisis comes, we can find solutions from them. Maybe we can even get a way to completely kill the leader of the shadow cult.
Otherwise, he had killed these two people long ago. These words. It also made Chen Qingdi and the deputy leader look unhappy. The two fell into silence, lowering their heads and saying nothing. This was also within Yi Tiance's expectations.
Because he knew very well that using living people to experiment with forbidden drugs would be painful. This can be seen from Lu Yinji. If she is not in pain, she will not lose her sense of pain. What he wanted was to use this method to incite the two people to rebel and thus extract information from them.
It seems that the effect is good now. Falling into silence means that you are wavering inside and have started to weigh the pros and cons. However, what he didn't know was that a figure was quietly approaching the cave entrance from inside. In just a breath of time, the black shadow flew out of the cave. Next second, he appeared behind Yi Tiance without anyone noticing. He raised the big knife in his hand high and chopped it down at the back of Yi Tiance's neck. This scene happened to fall into the eyes of Jiayan Laogui and others, making them terrified. Friend Yi, be careful behind you.
Chapter 1025 The Strange Leader.
Yi Tiance's reaction speed was extremely fast.
After kicking Chen Qingdi away, he used the force to turn in the air and kick the black shadow behind him with a roundhouse kick. Just as the kick was about to hit, the black shadow suddenly disappeared.
This kick, for some unknown reason, missed. This scene. It shocked everyone.
I thought I had the situation under control, but then another Changyao Jin showed up. The key point is that this black shadow is too strange, and there is no aura fluctuation on its body. If they hadn't seen him, they probably wouldn't have even noticed his presence. Before they could come to their senses,
the black shadow appeared behind Yi Tiance again. This time,
Before everyone could remind him, Yi Tiance had already predicted the Black Shadow's movements. He snorted coldly and threw a punch backwards in advance. It seemed that the punch was about to land on the Black Shadow.
a strange scene appeared again. His fist in the wind from his fist actually penetrated through the Black Shadow. It was as if this Black Shadow was not a physical entity. This frightened everyone. Even Yi Tiance was surprised. What the hell is this? Not only is there no trace of aura on his body, but he can even become ethereal? Yi Tiance reacted extremely quickly and immediately distanced himself from the opponent. Little friend Ji, are you okay? Jian Laogui and others hurried forward and looked at Yi Tiance worriedly, fearing that he would encounter any accident. But Yi Tiance did not answer them, but stared at the Black Shadow. From beginning to end, he didn't even notice the existence of this Black Shadow. The Black Shadow had just attacked him with the intention of killing him. But he couldn't sense any murderous intent, and couldn't even hear the sound of breathing. It's not a human, but it does look like a human, except that its appearance cannot be seen clearly. This Black Shadow is not simple. Everyone, be careful, this shadow's strength is likely greater than mine. Yi Tiance reminded everyone in a cold voice. Do not know why. When he looked into the eyes of the Black Shadow, he felt a little scared. And I also feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. This feeling is different from meeting the deputy leader and others. Jian Laogui and others held their breath and immediately took a defensive stance. They knew very well that the person who could make Yi Tiance say such words was definitely not an ordinary person. At the same time, Chen Qingdi laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha. Yi Tiance, I've said it before, you can't make any big waves. Now that our leader has been born, you will definitely die. Ha ha ha. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Weren't you very proud just now? What? Are you scared now? I'm telling you. It's no use being scared now. The leader will definitely use your head and blood to commemorate his birth." Ha 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 ha. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed drastically. This is the leader of the shadow cult? No wonder I couldn't sense any aura from him. It turns out he's the fucking leader. If that's the case, then they're finished, aren't they? For a while, the pressure in everyone's hearts doubled, which invisibly added a sense of pressure to himself. Even Yi Tiance frowned. His mind raced as he pondered how to deal with the leader. At the same time, the deputy leader also staggered to his feet, covered his chest, and knelt on one knee. Respectfully. I've met the leader. Rumble. The voice just fell. The night sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning, thunder, and strong winds. And this Black Shadow also took a step forward. Boom! A powerful aura and pressure instantly burst out from his body, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. Although Yi Tiance was not affected, the flow of spiritual power in his body increased a lot. This is the automatic protection of spiritual power. The pressure alone could actually make the spiritual power in his body automatically protect him. What would it be like if we started fighting? This was the first time Yi Tiance felt it was so difficult. Next second, the Black Shadow said coldly, I never thought that during all the years I was sealed away, such a genius could still appear in the world. Unfortunately, such a genius cannot be used by me, so it is destined to die young. Boy, you attacked my people in front of my cave, have you ever thought about the consequences? While talking, a powerful aura burst out from him again. Simultaneously, it also flashes with a lavender light. Countless dark purple runes emerged from under his feet and soaked into the earth. It spread rapidly to the surroundings at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi Tiance secretly sighed and shouted. Retreat quickly. Retreat outside the rune, quickly. Give an order. Everyone quickly retreated. However, some disciples with lower cultivation levels were unable to withdraw in time. The moment it was touched by the rune under its feet, it was instantly eroded by the rune. What? The dark purple light flickered continuously. These runes quickly entangled the disciples. His flesh and skin quickly rotted away, and in just 2 breaths, they turned into a pile of white bones. See this. Everyone was horrified and retreated again, fearing that they would be entangled by this strange rune. Even Yi Tiance was shocked by the strangeness of this rune. Damn! What exactly are these runes? It is so corrosive. Before Yi Tiance could come to his senses, the circle formed by these dark purple runes expanded again. This forced him to lead his men to retreat again. Friend Yi, is this a formation? Is there any way to dissolve it? It's not a good idea to keep retreating like this. The old man put away his pipe and looked very ugly. At the same time, confidence is constantly being lost and I am becoming a little impatient. After all, they had just had the advantage, but after the leader came out, the situation changed instantly, which was really hard for him to accept. Yi Tiance shook his head and said, "This isn't a formation, it's probably a toxin stored in a rune. Everyone should be careful. If you are touched by this rune, you will be corroded by the toxin. Also, don't try to fight it head-on. Although this thing is powerful, it definitely has a range limit and cannot extend forever. As long as you stay out of the range of this thing, it won't hurt anyone. As for the response decision, we have to wait and see." To be frank, he was very unsure. These dark purple runes had been used by Mist Protector and others before. But in their hands, these dark purple runes can only be used as auxiliary and cannot be used as a means of attack. But now in the hands of this so-called leader, it has not only become a means of attack, but also very powerful. This proves that these dark purple runes are very useful and unfathomable. It is not easy to develop countermeasures. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but feel discouraged. But they did not refute, and continued to retreat quickly, keeping a fixed distance from the expanding dark purple rune circle. Saw this scene. The shadow couldn't help but smile smugly. Whoosh! In a blink, a black shadow appeared behind Yi Tiance. At this moment, Yi Tiance's attention was all focused on the dark purple runes spreading under his feet. By the time he reacted, the shadow behind him had already reached out to his back. Chapter 1026 Seriously Injured. Yi Tiance reacted extremely quickly. Suddenly he threw a punch backwards. But in response, a large hand clamped his wrist, preventing him from moving his hand. Followed by. Before he could react further, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. Puff! The black shadow's big hand pierced through his chest from his back. Blood splattered everywhere and severe pain spread throughout the body. Fortunately, Yi Tiance was mentally prepared in advance and moved his body slightly to the side, which caused the big hand to pass by his heart. He suddenly grabbed the shadow's hand, gathered all his spiritual power, and pulled the big hand out of his body. Puff! Blood splattered again. Fortunately, Yi Tiance managed to escape and move away. The first moment he escaped from the predicament, he immediately used acupressure to seal his acupuncture points and meridians to prevent excessive bleeding. Little friend Yi, Jian Laogue and others immediately came forward, terrified. They didn't expect that Yi Tiance could be ambushed in front of them. The strength of this shadow cult leader is truly terrifying. Yi Tiance covered his chest with his hands and stared at the black shadow in front of him with a bad look on his face. Zhao Qing quickly came to his senses and hurried forward to hand over 2 pills. Mr. Yi, hurry up. This is the bone-breaking and life-extending pill that we Xianyuan specially made. It can quickly heal injuries. In addition, this one is a top-grade crystal ginseng pill, which can help you restore your qi and blood, and strengthen your tendons and muscles to the greatest extent possible. Without any hesitation, he handed the 2 treasured pills to Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance did not hesitate and swallowed it quickly. After feeling the effect of the medicine in his body, he couldn't help but sigh. It is truly a top-grade elixir. Not only is the medicinal effect extremely pure, but it also has no side effects at all. Pity.
Today, Xianyuan Gate is in a dilapidated state. If it were still as glorious as before, it might be able to refine even better pills.
At the same time, the Black Shadow sneered disdainfully.
It's a bit wishful thinking to think that you can heal the injuries I caused you with just 2 pills.
Unfortunately, this body can no longer be used, and the spiritual clone that I can condense cannot leave Lingyuan Cave for too long. Otherwise, I will kill you here today to prevent future troubles. However, if I attack, you will either die or be injured. You are so seriously injured now, and it will be extremely difficult to recover as before. While talking, the black aura on his body gradually dissipated, revealing his true appearance. When they saw that the flesh on his face had been rotten, they couldn't help but gasp and felt very disgusted. Is this person still a human being? How could his whole body become so rotten and filled with such a foul smell? But the more this happened, the more curious they became, and they couldn't help but take a few more glances. Some of them recognized it immediately. Isn't this Yuchi Lingfeng from Wuchi Mountain? He's actually the leader of the shadow cult? Holy crap! Is this true? Yuchi Lingfeng is the leader of the shadow cult? How is this possible? But he really seems to be Yuchi Lingfeng, there's no way he can be mistaken. Yuchi Lingfeng?
Yi Tiance, who was using his strength to heal his injuries, frowned and looked up. Although he had only met Yuchi Lingfeng a few times, he was deeply impressed. After all, it was this idiot who backstabbed Luo Yushi in Lingyuan Cave, causing her to be injured. And many more. While in Lingyuan Cave, Yuchi Lingfeng's whereabouts became unknown. From that time on, he has been controlled by the leader of the shadow cult? The leader of the shadow cult just said that he is now just a spiritual clone. In other words, he seized Yuchi Lingfeng's body and suppressed his soul. No wonder he was able to show up and take action even though he was sealed. It turns out he is a ghost who has returned to life. But just one spiritual clone was enough to overwhelm him. If the leader of the shadow cult is in his complete form, wouldn't the threat he poses be even greater? Think of this. Yi Tiance frowned and felt pressured. It felt like a huge rock was pressing down on my chest, and it was difficult to breathe. At the same time, the possessed Yuchi Lingfeng said coldly, "You two are so shameless in my territory. Get out of here." He waved his hand, and 2 streams of spiritual power burst out, entering the bodies of Dao Chunxingdi and the deputy leader respectively. For a while, the two felt their blood boiling and their whole bodies felt extremely comfortable. The injuries in the body are also recovering rapidly. See this. The two were overjoyed and quickly knelt on one knee to salute. "Thank you, Master. I will follow your orders. How can I not be happy when I can heal their injuries with just a wave of my hand?" At this moment, let alone blaming them, even if you feed them a knife, they will be very excited. The voice just fell. A light purple light was emitted from the body of the possessed Yuchi Lingfeng, and his energy and spirit also dissipated a lot. Whoosh! He flashed and entered the Lingyuan Cave. He has absolute confidence in Yi Tiance, so he no longer pays attention to him. Chen Qingdi and the deputy leader glared at everyone fiercely before entering the Lingyuan Cave. This scene. This made Zhao Qing very unhappy. He said anxiously, "What are you all still standing there for? Hurry up and get into Lingyuan Cave and kill these 2 people. As long as they die, it would be wishful thinking for the shadow cult leader to break the seal." He finally understood it today. Although Chen Qingdi's status is not as high as that of the deputy leader, he holds much more real power than the deputy leader. And so, as long as Chen Qingdi is killed, the shadow cult leader will be restricted from breaking the seal to the greatest extent. At this point, he figured it out from the beginning. When Yi Tiance stepped on Chen Qingdi, he was very happy and wished that Yi Tiance would kill him with one kick. But unexpectedly, so many changes happened in the process, leading to a reversal. Although Chen Qingdi and the deputy leader have recovered some of their injuries, they are definitely not back to their peak. With the strength they have now, they can definitely kill them.
As for the shadow cult leader's spiritual clone, they have nothing to fear. After all, now he can only possess other people, and he has extremely high requirements for the container. Even if he finds a new body to possess, he won't be able to unleash much strength. It will be a success. Even if it means paying a heavy price, we must kill Qin Qingdi and the deputy leader and prevent the leader from breaking the seal. For a while, many disciples looked at each other, not knowing who to listen to. After all, before they came, Hu Wei and the others had already given orders that everything had to be under Yi Tian's command. Now that they have differences, they are at a loss. Zhao Cheng naturally knew this, so he immediately turned around and said to the disciples of Xianyuan sect, "Everyone, the purpose of our Xianyuan sect's existence is to prevent the shadow cult leader from breaking the seal. We will dedicate our entire lives to the fight against the shadow cult. Now that the shadow cult leader is about to break the seal, we have the responsibility to destroy his wishful thinking. So, all disciples, listen up. Follow me into Lingyuan cave and kill Qin Qingdi. Nip the shadow cult in the cradle." Chapter 1027 Zuanyuanmen and Hashtag 039, S Determination. Zhao Qing's words made the Zuanyuanmen disciples' blood boil and their enthusiasm surge. They have always remembered the significance of the shadow cult's existence and are very clear about their mission. Therefore, they cannot retreat at this moment and must be at the forefront. For a while, the disciples raised their arms and cheered. "Kill! Kill! Kill! See this." Zhao Qing smiled with relief. This is the effect he wants. Now that we are facing a powerful enemy, how can we deal with it if we don't have any passion? What's more, the other party is the shadow cult. Alright. Then let's make a concerted effort to destroy this Lingyuan cave and completely thwart the shadow cult's wishes. The morale has been almost boosted, and all that remains is to enter Lingyuan cave and kill them all. Seeing Zhao Qing being so reckless, the old man picking cigarettes said angrily, "Zhao Qing, you are the leader of Xianyuan sect. What kind of a decision are you making? You clearly know that the leader of the shadow cult is sealed in Lingyuan cave after so many years. He has already turned Lingyuan cave into his own territory. And now that he can use his spiritual incarnation to attach himself to others, it means that his seal has loosened. I'm afraid that you disciples have never entered Lingyuan cave in your life, and are extremely unfamiliar with the environment inside. If you let them in now, who will be killed? Not to mention that the shadow cult leader helped Qin Qingdi and the others recover from their injuries. Zhao Qing, you, the sect leader, are really going backwards. You have no brains at all. Also, in order to help my Xianmen, Yi Xiao, you fought against the two members of the shadow cult alone. Now he is seriously injured. You don't want to save others first. How ungrateful." He really looked down upon Zhao Qing's behavior. Although Yi Tian's was given 2 top-grade pills, he was seriously injured and naturally needed to be taken care of. If Yi Tian's injuries cannot be alleviated, or even become more serious, how can they fight against the shadow cult? Do not forget, Yi Tian's is their real trump card against the shadow cult. Without Yi Tian's, they are nothing. But Zhao Qing did not agree with his point of view and snorted coldly. If you are afraid, you don't have to go in. Besides, I only summoned the disciples of Xianyuan sect and didn't let everyone in. I will never forget the great kindness Mr. Yi has shown to my Xianyuan sect, and I have no way to repay him. The only way I can help him is to give him 2 pills. It is enough to have you here to protect him in this case. Why don't we, the Xianyuan sect, take advantage of the victory and pursue him? If this can be accomplished, wouldn't it be possible to eliminate future troubles? If it fails, it will only be the loss of people from my Xianyuan sect, and it has nothing to do with you. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. This is the best way now. After all, he had just witnessed the power of the shadow cult leader, which was too terrifying. And he is even better than Yi Tian's. We are all cultivators, and we all know how difficult it is to break through the realm of cultivation. We can't just hold on to the hope that Yi Tian's can break through several realms in a short period of time and be able to compete with the leader of the shadow cult, right? He didn't even dare to dream of such a thing. In other words, the longer they wait, the lower their chances of winning.
We are going to run into the shadow cult anyway, so we might as well take advantage of this opportunity and try to succeed.
Think of this. He clasped his hands together and said to everyone earnestly, "Everyone, I know that what I did was too reckless, even tantamount to committing suicide. But I have no choice now that Mr. Yi is lost. I can't put everything on him. What if he loses again next time?
The worst outcome of fighting against the shadow cult is nothing more than death. Since you will die anyway, you might as well die gloriously and meaningfully. I have made up my mind, so there is no need to persuade me anymore. Regardless of whether I can return safely or not, I will find a way to send out the information inside for your reference."
At this point, this was the last thing he could do.
Whether in terms of strength or status, he is inferior to these people in front of him. So he can't help much, and can only use this method to help everyone.
Hear the words. Everyone was silent.
They understood Zhao Qing's idea, but some were reluctant. Because they all knew that once Zhao Cheng brought people in, something would definitely happen.
This is not the result they want to see. At the same time,
Hu Wei stepped forward, patted Zhao Qing on the shoulder, and sighed. "Since you already have this idea, then I have nothing more to say. I hope you can return safely." As the supporting sect of Xianyuan sect, his lion and tiger tower naturally has a lot of interactions. He therefore understood Zhao Qing very well and knew that the other party had made up his mind and could not be persuaded. In that case, he could only support Zhao Qing's decision. His support made Zhao Qing feel relieved and relieved. "Don't worry, I will deliver the information regardless of life or death."
Done. He turned around and walked towards the entrance of Lingyuan Cave.
The Xianyuan sect disciples behind him also hurried to catch up.
For a while, the crowd was loud and powerful.
The determination in his eyes made people like Jian Laogui feel very uncomfortable.
Silence and sadness are mixed together.
They had no choice but to lower their heads, not daring to look at Zhao Cheng and others. The atmosphere was also extremely depressing.
Next second,
Zhao Cheng took the lead and took the first step into Lingyuan Cave. There was a flash of golden light. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Qing was sucked in.
See this.
The Xianyuan sect disciples also stepped forward quickly and stepped into the Lingyuan Cave. And Zhao Rong stood at the end.
He hesitated for a long time and finally looked at Hu Wei. "Master Hu Wei, if I cannot return safely, please ask Mr. Yi to take good care of Linger. If possible, try not to let her get involved in the affairs of the Xianmen, and let her live a simpler life. Although this girl has a kind heart and is talented, she will definitely become a great person if she cultivates herself. Unfortunately, it is time and fate. The current Xuanjie is no longer what it was many years ago. The deeper you fall, the more sad it becomes. Our generation is already stuck in this mud and can't extricate ourselves. I don't want Linger to be like us, that would be too painful." Having said that, goodbye. Done.
Zhao Rong smiled with relief.
Then he turned around and went into Lingyuan Cave.
After a flash of golden light, he was also swallowed into the Lingyuan Cave. Seeing this scene, Hu Wei and others' faces turned ugly again. Then they looked at Yi Tiance, who was sitting cross-legged and healing his injuries, and felt mixed emotions.
They were very hesitant about whether to ask Yi Tiance for help.
After all, Yi Tiance had been to Lingyuan Cave and had some understanding of the situation inside. With him around, at least I won't be like a headless fly, at the mercy of others.
However, given Yi Tiance's current condition, he probably won't be able to completely kill Chen Qingdi and others after entering. That's it. Let's take a look at the situation first. Just thought of this. The golden light at the entrance of Lingyuan Cave suddenly flickered. For a while, everyone's heart was in their throat and they were extremely nervous. Coming. Chapter 1028 The Real Xianyuan. Gulan. Everyone's heart was in their throat and they were very nervous. He stared at the entrance of Lingyuan Cave, wanting to see what was going on. Suddenly. Whoosh!
A strong gust of wind blew from Lingyuan Cave, scaring everyone so much that they immediately took a few steps back, fearing that they would be hurt by the wind. But just as they steadied themselves, they saw a long black shadow flying out from the entrance of Lingyuan Cave.
Everyone was horrified and immediately took a defensive stance.
After all, the shadow cult's methods are strange, and this might be some kind of poisonous insect created by them.
Boom!
Seeing that the black shadow fell to the ground without any movement, everyone felt relieved and took 2 steps forward to see what it was. But when they saw it clearly, their faces changed drastically.
This is. Everyone was silent, staring at the broken arm on the ground.
The broken arm was covered in blood and flesh, and even faintly revealed some dark purple runes. The old man who was picking up the cigarette was the first to come to his senses and took a deep puff of his pipe.
He said solemnly,
"It seems that they are in danger. Zhao Qing, that old fellow, has kept his promise and really sent out the information." Hu Wei, the Xianyuan Gates backer, felt mixed emotions. He never dreamed that Zhao Chang would transmit information in this way. How much determination does it take to be so cruel as to chop off your own arm and send it out? Without thinking, he immediately stepped forward and picked up the broken arm on the ground. At the same time, he gathered his strength in his palm, heating the blood on the broken arm. This can also effectively prevent the dark purple runes from penetrating into his hands. He quickly opened his clenched fist and took the parchment scroll in his hand. After opening it, he placed the broken arm on the ground and concentrated on studying the parchment scroll.
"See this."
Jian Laogue and others also quickly stepped forward and started to study together. After all, this was Zhao Qing, no. This was information that the entire Xianyuan sect had exchanged their lives for. What is recorded above is definitely the key information to deal with the shadow cult.
However, there is only one sentence on the parchment. "Everything is on the way." What the hell? What the hell is this written about? Can't you write it more clearly? What does it mean to be on the way here? For a while, everyone looked at each other, and no one understood the meaning of this sentence. Next second, whoosh! Another broken arm flew out of Lingyuan Cave and fell heavily to the ground. "See this." Everyone hurriedly picked up the broken arm again. But this time, there was no information in his palm. Moreover, the dark purple runes on the broken arm were surging obviously, constantly drilling towards Hu Wei's arm. He was so frightened that he quickly threw the broken arm to the ground, quickly stepped back and distanced himself. At the same time, he mobilized his spiritual power and began to practice the technique, burning the poisonous gas that he had just been contaminated with completely. "Everyone retreat. The runes on these broken arms are too strange. We can't let anything happen again. We can only make plans after young Master Yi has recovered from his injuries." Hu Wei frowned and looked very ugly. He is very clear. The broken arm that flew out was not conveying information to them, but a provocation to Chen Qingdi and others. The people from Xianyuan sect who entered Lingyuan Cave were in great danger, and no one survived. This is the situation now. If they entered Lingyuan Cave, their fate would probably be the same as that of Xianyuan Gate. Now they can't afford to have any more accidents. That would only weaken their existing power. The only solution now is to announce to the entire Xianmen that the shadow cult leader is about to break the seal. Let more people from the Xianmen and those hidden sects come forward to jointly resist the shadow cult. If not, they can't succeed relying on Yi Tiance alone. Think of this. Hu Wei immediately said to the old man picking cigarettes. "Old ghost, your reputation in the Xian sect should be better. Find a way to spread this matter and make sure it attracts the attention of other sects. Old poisoner, you are good at using poison. Whether you are developing an antidote or a poison, you must prepare a medicine that can compete with those runes. With these medicines, we can at least guarantee that we won't die from those runes, which increases our chances of success." Jian Laogue and Du Buxi looked at each other and agreed immediately. But the three of them still looked at Yi Tiance subconsciously. In their eyes, Yi Tiance is omnipotent. With him around, even if we are no match for the shadow cult leader, we still have confidence. They all had an intuition that Yi Tiance was their savior. I just don't know when Yi Tiance will be able to fully recover.
Before he wakes up, they must guard this place strictly to prevent people outside from entering and people inside from leaving. As long as Chen Qingdi and others cannot get out and take away the spirit, even if the shadow cult leader breaks the seal, he will not be able to cause strong damage.
At the same time,
as for Yi Tiance, ever since he sat cross-legged in meditation and practiced internal energy to heal his injuries, his consciousness had drifted to a paradise.
It's here.
Surrounded by mountains and rivers, it seems lifeless, but everything around it seems full of vitality.
And in the middle there is a thatched house. There was an old man in front of the thatched hut. Now,
he was practicing Tai Chi, but his hand movements were varied and inconsistent with Tai Chi techniques.
Yi Tiance frowned slightly and walked forward involuntarily.
Old man, your Tai Chi doesn't look like Tai Chi, your Wing Chun doesn't look like Wing Chun, what's the point of this set of boxing?
He is very clear. Anyone who can enter his consciousness is definitely not a good person.
And the old man had no intention of killing him.
Obviously.
This person's strength is above his. But the old man did not answer him, but continued to practice his weird Tai Chi. At first Yi Tiance was a little impatient, but the more he looked, the more he felt something was wrong. This set of punches is actually getting faster and faster.
Moreover, the number of changes in the hands reached as many as 360.
The punches he threw out were so powerful that they even formed sharp blades, forcing him back several steps.
Who is this old man and why is he so strong? Next second,
before he could come to his senses, the old man's low voice sounded. To counter speed with speed, to counter violence with violence, is the key to success. If you don't understand the principles of speed and slowness, and the difference between softness and explosiveness, you will never reach the pinnacle.
Shu represents the sky, Xian represents the earth, Ji represents man, Quan represents time, Hung represents sound, Kaiyang represents rhythm and Yaguine represents stars. Only when all 7 stars gather together can they shake the 4 seasons. The Big Dipper is called the 7 political stars, the princes of the sky, and also the emperor's chariot. The jade balance is gleaming and radiant, while the heavenly power is dark and motionless. The 7 stars surge, and all things rise and fall. While talking,
the old man's hand movements became faster and faster, making people dizzy. Even Yi Tiance could only barely see it clearly. What's even more terrible is that the old man barely moved his feet, but he had already destroyed all life within a 3-meter radius. But when he swung his hand into a fist again, the vitality flew back, making the dead weeds under his feet come back to life and become green.
This scene. Just as the old man said, the 7 stars surge, and all things rise and fall.
He stared at the old man, wanting to see him finish the set of punches.
Available in the next second.
The old man suddenly withdrew his hand, but a powerful aura burst out from his body. These auras were like a whirlpool, sucking all the vitality around into the old man's body and then drilling out of the old man's body. He seemed to have formed a transit station, able to devour these vitality and also release these vitality. The old man suddenly nodded and smiled at him, and said softly,
"This is what it means to be Xian Yuan." Chapter 1029, Falling Morale. Boom!
A huge aura burst out from the old man.
Yi Tiance was swept away in an instant.
He suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Then he discovered that his pierced chest had healed somehow.
Not only that,
the spiritual power in his body became purer and his meridians became tougher. His cultivation also successfully broke through to the middle stage of foundation building.
What the hell? What's happening here?
He has been stuck in this state for a long time, and no matter how he practices, there is no progress.
How could he achieve a breakthrough just by getting injured?
He suddenly thought of the old man he saw in his illusion and was shocked.
Could it be that he helped? But I don't even know him, so why should I help him? That being said.
But the old man's figure and the words he said kept coming to his mind.
This is Xian Yuan. Yi Tiance muttered to himself and suddenly reacted.
While practicing boxing, the old man explained the theory of the 7 stars to him and applied it in his boxing techniques.
No wonder that set of punches looks so powerful. It contains the power of the stars. How can it not be powerful? That old man was none other than Xian Yuan, the creator of the Xian Yuan 7-star art that he was practicing. Besides, he really couldn't imagine who else could be so powerful. I'm afraid that the Xian Yuan who created Xian Yuan 7 stars has already broken the shackles of the human world and achieved immortality. Otherwise, it's impossible to borrow the power of the stars. Think of this. He couldn't help but shook his head. Although his strength in the foundation establishment stage is already strong enough, he has not encountered any opponents since his debut. But he knew very well that compared with that Xian Yuan, he was nothing. Not to mention the Xian Yuan family, he was even unable to deal with the shadow cult leader who used his spiritual power to create a clone. He still has a long way to go on the path of cultivation. He also knew that if he didn't break through, he probably wouldn't be able to deal with the leader of the shadow cult. But how easy is it to make a breakthrough? He had been practicing for so long and had never noticed any movement. This time it was a blessing in disguise. When he was on the verge of death, he made a breakthrough with the help of the power of the top-grade elixir. But now, with every level he reaches, the difficulty of breaking through increases a little. If he doesn't encounter a good opportunity, he may not be able to break through in a short period of time. Of course, it is an opportunity to practice the set of boxing techniques in the consciousness with the help of the power of the 7 stars. Given the current situation, no matter how difficult it is, he has to give it a try. Only in this way can one have enough strength to challenge the leader of the shadow cult. Think of this. He slowly stood up and began to practice his skills. Every move of the old man Xian Yuan just now benefited him a lot and made him think of a key point. That is to operate Xian Yuan 7 stars Ju according to the changing rules of the Big Dipper. After all, this set of exercises was created based on the theory of the 7 stars, so it must be closely related to the 7 stars. Really? When he practiced his skills according to the changing patterns of the Big Dipper, he felt that his meridians had changed again. Not only did his meridians become more resilient, but his spiritual power also became more refined. It appears and disappears at the same time, but it is endless. It seems to be really like the stars. Yi Tiance was overjoyed and couldn't help laughing out loud. It was a blessing in disguise. Not only did I learn the true method of practicing Xian Yuan 7 stars art, but I also successfully broke through to the middle stage of foundation building. Why not do it? Hearing the laughter, everyone turned around and looked at him in confusion. Some of them were extremely angry. After all, the Xian Yuan sect had just exchanged some intelligence for them at the cost of exterminating the entire clan. They are filled with grief and anger at this moment. Mr. Yi, even if you are our benefactor, you can't kick us when we're down, right? That's right. Sect leader Zhao and the others just died, and you're laughing so loudly. Are you hoping for their death? I used to think you, Mr. Yi, were a genuine person, but now it seems that you are also a thief. You deliberately framed Zuanyuanmen and made them charge into battle. As soon as these words came out, Yi Tiance finally came to his senses and frowned slightly. He didn't expect that. In just a short while, such a big thing happened. Shut up, everyone! The old man picking cigarettes roared, and instantly shut up the complaining disciples. He took a deep puff of his pipe and said coldly, Friend Yi has helped us so much, and you are just kicking him when he's down by saying this? In order to help us stop the shadow cult people, he fought against 3 people alone and was seriously injured. Up to now, Yi Xiaoyu has no complaints at all. What about you? What have you done besides fighting among yourself here and affecting morale? Why were the people from the shadow cult able to infiltrate us and lurk here during this period of time? It's because all the disciples in our major sects are like this. It's nothing but internal strife. I'm ashamed that the disciples of our Shinmen are like this. If you really have the guts, why didn't you follow sect leader Zhao just now? Now that something has happened, Yi Xiaoyu has just recovered from his injuries, but he still has to suffer your accusations. Do you think what you are doing is humane? The old man picking cigarettes became more and more angry as he spoke. He never dreamed of it. The morale that had just been gathered together was shattered in the next second. And it wasn't broken by the leader of the shadow cult, it was broken by themselves. In this state, what qualifications do you have to talk about dealing with the shadow cult? Hear the words. The disciples lowered their heads, filled with shame. At the same time, the old man Chai Cigarette stepped forward, clasped his fists towards Yi Tiance and whispered. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, please don't blame them, they were just a little impatient and sad after seeing the miserable state of Zuanyuanmen. However, the current situation is indeed very unfavorable to us. None of us can deal with the spiritual clone of the shadow cult leader. The entire Xianyuan sect has been sacrificed, but fortunately they brought back intelligence that led to the destruction of the shadow cult leader. While talking, he gave Hu Wei a look. The latter understood what he meant and immediately stepped forward and handed the blood-stained parchment scroll to Yi Tiance. After Yi Tiance took it and opened it, his reaction was almost the same as everyone else's, and he was very puzzled. The way you came? In other words, they had already encountered a solution? Think of this. Yi Tiance took a deep breath, but couldn't think of anything special. At the same time, the old man picking up cigarettes whispered. Friend Yi, how is your injury? Ever since Yi Tiance got up, he has been paying attention to Yi Tiance's injuries. What shocked him was that Yi Tiance's pierced chest healed somehow. Moreover, the aura emanating from his body is even more sacred and mysterious than before. He didn't know that this was the reason why Yi Tiance broke through. If you knew, you would just think Yi Tiance was a freak. Hu Wei and others also came over and looked at Yi Tiance worriedly, fearing that his injuries would have a great impact on him. At this point, Yi Tiance naturally knew it too. He chuckled and said, My injury has healed. Chapter 1030 Division of Labor and Cooperation. Okay, alright? It is truly worthy of being Xianyuan sect's top-grade elixir, the efficacy is incredible. Pity. The Xianyuan sect has been wiped out, and we will never be able to see such top-grade elixirs again. Of course. If Yilinger can revitalize the mountain gate and make Zuanyuanmen flourish again, it is not impossible. After all, Yilinger also has extremely high talent in alchemy. What they don't know is, Yi Tiance's recovery from his injuries was not entirely due to the power of medicine. Friend Yi, you are not kidding, right? You were injured just now. The old man picking up cigarettes did not continue speaking. Instead, he looked Yi Tiance up and down. From this perspective, he has indeed recovered. But this shouldn't be the case even if it's a panacea, its effect shouldn't be this strong. Wrong. This kid must have some unspeakable secret. Think of this. He didn't ask any more questions, but talked about the current situation. Friend Yi, it seems that Chen Qingdi and the others are determined to hide in Lingyuan Cave. The situation inside is complicated, and most of our disciples don't know much about it. Among this group of people, you are the only one who is familiar with Lingyuan Cave. Do you want to take this opportunity to rush in and kill them all? When Zuanyuanmen rushed in, Yi Tiance was healing his wounds. Zhao Chang wanted to seize this opportunity, so he made this move. Including them, if they knew that Yi Tiance could recover so quickly, they would never agree to let Zhao Qing take people in. But there is no use regretting now, things have already happened, and they can only accept the result. It can only be said that Zhao Chang and his men's sacrifice was not in vain. At least they delivered the intelligence, even if they have not yet analyzed it clearly. As for why we propose to rush in now, it's very simple. Because Yi Tiance is back. At the same time, he also wanted to collect the bodies of Zhao Chang and others to avenge them. As soon as these words came out, for a while, everyone looked at Yi Tiance. Because of Zuanyuanmen's sacrifice, they were all filled with hatred towards the shadow cult. Therefore, at this moment, they really hope that Yi Tiance will order them to rush in and catch the other party off guard. Even if it costs blood or their lives, they are willing to do so. It will be a success. If they succeed, they will go down in history. If it doesn't work out, you can be relieved early and don't have to live in such fear. However, Yi Tiance did not agree to their request and shook his head.
I do know the situation inside Lingyuan Cave, but since they dare to use it as their base, it means they have made all the preparations. In this situation, no matter who goes in, they will not get any benefit. Instead of giving away their lives, it is better to take this opportunity to think of other ways.
Didn't they send the intelligence out? Since it's the way we came, it proves that we must have encountered the solution before. Think carefully about it. Are there any forbidden areas in the Xianmen?
You can also look through the records of your major sects over the past 100 years. In addition, they will not come out in the short term. They will definitely recuperate and adjust their condition in Lingyuan Cave, and strive to help their leader break the seal as soon as possible. But this does not mean that other members of the shadow cult will not come forward to create unrest. You must lead people to eliminate these members and weaken the strength of the shadow cult. If possible, try to unite the entire Xianmen, so that even if the shadow cult leader does break the seal, there will still be a chance to fight back. Chen Xingdi, who hid for so long before choosing to come out, must have made sufficient preparations.
And
even he couldn't deal with the shadow cult leader's spiritual clone. If these people were allowed in, they would only be possessed by him endlessly. In other words, it is giving the other party a chance in disguise.
By the time,
they might end up like the Xian Yuan sect disciples.
Hear the words.
Jian Laogui and others looked at each other and nodded in agreement.
Although Yi Tiance's decision was a little far from their expectations, it was also for their own good.
Their overall view of the situation is also above them.
Plan for today. It seems that the best result can only be achieved by doing what Yi Tiance said. At this time, Hu Wei stood up and asked, "What about that girl Linger?"
Now that the shadow cult leader can move with his spiritual power, he will definitely not let Linger go. With our strength, we can't stop him. If he takes Linger away again, it will be troublesome. Everything we do now will be in vain.
Du Buxi frowned and said,
I have an idea, but I don't know whether I should talk about it or not.
Speak. After getting Yi Tiance's permission, Du Buxi finally spoke. Since the shadow cult's means of controlling her are mainly through formations and poisons, why don't we place restrictions inside Linger's body in advance?
Also use formations and poisons as defensive measures, so even if there are loopholes, there is still time to remedy them. You can even use this as a means of attack, catching your opponent off guard. This was the inspiration he got from the method the shadow cult used to control Yi Linger.
Do not forget. Among this group of people, Yi Tiance is good at formations, while he is good at poison.
The combination of the two will definitely not be worse than the methods of the shadow cult. If she did this, if something went wrong, it would definitely destroy Yi Linger's foundation, and she would not be able to continue practicing for the rest of her life.
A genius of his generation will become a passerby from now on.
But in his opinion, this is better than having his body snatched away and occupied by the shadow cult. Moreover, as long as they get rid of the shadow cult, they can find another way to use the combination of elixirs and toxins to stimulate Yi Linger's bones again so that she can continue to practice.
But this process will be painful and long, and it cannot be completed overnight. Pity. Yi Tiance was not impressed by this suggestion. In his opinion,
he could let the shadow cult capture Linger, but he would never gamble with Linger's future. Because after being captured, no matter what form he became, he could restore Yi Linger to her original state. But he was not sure about his qualifications for cultivation. Now that Yi Linger has suffered so much, he doesn't want to deprive her of what she has left. I'll take care of Linger's affairs. I'll take her away. You don't need to worry about her. Do your part and dismantle all the minions of the shadow cult. I will look elsewhere for a solution to the shadow cult leader.
No matter who it is, no matter what they do, they must report to me in real time.
Also, do not act rashly without my permission, or you may lose your life.
Jian Laogui and others agreed.
They also know that it is not a good idea to just stay here all the time, and they must use their limited time to do something valuable.
At the same time,
Yi Tiance packed up the parchment scroll containing the information and turned to leave. The old man picking up cigarettes asked hurriedly,
"Friend Yi, where are you going?"
Although I knew that Yi Tiance would leave, I was still a little worried about the sudden departure of my backbone.
Yi Tiance didn't even turn his head and disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. Then a cold voice came. Coder, go back to Jiangnan.
Chapter 1031 The Saint and Hashtag 039, S-Change.
Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong.
Except for Luo Yushi, the others were full of doubts and confusion when they saw Yi Linger. There was a hint of contempt in the look he gave Yi Tiance. She is clearly still a little girl.
How could he have the heart to do that? What a beast! Yi Tiance.
You must explain this matter to us clearly.
What is going on?
Han Ruoyun took the lead, followed closely by Lu Ruyan. The two women stared at Yi Tiance, their eyes full of questioning. They knew about Yi Linger, but had never seen her.
So I didn't think that way about the person in front of me. After all,
they are all Yi Tiance's women and know this man's virtues well.
Face questioning. Yi Tiance also told everyone Yi Linger's identity. After listening, Han Ruoyun and others felt extremely guilty and stepped forward to hold Yi Linger's hands to apologize. Linger girl, I misunderstood you, I'm sorry.
And me too, Linger, don't worry, no one will dare to bully you while you're here.
If anyone bullies you, I will definitely help you get back at them.
All the girls felt sorry for Yi Linger. I know this little girl has suffered a lot.
Otherwise,
Yi Tiance would not risk his life to rescue her.
But only Luo Yushi kept her eyes on Yi Tiance.
While I was surprised, there was also a hint of heartache. She had heard about what happened in Xianmen. Not only did he know that the leader of the shadow cult was about to break the seal, but he also knew that Yi Tiance was injured. So since Yi Tiance came back, she has been paying attention to his chest, wanting to see how serious his injuries are. And she didn't dare to ask or speak out. After all, everyone in this villa is worried about him. Yi Tiance didn't mention it when he came back, because he naturally didn't want them to know. So she couldn't tear down Yi Tiance's stage here and embarrass him.
We can only wait and see, and ask again when there is a suitable opportunity. At the same time, Yi Linger also established good relationships with everyone.
She is well behaved and sensible, which makes Han Ruoyun and others like her very much.
Saw this scene. Yi Tiance also smiled with relief. This way,
he did not disgrace the trust of Zuanyuanmen. But this time he came back not to reminisce about the past, but to deal with people. Yushi, come with me.
He looked at Luo Yushi and waved at her.
This action surprised Luo Yushi a little, but she quickly realized why Yi Tiance was looking for her.
She quickly followed Yi Tiance upstairs.
The others were also surprisingly sensible and did not come to disturb them.
As soon as you enter the room, Luo Yushi locked the door and frowned. How are your injuries? Are you all right?
You knew that was the leader of the shadow cult and that you were no match for him, so why did you go up and confront him?
Have you ever thought about whether you could come back alive if it was not a spiritual clone attached to someone else, but the real leader? If something really happened to you, how do you think we would live? Do you want us to become widows at such a young age? While talking,
her face turned cold, full of questions and anger. She knew that Yi Tiance was brave, but she didn't expect him to be so brave.
Seriously. I can't imagine what they will be like after something happens to Yi Tiance. Hear the words. Yi Tiance was stunned and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. The two of them just stared at each other. After a while,
he couldn't help but smile, and pulled Luo Yushi over and held her in his arms.
Said softly. You've changed. I've changed? I think you've changed. You've become stupid. You didn't even see the pros and cons. I really regret why I chose to follow a man like you. While talking, Luo Yushi's resentful eyes seemed to be dripping with tears. See this.
Yi Tiance threw him down and pressed him on top of him, kissing him hard.
How can dry wood in fire not burn? Luo Yushi did not resist and responded positively. For a while,
the house was filled with passion and springtime.
This time,
Luo Yushi completely let go of her airs, opened herself up, and cooperated with Yi Tiance in every way.
2 hours later,
the two of them collapsed on the bed exhausted.
Despite this,
the two of them still cling to each other tightly.
Luo Yushi couldn't help but hold Yi Tiance's hand tighter and whispered,
"If you need my help, I won't refuse, whether it's helping you fight the enemy or helping you break through the bottleneck of your cultivation. I have only one request, and that is that we all stay alive and nothing happens to us. Listen carefully, no one can get into trouble."
Since the incident in the capital,
she didn't know why, but she was always worried, afraid that something might happen to Yi Tiance or any of them. Especially when I saw Yi Tiance getting several degrees darker after sleeping in the open air in order to escape, I felt inexplicably distressed. This time, after hearing the news from Xianmen, she became even more nervous and even wanted to go to Hujiao Mountain alone to bring Yi Tiance back. But she knew she couldn't do that. She needs to stay here and protect the other sisters. This was the only thing she could do for Yi Tiance. Hear the words. Yi Tiance was silent for a long time before he spoke.
"Okay, I get it." He didn't expect it either.
His absence for such a long time could bring such great changes to Luo Yushi.
Do not forget, the Luo Yushi before was arrogant.
Not only is he aloof, but he also feels a bit disgusted with him. He is not as gentle as he is now.
It can be said. Now Luo Yushi has truly integrated into the city and is away from the mysterious atmosphere. At this time, this can be considered a good thing that makes people happy. But being happy is one thing, but getting back to business is another.
Yi Tiance slowly stood up and handed the parchment scroll he brought back to Luo Yushi.
After Luo Yushi opened it and took a look, she was as confused as Yi Tiance. "What is this?"
She looked her up and down, and Yi Tiance took the opportunity to tell her the origin of the parchment and the matter of Xianyuan Gate.
After listening, Luo Yushi nodded and said, "In Lingyu Pavilion's early records, there are indeed many records about the shadow cult.
This includes the great battle between Xianmen and shadow cult, which is also recorded in it.
What you are looking for may be among those materials.
But in my impression, there is no place in Xianmen that is forbidden by the shadow cult, except for Lingyuan Cave."
Lingyuan Cave? Yi Tiance frowned. Could it be that the solution lies in Lingyuan Cave? Do not. This is impossible. Who would hide the sealing method in the sealed place? Wouldn't this make it easier for the villain to destroy the seal? Yi Tiance expressed his thoughts and got Luo Yushi's approval.
It seems that the only way to do this is to find the internal information of Lingyu Pavilion and study it, but Lingyu Pavilion has been cleaned out by blood, and I'm afraid those things can no longer be found.
Yi Tiance suddenly felt a headache. You really shot yourself in the foot. However,
Luo Yushi suddenly hugged him, kissed him on the face, and smiled softly.
"Have you forgotten about me?" Chapter 1032. The clue was actually him. Followed by. Under Yi Tiance's surprised gaze, Luo Yushi picked up the pen and quickly wrote down all the information in the Lingyu Pavilion cabinet. This scene. Let Yi Tiance call him a genius. She is truly worthy of being called a saint. He actually has a photographic memory.
As if sensing this gaze, Luo Yushi chuckled softly. As a saint, I have been studying scriptures and martial arts in the cabinet since I was young. As long as the information is recorded and placed in the cabinet, whether it is martial arts or historical records, I can recite it by heart. This is also one of our training methods to exercise memory, so it is not an exaggeration for me to write it down now. Please wait for me for a while, I will show it to you after I finish writing it all."
The voice just fell.
She began to write furiously again, constantly writing down the information about the shadow cult in her mind.
Soon,
she handed dozens of sheets of written paper to Yi Tiance and explained them. In the great battle between Xianmen and shadow cult, Xianmen was at a disadvantage from the very beginning. When the shadow cult was about to win, an old man with an immortal look appeared out of nowhere. This senior was very powerful. The records showed that the leader of the shadow cult could not last more than 3 moves at his hands. Afterwards, this senior sealed it in Lingyuan Cave with Taishan stone, and it has continued to this day. At that time, many sects in the Shenmen wanted to make friends with him, and they were also afraid that the leader of the shadow cult would break the seal again. So he begged the senior to leave behind the method of sealing, but was refused. But that senior said that when the shadow cult is about to see the light of day again, his destined person will appear and help Shinmen resolve this crisis.
Speaking of which, Luo Yushi reacted immediately and said in surprise, "Did you see any strange or mysterious people during your 2 days in Xuanjie?" According to the records and the materials, the destined person that the old senior mentioned may have appeared. There has been such a big commotion on Hujiao Mountain these past 2 days, that destined person must know about it. Now you have a very high status and reputation in Xianmen. If you give an order, they will definitely help. As long as we can find this destined person, dealing with the shadow cult should be much easier, at least it will increase our chances of victory. She remembered it very clearly, that's what was recorded in the document. If He Tians hadn't asked her about this, she really wouldn't have remembered it. For a while, she felt that there was hope again in fighting against the shadow cult. More importantly, she felt that Yi Tians could be much more relaxed and no longer had to carry the banner alone. At this moment, Yi Tians was frowning. He felt that the old man Luo Yushi was talking about seemed somewhat familiar. Because he had seen the old man carry out the Taishan stone before. It can't really be that old guy, right? Think of this. Yi Tian's heart trembled, and he quickly flipped through the information Luo Yushi handed to him. "Yushi, do you know more about the senior you mentioned? If so, could you tell me? For example, what is that old man good at? What methods did he use? Can you elaborate on these?" Hear the words. Luo Yushi was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion. "What's wrong? Do you know them?" "There are some records of this, but not many. I remember reading a foreign book before, which recorded that this old senior was very powerful and omnipotent. Whether it is martial arts moves, cultivation strength, or feng shui formations, he is proficient in them all. It is said that the old man had once fought against the power of the stars in the sky and the energy of the dragon veins on the earth, but he escaped unscathed without suffering any harm. Being so powerful, he shouldn't be considered a human, right?" In words, full of admiration and questioning for this old senior. She couldn't understand. How strong does a person have to be able to do these things? This old senior must have broken through the last shackles of cultivating immortals in the mortal world and become a wandering immortal. While she was looking forward to it, she didn't notice that Yi Tian's face had darkened. The expression of speechlessness and helplessness was intertwined with each other, making him feel like he had lost all hope in life. Because the old senior that Luo Yushi was talking about was exactly the old guy he knew. And this old guy happens to be his master. Fight against the stars in the sky and fight against the dragon energy on the earth. There are very few people in this world who can do this. In his opinion, only that old guy could do this. Combined with the other clues Luo Yushi mentioned, he immediately confirmed that the senior recorded in the information was him. Now he can reasonably suspect that this so-called destined person is himself. What the hell? This old guy is really good at being mysterious. It's useless to keep doing all these trivial things. It would be better to just leave the sealing method behind so that it will be easier for him to operate. Now that he is identified as the destined person, how the hell did he know how to seal the leader of the shadow cult? Moreover, this old guy's whereabouts are erratic. I haven't seen him for 2 or 3 years, and I don't know how to contact him. It's all luck to see him. Now at this critical moment, only this old man can appear and help him. Otherwise, everything is empty talk. And many more. Wrong. Given the old man's style of doing things, he would definitely not be so reckless and would definitely not leave any clues. There is a place where the clues he left may be hidden. Think of this. Yi Tiance was inexplicably excited. If we can really find the clues left by that old man, we will definitely be able to resolve the current crisis. But if you can't find it, you can only leave it to fate and think of other ways. During this time, you must protect them at home, especially Linger. Don't let anything happen to her. But if something really happens, first ensure your own safety and don't fight hard. I'm going to a place where there's a good chance the solution lies. Yi Tiance straightened his back, his eyes shining. Hear the words. Luo Yushi was stunned for a moment, not understanding how Yi Tiance knew where the clues were. But she didn't ask any more questions because she had something else she wanted to ask. She hugged Yi Tiance from behind. Feeling his strong chest muscles, my heart couldn't help but ripple. To miss you, can you stay with me for a while longer? Hiss. How is this going? Why has Luo Yushi changed so much after coming back this time? Could it be that she has been possessed by someone else? But he didn't ask any more questions, because once he asked, it would definitely affect the atmosphere between them. Besides, it was a rare opportunity for this saint sister to take the initiative. If he refused, he would be too cruel. He pulled Luo Yushi in front of him and kissed her hard. The sudden sensitivity made Luo Yushi's body tremble slightly. Next second, Yi Tiance's big hand fell where it shouldn't have. Whispered in my ear. How boring is it to stay beside you? Wouldn't it be better to stay inside you? Chapter 1033 Farewell. 2 hours later. Han Ruoyun and others in the living room couldn't help feeling jealous when they saw that the two hadn't come out yet. Hey, little tablet, Xiao Cici and Fairy Luo have been up there for a long time, right? It's not just a long time, it's a very long time. A full 4 hours. How come little Cici can't stay with us for such a long time normally? The same goes for Fairy Luo. She is usually very cold and aloof, acting like she is out of touch with the world. Why is she so hungry this time? This pair of bastards, I think they are really hungry. Lu Ruyan crossed her arms across her chest, her eyes filled with resentment. As soon as Yi Tiance came back, he asked Luo Yushi to accompany him. Although she is not as pretty as Luo Yushi, her figure is definitely much better than Luo Yushi's. Besides, Luo Yushi doesn't know the fancy tricks she can do. Why do you only look at Luo Yushi's sign when you come back? Aren't they human? Such an approach is inevitably a bit chilling. See this. Rong Mei Yen frowned and said. Okay, it's already this late, and you're still thinking about these things. He is facing a big dilemma now, so if he asks Yushi to come up, it must be Yushi who can help him. Tell me, what can you do to help him? If you can't help, then don't make things worse. Besides, Linger is still here. Can you guys please be more serious and behave properly, and don't embarrass him? Hear the words. Lu Ruyan said unhappily. Rong Miju, you're so easy to talk when you're standing there. Why weren't you so righteous when you took Fairy Luo and secretly went to the capital to have fun without telling us? Now that you've had enough, you're standing on the moral high ground and accusing us? Bah! What can I do for him? I can help him feel good. I can help him suck, so what? Are you unhappy? She put her hands on her hips and deliberately puffed out her chest, looking extremely proud. These words left Rong Mei Yen speechless. At the same time, Han Ruoyun also stepped forward and said with his hands on his hips. Yes, Queen Rong, we still regard you as our big sister and backbone. Yet you did this sneaky thing behind our backs. Do you really consider us sisters? Tell me. What tricks did you play with Xiao Cici behind our backs? If you don't tell the truth today, Xiao Pengban and I will definitely cause trouble for you. Seeing that the two of them had united as one, Rong Mei Yen regretted what she had just said for a moment. She just wanted to tell the two of them how troublesome the difficulties Yi Tiance encountered this time were. Unexpectedly, she ended up getting into trouble and was left at a loss as to what to do. Lin Yuyan, who was standing aside, covered her mouth and smiled. Having been here for so long, she has long been accustomed to this kind of life. This kind of playfulness is fun for her, and she never gets tired of it. She was about to say something.
Suddenly, footsteps were heard from upstairs.
Everyone turned to look. Yi Tiance and Luo Yushi came downstairs one after another. Seeing Yi Tiance's serious expression, they couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Is it true as Queen Rong said, that Yi Tiance was looking for Luo Yushi to discuss serious matters? For a while, they felt mortified. But when they saw Luo Yushi's flushed face, their faces immediately became gloomy. They know it very well. This is the expression you would have after going through something. And to be able to reach this level means that he didn't rest at all during these 4 hours. This is what you call business? See this. Rong Meiyan also subconsciously took 2 steps back and leaned back on the sofa. She still felt a little guilty about going to the capital without telling anyone. So in this situation, it would be better for Yi Tiance to explain it himself. After all, she doesn't want to be called a plastic best friend who will melt under the sun. The 2 women did not give him any face and immediately came to the stairs to stop Yi Tiance. The menacing look on their face made Yi Tiance immediately understand their intentions. He was the first to speak. I've been seriously injured and need to heal now during this time. Try not to go out and stay with Yushi. Before I come back, take good care of Linger if you encounter any danger, ensure your own safety first and don't worry about Linger. The voice just fell. Whoosh! Before Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruoyan could come to their senses, he appeared in front of Yi Linger in an instant. Then he reached out and touched her head, smiling. Little girl, during this time, you should listen to Sister Yushi and stay here well. Just tell these sisters what you want to eat or drink, they have plenty of money, so you don't have to worry about it and spend it as you like. If you feel uncomfortable, you can take this pill, but only one at a time, don't take more than that. In addition, you need to integrate into this society as quickly as possible. This place is very different from Xianmen, but don't worry about this, the sisters will teach you. To be frank, he was very worried about Yi Linger. After all, this girl has just recovered. Moreover, as she is a spirit, the shadow cult will definitely come to capture her, and she will be in great danger. It can only be said that in the current shadow cult, except for Chen Qingdi and a few others, no one can defeat Luo Yushi. Once he goes to look for clues to deal with them, he will definitely implicate Chen Qingdi and others. This way, Yi Linger and the others will be much safer. Even if trouble arises, Luo Yushi's strength is enough to deal with it. Otherwise, he would not risk such an arrangement. Hear the words. Yi Linger blinked her big eyes and said worriedly. Brother Tiance, are you going to deal with the shadow cult? Linger can't help you, but Linger will pray for you and wait for your return. But you must promise Linger that you will return safely. Linger doesn't want anything to happen to you. If something happens to you because of protecting me, then I would rather not have it. This. Yi Tiance was stunned, obviously not expecting Yi Linger to say such words. It would be a lie to say I wasn't moved. But he knew. Now is not the time to be moved. If they don't completely eliminate the shadow cult, they will only fall into endless trouble. Don't worry, I will definitely come back safely. The voice just fell. He looked at Han Ruoyun and others. Now. The girl's eyes were filled with reluctance and worry. After realizing the seriousness of the matter, they became very sensible. Even though I was reluctant to leave, there was no way to keep you. Their wish is the same as Yi Linger's, they all hope that Yi Tiance can return safely. I've even made up my mind. If Yi Tiance cannot return this time, they will follow him through life and death. But they would not say such things and add unnecessary pressure to Yi Tiance. But Yi Tiance saw through their thoughts. Laughed. When I come back, you must fulfill my original wish. If I continue to come one by one, how long will it take to treat everyone equally? The girls were stunned and their pretty faces turned red. Obviously, no one expected that at this time, Yi Tiance still had the mind to think about that kind of thing. Is traveling in pairs really that joyful? Okay. We promise you. Rong Meiyan suddenly stood up and agreed to this condition, her eyes determined. In this regard,
Yi Tiance couldn't help but give her a thumbs up and smiled knowingly.
Pretty. The good wife is about to take action. Chapter 1034 Hua Ling and Hashtag 039, S Identity. Fallen City. Zhong Yuanzhong was still hanging in the square, having been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable.
He was dying at this moment, and the blood on his body had long dried up, appearing dark purple under the rising sun.
Next second, a basin of cold water was suddenly poured on his face. What? A scream. Zhong Yuanzhong woke up in shock, gasping for breath.
Seeing that the group of people led by the vampire were still standing in front of him, his face changed drastically and he was terrified.
You stop fighting. I've said everything I need to say, what else do you want from me? I'm already old, do you guys understand the importance of respecting the elderly and loving the young? If you keep playing like this, I'm going to die. What the hell? These people are all devils. Devil.
In just a few days, he was tortured beyond recognition. At first he didn't think there was anything scary about these people. But only he himself knows what he has been through during this period.
These people really do what they say.
Not only did they draw blood from his body and inject it back, they also forced him to learn Buddhism. He was required to recite the Diamond Sutra, the Tao Te Ching, etc. by heart.
If he recited a word wrong, the monk would beat him in front of the Buddha.
They say that he is disrespectful to the Buddha and the Buddha will punish him.
This is clearly an excuse to beat him.
He also admitted his mistake and said that if he wanted to fight, he could fight, and there was no need to make excuses. But these devils refused to do so, saying that they were not troublemakers and insisted on finding a reason. The key point is that he has no way to deal with this group of people, so he can only suffer in silence. Seeing that several people still wanted to attack him, he immediately began to give in.
Grandpas, please stop torturing me, okay? I've already told you everything you want to know. What else is wrong? Do you really need to continue to torture me like this?
Zhong Yuanzhong had a sad face and wanted to die.
Hear the words.
The vampire shook his head and said, No, there is a problem, but we haven't thought of it yet. This is the only way to think about other problems.
The monk nodded and smiled.
Donor, it's mainly because we've been tortured so badly here, so we finally have someone to vent to, so naturally we have to vent. Please forgive us.
Damn it. What is this word? So you suffered at Yi Tiance's hands and now you come to vent your anger on him? What kind of bullshit is this? But he dared not speak out. Once you say more, what awaits him will be endless beatings. At the same time, Pujuan stood up and said coldly, All right.
Stop teasing him like this. If you keep going like this, he'll be killed sooner or later. The young city lord wants to know something, but he hasn't opened his mouth yet, so please be patient.
Young city lord?
Zhong Yuanzhong was stunned for a moment. Of course he knew that the young city lord was Yi Tiance, but he didn't know what kind of information Yi Tiance wanted to get from him. He had told Pujuan everything he knew about the shadow cult. Now he can no longer reveal any new information. After all, he only has this little knowledge.
No, brother, haven't I told you everything I know? Why the hell haven't you gotten the answer you want? Is there a possibility that the answer is not in me at all, and I don't know anything at all? Hear the words. Pujuan was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but react. This sounds like it makes sense. But this was the task assigned to him by Yi Tiance. If he failed to complete it and did nothing, he would not be able to explain to the King of Hell. I really envy that bastard Tan Lang. It must be so cool outside now. He was the only one here wasting his time with this old bastard. Alright, I don't care about you anymore, stop talking nonsense. I'll ask you again, who is Hua Ling? You, an old man, have been in a high position for so many years, and you are also related to the Yi family fire case 5 years ago. If you say you don't know, do you think it's credible? This is the information sent back by Tan Lang. Ask him to help Yi Tiance find Hua Ling's whereabouts.
Although he didn't know who Hua Ling was, he could guess that Hua Ling played a vital role to Yi Tian's. Hear the words. Zhong Yuanzhong had a sad face and said unhappily. How the hell do I know who Hua Ling is? I've lived for so many years and have never met anyone with that name. If I knew, wouldn't I have told you earlier? Why are you still suffering here? Can you use some brains? The voice just fell. Pujuan's face became gloomy. Did you just say I have no brains? Seeing his face change, Zhong Yuanzhong immediately lost his temper. No, I dare not scold you, Junyi. Can you let me go? I really don't know. Hiss. This damn old thing won't cry until he sees the coffin. But looking at him, it seems that he really doesn't know the situation. But this shouldn't be the case. Since it was the message sent back by Tan Lang, there shouldn't be any mistakes. So where did these steps go wrong? Think of this. Pujuan remained silent. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of everyone. Before they could react, Yi Tian's cold voice rang out. Are you sure you don't know about Hua Ling? 5 years ago, after the fire at my Yi family, someone suddenly appeared to investigate my Yi family. After she found out the truth, she disappeared from this world, but as long as she existed, there would be traces left. Before she disappeared, she came to your Zhong family. Now you tell me you didn't know. Do you think I will let you go so easily? Yi Tian's sudden appearance made Zhong Yuanzhong look extremely ugly. But Yi Tian's words also made him fall into deep thought. Flower Bell? Yi family? And went to his Zhong family? It seems like there really is such a person. He also had a very vague impression of this person. I clearly remember it, but I can't remember what the person looks like. The only thing I remember is the sound. I can't remember this person clearly, but I remember his voice was a little deep, like he was an old man. But he seemed remarkably young, and his voice was sharp and distinctive, though I wasn't sure what it was. It feels to me like this person's voice is deliberately faked. Pujuan and others looked at each other. I never expected this kind of evaluation. After finishing speaking, Zhong Yuanzhong stared at Yi Tian's, fearing that Yi Tian's would attack him. Yi Tian's, on the other hand, smiled coldly, without much surprise on his face, as if it was within his expectations. Old man? He really didn't expect that the person he was looking for in the end would be someone he knew so well. Old thing. It turns out that I already knew the truth 5 years ago, but I didn't tell him. In the end, he had to set up such a trap to let him know the truth. He is really amazing. That being the case, he also knew where the sealing method that old man had hidden was. Chapter 1035 Hiding Place. Inside Lingyuan Cave. Purple light filled the sky, and those dark purple runes covered the entire wall of the cave. The stench from the possessed Yuchi Lingfeng became increasingly stronger. Some of the flesh and blood had even turned into festering and fell to the ground. Now, he looked at Chen Qingdi and the deputy leader in front of him with an ugly expression, and the anger in his eyes could not be concealed. Is this the problem you told me you would solve? 2 days have already passed, and where is the problem you solved? I trust you so much, but you betray my trust time and time again. Do you think you still have the face to continue living in this world? Also, that group of people outside are hunting down my shadow cult members, while you are hiding like turtles in this Lingyuan cave. This kind of behavior truly chills my heart. I now order the 2 of you to get out. Bring the spirit back to me. If you can't bring it back, then don't come back. What the hell? What is this called? If he wasn't the leader and wasn't concerned about his reputation, he would really want to scold these 2 idiots. Hear the words. Chen Qingdi and the deputy leader could not raise their heads and could only allow themselves to be scolded. After all, they have been hiding in here and not going out for the past 2 days. It's not that I'm afraid of the bunch of chickens and dogs outside, but they are seriously injured. Even with the treatment from the leader, the problem still cannot be completely solved. Moreover, they had already suffered a loss at the hands of Yi Tian's once, and they knew that they were no match for Yi Tiance and were afraid of suffering a loss again. But the leader doesn't care about them, he just wants to see the results.
What are you still standing there for? Get out of here right now. Now.
Seeing that the two did not move, the leader became even more angry. This roar, containing powerful spiritual power, it instantly burst out towards the two of them. The overwhelming pressure made the two men retreat dozens of steps and even spit out blood.
This forced them to leave quickly, because they knew that the leader was completely furious. If I don't take any action, it won't just be vomiting blood, it will be my life. The two quickly came to the entrance of Lingyuan Cave. However, they did not rush out. Instead, they observed for a while and only dared to sneak out when they found that there were no masters outside. With their strength, it would be easy to avoid being discovered as long as Yi Tiance is not around. After the two of them came out safely, they immediately lurked nearby and observed the situation of the people around them. These Xianmen disciples in front of me are very orderly. Not only did they form a patrol team, but they also divided the work and set some traps around. Although these traps cannot pose much threat to them, if there are too many of them, they will cause them considerable trouble.
Especially now that many shadow cult members have been killed, the core strength is gradually decreasing. It is impossible for the two of them alone to go against the entire Xianmen. Of course, if the leader is born, these small fry will definitely not be able to cause any trouble.
Think of this.
Both of them made up their minds tacitly to help the leader get the spirit back. As long as he has a spiritual body, the leader will be able to break the seal and truly revive. Not to mention recovering to peak condition, at least 70% of the strength is there. And this 70% of strength is enough to deal with these people.
Let's go. Go to Jiangnan.
Yi Tiance, this kid, will definitely bring the spirit body with him to ensure her safety.
As long as we can get the spirit back, all the troubles will be solved.
When the time comes, I will make Yi Tiance kneel on the ground and beg for mercy.
Chen Xingdi secretly clenched his fists, and a fierce look was revealed on his face. The two hit it off immediately and headed straight for Jiangnan. Zhong family compound. Boom!
Yi Tiance threw Zhong Yuanzhong to the ground in the yard, and he grimaced in pain.
Followed by Yi Tiance's cold voice rang out. If you can't remember what he looks like, then you should remember where he's been, right?
From now on, take me to all the places he has been to. If you dare to miss one, I will crush your head without hesitation. If you don't want to see your brains and blood explode, it's best to be honest and don't try to play tricks. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your life safety. If you do this well, I can let you leave the fallen city. Even asking old man Long to pardon you is not a problem, but if you don't do well, I won't be polite to you. I will make you live a life worse than death.
Hear the words. Zhong Yuanzhong shuddered. He knows. With Yi Tiance's personality, he will definitely do what he says.
I dare not, don't worry, since you have given me the opportunity, I will definitely cherish it. Whether or not I can be pardoned is not important to me, and I don't dare to hope for it. I just want to leave the fallen city, leave that damn place.
What the hell?
He has been tortured these days, and his life is truly worse than death.
And
I never want to go back to that place and see those devils again in my life. Now he finally understands.
Why did Yi Tiance say before that he was not qualified to compare with him?
Judging from this point of view, Yi Tiance is definitely an awesome and ruthless person. Otherwise, how could they control so many internationally wanted criminals, and all of them are fucking perverts?
See this. Yi Tiance sneered. This is the method to deal with this kind of people. Otherwise you will never learn your lesson in this life.
Zhong Yuanzhong struggled to get up and staggered towards the yard with Yi Tiance. Looking at this familiar compound, he felt very unfamiliar for a moment.
A month ago.
It was a very lively place, with countless dignitaries coming to curry his favor. But now, the huge yard is empty and deserted. It doesn't look like a place where people live at all. He couldn't help but sigh, quickened his pace, and soon brought Yi Tiance to the first place, the attic. The attic was empty, with gusts of cold wind blowing from time to time, making it look particularly eerie. Young city lord, this is the first place Hua Ling came to. But I don't remember what he did here, I just remember that he watched here for a long time. I don't know what you're looking at specifically, so maybe you'll have to research it yourself. Hear the words.
Yi Tiance ignored him and walked around the attic on his own. Look around.
The feng shui in this attic is not very good. Not only is it drafty everywhere, but it also exudes a negative energy. I guess no one comes here on weekdays because there is no life here at all. He just took a few glances and then turned and left. Let's go to the next place. According to the old man's habit, he would never hide things in such a place. As for why I have been looking here for a long time, it is just to play tricks. Have to say. This old guy really likes to do unnecessary things. Okay now, just shoot yourself in the foot. Do not. It hit his foot. Chapter 1036 Hiding on the Dead Body. The second location was in Zhong Yuanzhong's bedroom. Zhong Yuanzhong asked doubtfully. Young city lord, what are you looking for? Can you tell me? Maybe if you tell me, I can help you. After all, this is my home. He's not stupid. Although Yi Tiance didn't tell him, seeing him like this, he must be looking for something. But the Zhong family compound is so big, it would be very troublesome to search everywhere. As he said, he was the owner of this compound and naturally knew the furnishings here. Maybe he knows where what Yi Tiance is looking for. However, don't worry, you don't know where it's hidden because you're not qualified to know. Yi Tiance's disdain made Zhong Yuanzhong very embarrassed and his face looked ugly. What a fuck. This person is too arrogant. After all, this is his home. Isn't it too much to say this about him? However, he did not dare to express his dissatisfaction, so he could only follow Yi Tiance and take him to the place where Hua Ling had been. At the same time, Yi Tiance glanced around his bedroom and shook his head. Let's go to the next place. What the hell? Go to the next place? This is his bedroom. The feng shui is so good, but there is nothing he wants hidden here? What on earth is this bastard looking for? As for why Yi Tiance determined that it was not here, the answer is simple. That's because the feng shui is so good. Places with good feng shui will inevitably be remembered by people. If some people with ulterior motives are attracted, the sealing method will definitely be found and taken away. Zhong Yuanzhong was helpless and could only take Yi Tiance to the next place. Soon. Under the guidance of Zhong Yuanzhong, Yi Tiance visited a total of 18 places. But according to the old man's habit, there is no place in these 18 places where things can be hidden. This also made Yi Tiance a little unconfident. According to his speculation, the old man is the mysterious Hua Ling. Since he has found out something, he will naturally leave clues. For now, all clues point to Zhong Yuanzhong's compound. But after visiting all the places where the old man had stayed, I didn't find anything. Could it be that he guessed wrong? Do not. This is impossible. Since the old man had anticipated this day, he must have made sufficient preparations and would definitely not come empty-handed. Think of this. He immediately looked at Zhong Yuanzhong and said coldly, "Are you sure you've shown me all the places? You'd better think about it carefully before answering me, so that you won't suffer later." Zhong Yuanzhong was stunned for a moment, then said with a sad face, "Young city lord, it's already this hour, how dare I lie to you? If I wanted to deceive you, why would I take you to see every place? If it were the old me, I would definitely fool you like this. But now I don't have the ability or the courage." While talking, he couldn't help but sigh. He is well aware of his current situation. Otherwise, he would not face the reality and call Yi Tiance the young city lord. The torture of these days has worn away his character and pride.
What's more, he is nothing now, not even a beggar. Hear the words. Yi Tiance couldn't help but nod in agreement.
What the old man said was right. Now he really had no right to shout in front of him. In that case, then think carefully about where else you haven't taken me. If you remember, I will reward you handsomely. Not only can I let you leave the fallen city, but I can also let you see your family. After hearing this, Zhong Yuanzhong immediately became excited. His mind raced as he began to recall. I've already been to the entire yard, so what other places could I have not visited? For a while, he really couldn't remember. At the same time, Yi Tiance suddenly thought of something. Has he ever been to your ancestral grave? Ancestral graves? Hiss. Zhong Yuanzhong took a breath, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. It seems like there was such a thing. They said they would help me check my feng shui, so I took it there, but in the end they couldn't find anything. Think of this. He couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. Hear the words. Yi Tiance couldn't help but laugh out loud. Really? That old guy is still the same as before. He likes to hide things in the place of the dead. Let's go. Take me to your ancestral grave. What the hell? This living devil also wants to go to his family's ancestral grave? Could it be that he also wants to check the feng shui of his family's ancestral grave? For some reason, Zhong Yuanzhong felt uneasy and felt that something was wrong. But he couldn't notice anything else unusual for a moment, which made him very nervous. In the end, he could only sigh and take Yi Tiance to his family's ancestral tomb. The Zhong family's ancestral tomb is on Qingfeng Mountain, not far from here. The entire tomb mountain stands in the center of the mountain group, surrounded by mountains, with excellent feng shui. As soon as Yi Tiance stepped into the cemetery, he felt that the surrounding feng shui spiritual power was gathering towards the cemetery. There is actually a Mahayana feng shui bureau in this place. No wonder Zhong Yuanzhong was able to climb to such a high position. With this kind of feng shui on your ancestral grave, it's hard not to be prosperous. Young city lord, my family's ancestral tomb is right here, please follow me. Yi Tiance nodded. Under the leadership of Zhong Yuanzhong, they soon arrived at the Zhong family's ancestral tomb. Looking at the two towering tombstones, I couldn't help but smile. You old thing, you can hide things if you want to, but it's meaningless if you hide it in such a shameless way. He could tell at a glance that the soil under the two tombstones had been disturbed. This movement does not refer to turning over the soil, but to the feng shui layout. Very simple. The old man had two small feng shui layouts under the tombstone, and it was obvious that he hid the things here. Think of this. He stepped forward without hesitation and kicked down both tombstones. Saw this scene. Zhong Yuanzhong widened his eyes. He never expected that Yi Tiance would dare to do this. This is his family's ancestral tomb. Just kick me right away? This is really disrespecting him. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Tiance squatted down and quickly dug out two wooden boxes from the soil. Then he waved the wooden box in front of Zhong Yuanzhong. Sneered. The feng shui of your Zhong family's ancestral tomb has been destroyed by this thing, so it's best to kick it away. You did a good job on this matter. When I have time, I will help you move the tomb and find a place with better feng shui. Zhong Yuanzhong's words were successfully blocked from his lips. He's not stupid. How could I not know that this was Yi Tiance's excuse? At the same time, Yi Tiance has already opened the wooden box. Inside were two key fragments and a note. When he saw the key fragment, he was overjoyed. I have come to the right place. He quickly opened the note, wanting to see what clues the old man had left behind. Boy, do you still remember when your master told you to be careful and that you would be of great use in the future? Everything you want to find is there, but whether you live or die depends on your own luck. Chapter 1037 Seal, End. A place where you can be careful but still useful? Yi Tiance was stunned for a moment, and suddenly thought of a place.
That was the ancient tomb that Jiangnan Gang's Rong Mei Yan encountered on that piece of land when she was promoting cooperation with Tianlong Group.
He didn't go in at first, and later the old master left a letter saying that there was a great opportunity inside, but the time had not come yet.
It seems now.
There is a high possibility that there is a sealing method hidden in that place.
Do not. It must be hidden there. Otherwise. Why would the old man leave him the remaining key fragments and the note?
This is no coincidence. He picked up the key and immediately turned around and left the capital. With the help of Zhang Aolong, a special plane came to pick him up and send him back to Jiangnan.
It only takes 2 hours. Yi Tiance returned to Jiangnan.
He quickly gathered all the key fragments into one piece and headed straight for the ancient tomb. Although he had only been to this place once, he was already familiar with it. In a few seconds, he appeared in front of the bronze door of the ancient tomb.
Yi Tiance's fingertips slid across the bronze ring.
The 4 key fragments glowed with a cold blue light in the darkness, as if they had returned home.
He slowly placed the key fragment on the notch of the ring. Soon,
the ring formed by the fragments was suddenly embedded in the stone gate, making a roaring sound.
Click.
There was a crisp sound. The ground around shook 3 times.
And there was some movement at the gate of the ancient tomb.
The Taodai patterns on the bronze door lintel are very ferocious, and the twisted and deformed beast mouths seem to be swallowing and spitting out the surrounding darkness. Yi Tiance clenched the golden dagger in his hand, and when the surrounding yin qi touched the dagger, a ball of yin fire ignited. As soon as he stepped into the tomb passage, he felt the air suddenly become much colder. The oil pans on both sides suddenly lit up automatically, illuminating the ground. The murals on both sides seemed to come alive under the light of the torches. The painting above shows the scene of the sacrifice of the shadow cult members. Countless people in black robes knelt beside the pool of blood, holding babies above their heads. The black shadow in the middle of the pool had many arms.
Yi Tiance suddenly thought of what the old man had said to him before. Voodoo has been one family since ancient times. If we split up, there will be bloodshed. Anyone who uses these 2 things will not have a good end. If they don't die, they will be sealed. Before he could come to his senses, suddenly, the bluestone slab under his feet suddenly made a crisp crack sound. Sensing danger, he quickly jumped back. At first glance, the place where I had just stood had turned into surging quicksand. The golden sand mixed with tiny white bones was swallowing up the debris on the ground at a very fast speed. Yi Tiance hurriedly walked forward slowly along the stone wall, and his fingertips touched the indentation on the edge of the mural. It was discovered that the location of the blood pool in each painting was moving, and finally pointed to the wall at the end of the tomb passage. Soon, he turned the corner. Suddenly I saw 12 eternal lamps placed in the tomb. As he took a step forward to get closer, call out. All 12 eternal lamps lit up at once. A huge bronze coffin is suspended on the stone pillar in the middle of the tomb chamber. The black mist seeping out from the cracks in the coffin lid gathered in the air into the shape of a human face. This feeling so familiar. Also the shadow cult. Yi Tiance was extremely surprised. He had felt this feeling before from the leader of the shadow cult who possessed Yuqi Lingfeng. The aura and pressure of the 2 are exactly the same. How is this going? Is there some essential connection between the 2? Just thought of this. His eyes flashed and he suddenly noticed something strange. The 28 constellations were engraved around the floating coffin, and the 4 key fragments were so hot in his hands that they seemed to be trying to break free. Next second, a cold voice sounded. Young man, you are finally here. Who? Yi Tiance looked around and immediately perked up. But there was no one around, which was so weird. At the same time, that cold voice sounded again. Since you're here, it means that the old immortal has given you a trick, and I can't escape it either. But before that, I want to ask you for one more thing. Beg him? Yi Tiance refused immediately and didn't want to waste time talking to him at all.
because he could clearly feel that the aura of the black shadow in front of him was very similar to that of the leader of the shadow cult. If he guessed correctly, the owner of this voice should be the leader of the shadow cult. If that were the case, this proves that when the leader of the shadow cult was sealed, he should have been sealed separately. Sealed in Lingyuan Cave is the physical body of the shadow cult leader. Otherwise, it would be impossible to find a spirit to go to Lingyuan Cave for his use. And here is his soul. Think of this. Yi Tian's face turned cold. He swung his dagger to cut through the black fog that was coming towards him. I happened to see a groove under the bronze coffin, which was just big enough to hold the key ring. But it was blocked by 3 intertwined chains. The runes on the chains are different from the dark purple runes that the shadow cult is good at using, but blood red. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be curse runes written in human blood. Followed by. The cold voice sounded again. That old thing separated me and sealed me away for so many years. I'm the only one who knows how much suffering I've endured. Boom! As he spoke, a powerful aura erupted, creating layers of heat waves. All the surrounding torches were affected. You think you can seal me by gathering 4 fragments? How naive. Innocent? Yi Tiance doesn't think so. Since the soul of the shadow cult leader can be sealed here, and a key pair was left to him, it means that these fragments are definitely useful for his seal. Just how does he need to complete the seal on the shadow cult leader's soul again? As long as the soul is sealed, the remaining body is useless. Wait a minute. 28 constellations. He suddenly saw the pattern on the bronze coffin, and reacted suddenly, and couldn't help but look at it more closely. There was a strange symbol drawn at the position of the 7th star of the Big Dipper, which made him very happy. Coming. He bit his fingertips and scattered the liquid with a wave of his hand. The blood fell right on the 4 key fragments. Next second, the seams between the 4 key fragments immediately lit up red. At the same time, the 28 constellations on the bronze coffin all lit up. What? The soul of the shadow cult leader let out a scream. The black mist emanating from his body was also evaporated and dissipated frequently under the bright light. Yi Tiance was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He pounced forward and grabbed the key fragment embedded in the bronze coffin. He immediately turned the key according to the direction on the star map. Roar! The chain suddenly made a sound like a dragon's roar, and the blood runes on the surface actually began to move back. These blood talismans quickly penetrated into the soul of the shadow cult leader. The black shadow was sizzling because of the heat. No, do not want. The leader's soul let out a shrill scream, and the gathered human faces began to twist and disintegrate. A secret door suddenly opened under the bronze coffin, revealing a stone platform engraved with runes. There is a bronze tripod on the stage, with 3 jade hairpins inserted in it, and the heads of the hairpins are inlaid with patterns of the sun, moon, and stars respectively. Just as Yi Tiance was about to reach out to take it, the entire tomb suddenly shook violently. The debris falling from overhead was everywhere, and the ground was shaking continuously. He saw that the lid of the huge bronze coffin was slowly rising, and what stretched out from the gap was not a human hand, but a sharp claw covered with black scales. Stinky boy, the seal requires 3 soul lamps to lead the way. The old man's voice suddenly sounded in his ears, making him frightened. Before he could react, the cold voice sounded again. The jade hairpin suppresses the 3 souls, and the key locks the 7 spirits. Both are indispensable. Hasta? He understood what she meant and inserted the 3 jade hairpins in the middle of the key ring. A bright light suddenly appeared in the center of the key ring and moved between the rings. When the light connected the 2 into a line, the stone platform suddenly rose. A faint blue flame suddenly ignited in the bronze tripod, looking very strange. The flames climbed up along the chains and reached the black fog in the blink of an eye. What? Hei Wu immediately screamed and cried in pain. At the same time, the huge bronze coffin began to shake continuously, emitting faint humming sounds. Next second, the coffin lid fell back into place, and what seeped out of the gap was no longer black mist, but crystal chalcedony.
Soon, the surroundings became quiet again. The bronze coffin that had been shaking just now was completely motionless. Yi Tiance was gasping for breath and his face was pale. The jade hairpin just now had drained away all the spiritual energy in his body, leaving him with no strength at all. The light from the eternally burning lamps on both sides of the tomb passage gradually became warmer. At the same time, the blood pool pattern on the bronze coffin was fading, revealing the green mountains and rivers hidden underneath. Lingyuan Cave. I am about to succeed, I am about to succeed. Once I succeed, I will be able to rule the three realms. Ha ha ha. My great cause is finally going to succeed. This time, I'll see how you can stop me. The leader of the shadow cult was overjoyed and laughed out loud. However, he suddenly felt pain all over his body. It felt as if it was burned by fire. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Before he could react, a ball of red flame suddenly burst out from his body. The temperature was so high that he could hardly bear it and it caused him great pain. What? For a while, the screams continued. Boom! He fell heavily to the ground and tried to cast a spell to put out the flames on his body. But no matter what he did, it was all in vain. And the fire is getting bigger and bigger and can't be stopped. Because the body of the possessed Yuchi Lingfeng was damaged. At this moment, a sour and smelly smell was floating in this huge Lingyuan cave. And the body he possessed was totally inadequate. In just a few seconds, it was burned to the point where only bones were left. Now, he finally reacted and said in shock. Soul. It's the soul. Who is so bold as to attack my soul? Damn it. Damn it. I won't accept this, I won't accept this. Next second, his physical body was completely destroyed. The red flames grew bigger and bigger. It was as if all the foul air around it was ignited. Soon, the screams that were floating in Lingyuan Cave suddenly stopped. Lingyuan Cave also gradually returned to calm. Rumble. Lingyuan Cave suddenly collapsed, and countless pieces of rubble appeared. The Xianmen disciples guarding outside were horrified and didn't understand what had happened. In front of the ancient tomb, Yi Tiance staggered out, and at the same time practiced the Xianyuan 7 stars technique to quickly recover his spiritual power. Whoosh! After his spiritual power recovered, he instantly landed on the ground. Then he collapsed on the ground and was unable to recover for a long time. What the hell? That old guy really knows how to play. I thought the method of sealing was hidden here, but I didn't expect that the sealed soul was directly hidden here. If it weren't for the bronze coffin that sealed the soul and the power of the stars, and the 3 magical jade hairpins, he would never be able to destroy the soul of the shadow cult leader. No. When I get the chance, I must ask this old guy, is it fun to cheat people like this? Gradually, Yi Tiance came to his senses, and just as he stood up to leave, he received a call from Tan Lang. On the phone, Tan Lang was very happy. Young City Lord, good news, good news. Chen Qingdi has been captured. He actually wanted to launch a sneak attack on the sisters-in-law and linger in the villa. Fortunately, you had deployed countermeasures in advance. Otherwise, this guy would have succeeded. And the deputy leader was also caught. He said his name was Ji Buodwan. I checked and found out, young city lord, this guy is an old acquaintance of yours. What should we do now? Should we just kill them? Hear the words. Yi Tiance felt a little different and was speechless for a long time. After a while, he hung up the phone and couldn't help frowning. Is this seal an end or a beginning? End.